Krishna Productions presents the Ramayana, or the story of Lord Ram. It is a work of great antiquity, attributed to the illustrious sage Valmiki. Its date of composition cannot be fixed with any certainty, particularly as, in common with other Sanskrit classics, it was not at first committed to writing, but was passed on from singer to singer. Written in poetry of unsurpassed dramatic power and brilliance, the Ramayana contains 24,000 couplet verses or shlokas. Unfortunately, we know very little about the rishi or sage Valmiki. We do know that he was once a robber in a forest in northern India, and on one occasion waylaid two saints for the purpose of plundering them. The travelers, however, spoke to him with kindness, and offered him spiritual truth instead of the gold and silver which they did not possess. Convinced of their sincerity, and on their advice, Valmiki changed his way of life and became a devotee of Lord Ram, who was the seventh incarnation of God, or Lord Vishnu, on earth. Throughout the ages, the Ramayana has exerted a tremendous moral influence on men and women everywhere. Lord Ram is considered the ideal or supreme person, and in his daily life he manifested the highest degree of virtue, truth, compassion, justice, benevolence, valor, and chivalry, as we shall see. The following narration of the Ramayana is based on the abridged translation from the Sanskrit by Chakravarti Rajagopalachari and was published by Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan in Bombay, India. It contains all the important incidents of the original complete epic and was specially edited for this presentation by your narrator, Amala-Bhakta Das. The story begins with the visit of Saint Narad one morning to the sage Valmiki's ashram. After the usual welcome, Valmiki asked him, "O all-knowing Narad, tell me, who among the heroes of this world is the highest in virtue and wisdom?" Knowing through his supernatural power why Valmiki put this question, Narad answered, "Lord Ram is the hero that you ask for. Born in the solar dynasty, he is at present ruling in Ayodhya." Sage Narad then briefly narrated to Valmiki the story of Ram. So impressed was Valmiki when he heard Ram's story that even long after Narad had left, his mind was pondering it as he went to the river Tamasa for his morning bath. As he was walking along the riverbank, he saw in a nearby tree two loving crauncha birds sporting and singing in their joy of life and love. Suddenly, the male bird fell down, hit by a hunter's arrow. The female bird, seeing her lover rolling on the ground, lamented in piteous fashion. Observing this, Valmiki burst into a curse. "O hunter, as you have killed one of these love-intoxicated birds, you will wander homeless all your long years." But in a moment the sage recovered himself and was wondering why he lost himself in anger. What right had I to curse the hunter? Why was I deceived by emotion? Recalling the words of his curse, the rishi marveled at the rhythm of the words. He discovered that his pity had taken shape in a beautiful verse. He thought that all this was part of the mysterious Leela or play of God, and went into meditation. To Valmiki in meditation appeared the four-faced Brahma, and he said, "Be not afraid. These things happened to start you on the story of Ram. From sorrow sprang verse, and in this meter and rhythm the story should be told. I shall give you the vision to see all that happened, yes, even how the characters thought and looked, as clearly as one sees a thing lying on the palm of one's hand. And you shall sing it with my blessings for the benefit of the world." Valmiki and his disciples then repeated the verse again and again, and fixed its pattern firmly in their minds. Then Valmiki composed the Ramayana in that meter, and taught it to his disciples. Thus was the holy Valmiki Ramayana born, the story of the Lord and his consort born on earth, and establishing righteousness was sung by the sage in words of matchless beauty. And Brahma's words have come true, which were, "As long as the mountains stand and the rivers flow, so long shall the Ramayana be cherished among men and save them from sin." To the north of the Ganges River was the great kingdom of Kosal, made fertile by the river Sarayu. Its capital was Ayodhya, built by Manu, the famous ruler of the Solar dynasty. King Dasarath ruled the kingdom from the capital city of Ayodhya. He had fought on the side of the demigods, and his fame spread in the three worlds. He was the equal of the demigods Indra, the king of the gods, and Kubera, the god of wealth. The people of Kosal were happy, contented, and virtuous. The land was protected by a mighty army, and no enemy could come anywhere near. It contained forts with moats around them, as well as many defensive installations, and true to its name, Ayodhya defied all enemies. Dasarath had 8 wise ministers, ever ready to advise him and execute his orders. Great sages like Vasistha and Bhamadev and other Brahmins taught the religious codes and performed rituals and sacrifices. Taxes were light, and punishment of crime was just and inflicted according to the capacity of the wrongdoer. Surrounded by the best counselors and statesmen, the king's splendor shone as the rising sun. Many years rolled smoothly by. In the midst of all this prosperity, Dasarath had one regret. He had no son. One day in early summer, he thought of performing a horse sacrifice for progeny. He consulted his religious masters and, on their advice, got sage Rishyasringa to perform the yajna or sacrifice. The yajna was a grand affair, and the invitees included many of the kings of the day. It was no easy thing to perform sacrifices. The location and erection of the sacrificial platform had to be attended to in detail, strictly according to prescribed rules. There were experts whose guidance was sought in arranging things. It meant the building of a new camp city capable of accommodating tens of thousands and providing hospitality and entertainment for the invitees, who included the princes and sages of the land. When all the arrangements were complete, the ceremonies were set in motion strictly as enjoined by the holy books. Contemporaneously with the yajna in Ayodhya, there was a conference of the demigods or devas in heaven. The devas complained to Lord Brahma that Ravan, king of the demons, drunk with the power acquired by the boon granted to him by Brahma, was causing them untold misery and hardship. They represented to Brahma, "It is beyond our capacity to subdue, conquer, or kill Ravan. In the security of your boon, he has grown wicked and insolent, and ill-treats all, even women. His desire is to dethrone Indra, the king of the gods. You are our only refuge, and it is for you to devise a method by which Ravan can be slain and his despotism ended." Brahma knew that he had granted to Ravan the boon prayed for by him, that he should be invulnerable and invincible against the demigods, demons, celestials, and other such beings. In his arrogance, Ravan did not care to ask for security against mankind. As Brahma revealed this fateful omission, all the demigods rejoiced and turned to Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Absolutely surrendering themselves to Vishnu, the devas begged him to be born as a man and to put an end to Ravan and his atrocities. Vishnu agreed and assured the devas that he would be born as 4 sons of King Dasarath, who was then performing a sacrifice for progeny. As the sacrifice was in progress, and as the ghee was poured into the ceremonial fire, the flames shot up to meet it. Then from out of the flames came a majestic figure resplendent like the noonday sun, holding a golden bowl. Calling King Dasarath by his name, the figure said, "The demigods are pleased with you and are answering your prayer. Here is payasam, sent by the gods for your wives. You will be blessed with sons if they drink this divine beverage." With joy unbounded, Dasarath received the bowl as he would receive a child, and distributed the payasam to his 3 wives, Kausalya, Sumitra, and Kaikeyi. He asked Kausalya to drink a half of the payasam, and he gave a half of what remained to Sumitra. Half of what was then left was drunk by Kaikeyi, and what remained was given to Sumitra again. Dasarath's wives were happy, as a beggar suddenly coming upon buried treasure, and in due course all of them were expectant mothers. In course of time, Dasarath's sons were born, Ram of Kausalya and Bharat of Kaikeyi. Sumitra gave birth to twins, Lakshman and Satrughan, she having drunk the divine payasam twice. Dasarath's 4 sons were given all the training prescribed for princes. Ram and Lakshman were especially devoted to each other, and so were Bharat and Satrughan. Dasarath was happy to see his 4 sons grow up strong, virtuous, brave, and lovable, and with all other princely qualities. One day, as the king was contemplating his son's matrimony, ushers rushed in to announce that the great sage Vishvamitra had arrived to see him. Vishvamitra was held in awe by all as the most powerful among sages. Vishvamitra's arrival at Ayodhya was unexpected, and King Dasarath stepped down from his throne and advanced a few paces respectfully to receive the sage. Vishvamitra was a king who had attained sainthood through performing terrible austerities. King Dasarath received Vishvamitra, and touching his feet, the king said, "I am indeed blessed among men. Your coming can only be due to the merit of my ancestors. Like the morning sun that dispels the darkness of night, your face brings joy to my sight. My heart is full. Born a king, you have become through austerities a Brahma Rishi, or the highest of sages. And you yourself have come seeking my dwelling. Is there anything in my power that I can do for you? If so, command and I shall obey." Vishvamitra rejoiced to hear these words of Dasarath, and his face brightened. He said, "O king, your words are worthy of you. Born in the Ikshvaku line, with Vasistha for your guru, what else could you say? You have said yes before I asked. This fills my heart with joy." And he straightway explained the purpose of his visit. "I am engaged in performing a sacrifice. As it nears completion, 2 powerful Rakshasas or demons named Marich and Subahu defile it. They shower unclean blood and flesh on the sacred fire. Like other sages, we could curse and destroy them, but that would be a waste of all of our spiritual merit. Our troubles will end if you send with me Ram, the eldest of your sons. Under my care he will grow in princely stature. He will surely defeat these Rakshasas, and his name will gather luster. Entrust Ram to my care only for a few days. Fulfill the promise you gave me unsought. Of Ram's safety you need have no anxiety. You will earn undying fame in the 3 worlds. Vasistha and your ministers will agree with what I say." Dasarath trembled with fear and anxiety. He had a hard choice to make, either to give his well-beloved son to be killed by the Rakshasas, or himself incur the terrible anger of Vishvamitra. For a few moments Dasarath stood speechless, for he was stunned and bewildered. But recovering from the shock, he begged the sage not to press his demand and said, "Ram is not yet fully 16 years of age. How can he fight with Rakshasas? Of what use is it to send him with you? What does he know of the wiles of Rakshasas? It is not right that I should send a mere lad to fight them. I am here and my army is ready to march. How can a lad protect you and your sacrifice? Tell me all about your enemies, and I shall go with you at the head of my army and do your bidding and serve your need. Do tell me about these desecrators." Vishvamitra described Marich and Subahu and Ravan their master, and he demanded again that Ram should be sent along with him. Dasarat persisted in refusal. "Parting from Ram will be death to me. I shall go with you, I and my army. Why, it seems to me the task proposed is pretty hard even for me. How then can I send my son to cope with it? Indeed, I cannot send him. If you please, I am ready with my army." Dasarat's attempt to go back on his hasty word enraged Vishvamitra. The king's pleas and reasons were like oil poured on fire of his anger. So the sage said, "This conduct is unworthy of your lineage. Tell me if this is your final word. I shall go back the way I came. Long may you live with your kith and kin, having swerved from the path of truth." The earth quaked, and the gods were afraid of the possible consequences of the sage's wrath. Vasistha now turned to the king and spoke gently. "It ill becomes you, king, to refuse, having promised once. Born in the Ikshvaku family, you cannot do it. Having once said, 'I will do,' you have no option but to do it. Failing, you will lose the merit of all your great gifts and deeds. Send Ram with the sage, and send Lakshman too. You need have no fear for their safety. When they are protected by Vishvamitra, no Rakshasa can hurt them. You have no idea of Vishvamitra's power. He is penance in human form. Bravest of the brave and wisest of the wise, he is master of every weapon. In the three worlds there is not, and there will never be, any to equal him in martial or spiritual prowess. When he was king, he obtained from the gods mastery of all weapons. He beholds the past, the present, and the future. Then why does he want the princes, you may wonder? He can well take care himself of his sacrifice. But it is for the good of your sons that he has come here and appears to seek your help. Do not hesitate. Send your sons with him." Listening to the wise Vasistha, Dasarat saw things clearly and made up his mind to send Ram and Lakshman. The two princes were then brought to the presence of the sage. The king, the queen mothers, and Vasistha blessed them and sent them with Vishvamitra. A pleasant breeze wafted, and flowers were strewn by the denizens of the heavens. Auspicious sounds were heard. Bow in hand, the two lads strode proudly on either side of the sage. With swords of victory hanging from their waists, bows and quivers mounted on strong shoulders, they moved, each like a three-headed cobra with uplifted hood. Vishvamitra and the two princes spent the night on the bank of the river Sarayu. Before retiring, Vishvamitra initiated the princes in two secret mantras or invocations, Bala and Atibala, which had the virtue of guarding them from fatigue and harm. They slept on the verdant bank that night, and rising at dawn, proceeded on their journey. They reached Kama Ashram in Angadesh. After presenting the princes to the sages there, Vishvamitra recounted to them the history of the ashram. This, he said, is the place where Lord Shiva was long engaged in austerities. It was here that the foolish god of love, Kama, aimed his arrow at Shiva and was turned to ashes by his wrath. Hence the place is known as Kama Ashram. They were guests of the rishis or sages that night, and the following morning, after performing the usual rites, the sage and his pupils set out on their journey and reached the Ganges. They crossed the river on a raft got ready for them by the rishis. In midstream, the princes heard a noise and asked Vishvamitra what it could be. He explained to them that it was the sound of the Sarayu flowing into the Ganges. The princes paid silent homage to the confluence of the two holy rivers. Having crossed the Ganges, Vishvamitra and the princes made their difficult way through a dense forest, made dreadful by the reverberating roar of wild beasts. This, Vishvamitra said, is the Dandak forest. What is now a terrible forest was once a well-peopled country. Once upon a time, Indra, the king of the gods, was contaminated by sin, having killed Vritra, and had therefore to exile himself from the world of the Devas or demigods. The Devas set to themselves the task of cleansing Indra. They brought waters from the sacred rivers and bathed him to the accompaniment of mantras. The waters which cleansed Indra flowed into the ground and enriched the earth, and the land became tremendously fertile. For a long time, people lived happily till Tataka and her son Marich wrought havoc and changed this into the dreadful wilderness it now is. They are still in this forest, and none dare enter it for fear of Tataka. She is equal in strength to a score of elephants. I have brought you here to rid the forest of this great enemy. There is no doubt that this Yaksha monster, who is a source of trouble to the sages, will be destroyed by you. Ram, who listened to this, asked the sage, "You say she is a yaksha, that low form of celestial beings. I have never heard that yakshas are particularly strong. What is more, how does a woman happen to possess so much strength?" Vishvamitra replied, "You are asking a very pertinent question. Her strength comes from a boon granted by Brahma. There lived a yaksha by name Suketu. Having no progeny, he performed austerities, and won a boon from Brahma thus: you will have a beautiful daughter of great strength of body, but you will have no son. Suketu's daughter, Tataka, beautiful and strong, was married to Sunda, a yaksha, and their child is Marich. Sunda at one time incurred sage Agastya's curse and died. Provoked by this, Tataka and Marich pounced on Agastya, who cursed them to be monsters living on the carcasses of men. So Tataka is now an ugly monster. Thenceforward she and Marich have been harassing the dwellers in this region of Agastya. Do not hesitate to destroy her on the ground that it is against warrior ethics to kill a woman. Her atrocities are intolerable. To punish the wicked, whether male or female, is the duty of kings. It is right to kill her as to kill a wild animal for the sake of human society. This is the duty cast on rulers. Many women have been punished with death for their crimes. Hence, do not hesitate." Ram said to Vishvamitra, "Our father's behest is that we should obey you without question. Bidden by you and for the general welfare, we shall kill Tataka." So saying, he strung his bow and twanged it till the forest echoed to its shrill note, and the wild animals scattered in all directions in terror. It reached Tataka in her stronghold, filling her with amazement at the audacious intruder who dared enter her domain. Raging with anger, she ran in the direction whence the sound came and sprang on Ram. The battle began. The prince at first thought of cutting off the limbs of the monster and sparing her life. But Tataka attacked fiercely, and rising in the sky, she rained stones on Ram and Lakshman. The two princes defended themselves against the attack. The fight continued, and Vishvamitra cautioned Ram against delay in dealing the death blow to the monster. "She deserves no sympathy," he said. "The sun is about to set, and remember that at night Rakshasas grow stronger. Do not delay to slay her." Thus advised, Ram decided on killing Tataka, and pierced her chest with a deadly arrow, and the huge, ugly monster fell down lifeless. The Devas cheered, and Vishvamitra, filled with joy, embraced Ram and blessed him. With Tataka's end, the forest was freed from the curse and became beautiful to see. The princes spent the night there, and next morning they proceeded to Vishvamitra's ashram. At dawn the next day, Vishvamitra called Ram to his side, and blessing him said, "I am very happy indeed. What is it that I can do in return for all that you have done? I shall teach you the use of all the astras or divine weapons." So saying, Vishvamitra gave Ramchandra the divine astras, which he had obtained through his austerities. Vishvamitra taught Ram the use, control, and recall of the various divine weapons, and Ram, in his turn, imparted the knowledge to Lakshman. As they continued the journey, Ram pointed to a big hill with a lovely forest on its slopes and asked, "Is that the place whereto we have to go? And who are the evil ones who hinder your yajna? And what should I do to destroy them?" Ramchandra was eager to fight and win the blessings of the sage. "That is the place we are going to," replied Vishvamitra. There the Lord Narayan performed austerities, and it was there that he was born as Vaman. It goes by the name of Siddha Ashram. This is its story. Bali, son of Virochan and grandson of Prahlad, the great devotee, was such a powerful ruler that of him even the Devas were afraid. Bali had, by his deeds, acquired the power of Indra himself. He belonged to the race of the Asuras or demons. Kashyap and his spouse Aditi, of whom all the gods were offsprings, prayed to Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and begged him to be born as their son and protect Indra and the Devas from Bali. In answer to their prayers, Vishnu was born of Aditi as Vaman. Vaman, in the form of a young student, went to the sacrifice that was being performed by Bali, and where all were welcome to ask for and receive anything they wanted. When Vaman presented himself as a suitor, Bali's guru, Sukracharya, the preceptor of all the Asuras or demons, knew who he really was. So he warned Bali against promising to grant the young Brahmin his request, that indeed he was Lord Vishnu in disguise, come to undo him. Bali did not pay heed to this. It was his practice never to turn down a request. Besides, he was at heart a devotee of the Lord, and felt that he would indeed be blessed if the Lord should deign to accept a gift from him. With a smile, Bali bade him ask for what he pleased, without hesitation. "All I have is at your disposal, money, jewels, the wide earth, and all it inherits." Vaman answered that the wealth was of no use to him, and all he begged for was 3 paces of ground, as paced by him. The monarch smiled as he looked at the diminutive student's legs, and said, "So be it. Pace and take it." The little Brahmin suddenly grew in size, and with one step measured the earth, and with another the entire heavens. And there being no room left for the 3rd step that had been granted, he set his foot on Bali's devoted head. And Bali, whose head was blessed by the touch of Vaman's foot, became one of the 7 immortals of the world. After narrating the story of Bali, Vishvamitra added, "This is where at first Narayan and later Kashyap performed tapas or austerity, resulting in the incarnation of God as Vaman. In this holy place I live, and here the Rakshasas come and obstruct our worship and our austerities. Your coming here is to end this evil." "So be it," said Ram. The arrival of Vishvamitra and the 2 princes was a signal for rejoicing at the ashram. The rishis offered water and fruits according to custom. Ram told Vishvamitra that he could begin the preparations for his yajna immediately, and Vishvamitra took the vows that very night. Getting up very early the next morning, the princes went to Vishvamitra and asked when the Rakshasas were expected, so that they might hold themselves in readiness to receive them. Vishvamitra was under a vow of silence and could not answer, but the rishis, his juniors, told the princes that they should be constantly vigilant for 6 nights and days to safeguard the sacrifice. The princes, fully armed, kept vigil for 6 days and nights. On the morning of the 6th day, Ram told Lakshman, "Brother, now is the time for the enemies to come. Let us be wary." Even as he was saying this, flames shot up from the sacrificial fire, for Agni, the god of fire, knew that the Rakshasas had arrived. As the rites were being performed, there was heard from the sky a great roar. Ram looked up and saw Marich, Subahu, and their followers preparing to shower unclean things on the sacrificial fire. The army of Rakshasas covered the sky like a great black cloud. Ram said, "Look, Lakshman!" and he shot an arrow, the Manavastra weapon, at Marich. As was intended, it did not kill Marich, but, wrapping him up in resistless force, hurled him a full 900 miles near the sea. With the Agnyastra, or fire weapon, Ram killed Subahu, and then the 2 princes utterly destroyed the entire army of Rakshasas. The sky was bright again. Vishvamitra was supremely happy at the completion of his sacrifice. "I am grateful to King Dasarath," he said. "You have fulfilled the promise, princes. I admire your fortitude. This ashram has, through you, become again a scene of success." The next day, Ram and Lakshman, after their morning prayers, went to Vishvamitra and asked for further orders. The purpose of Ram's birth was not unknown to sage Vishvamitra, and he knew too the powers of the weapons he had given to Ram. Still, the actual fact when experienced is something more than expectation. Sage Vishvamitra was happy beyond words, and his face glowed like a flame. He then thought of the service that he still had to do for Ram. This was the prince's marriage with Sita. The seers assembled there said to Ram, "We intend proceeding to the kingdom of Videha, where in the capital city of Mithila, the illustrious philosopher king, Janak, intends to perform a great sacrifice. All of us are going there, and it will be good if you and your brother accompany us. It is fitting and proper that the prince of Ayodhya should see the marvelous bow in the court of Janak." So it was decided, and Ram and Lakshman went with Vishvamitra to Janak city. Janak, king of Mithila, was an ideal ruler. He was a much revered friend of King Dasarath, who, when he planned his yajna for progeny, sent not mere messengers, but ministers to Mithila to invite King Janak. Janak was not only a brave king, but was as well versed in the scriptures as any rishi, and was the beloved pupil of sage Yajnavalkya. Desirous of performing a sacrifice, Janak at one time plowed the chosen site. As usual, this was done by his own hand. As the field was being cleared and leveled, Janak saw within the soil a baby, divinely beautiful. Janak was childless, so he accepted the infant as the goddess Earth's gift to him. Taking the child in his arms, he went to his beloved wife and said, "Here is treasure for us. I found this child on the yajna site, and we shall make it our own." And she joyfully consented. The child was an incarnation of the goddess of prosperity, Lakshmi, and she was named Sita. When Sita reached the age of marriage, Janak was sad that he would have to part with her. Though he tried hard, he was for long unable to choose a prince worthy of Sita. Many kings came to Mithila, seeking Sita's hand, but in Janak's view, none of them was good enough. The king anxiously thought over the matter and came to a decision. Long ago, pleased with a sacrifice performed by Janak, Varun, the ocean demigod, presented to him Lord Shiva's bow and 2 quivers. That was an ancient heavenly bow, which no ordinary man could even move. This was kept by him as an honored heirloom. Since only a very exceptional man could be considered worthy of Sita, Janak issued this proclamation: Sita, my daughter, will be given in marriage to the prince who can lift, bend, and string the bow of Lord Shiva. Many princes who had heard of Sita's beauty went to Mithila, only to return disappointed, for none could fulfill the condition. Led by Vishvamitra, the rishis from Siddha Ashram were proceeding to Mithila with bullock carts transporting their luggage. The animals and the birds in the ashram set out to follow Vishvamitra, but he gently bade them stay behind. It was evening when they reached the river Son. There they rested for the night, Vishvamitra recounting to Ram and Lakshman the history of the place. Getting up in the morning, they continued their journey and crossed another river, not very deep, and by noon they were at the Ganges. They bathed in the holy river, and the rishis made offerings to their forebears. They improvised an ashram there, performed their worship, cooked their food. After their meal, they sat round Vishvamitra, who at the request of the 2 princes told the story of the Ganges, which was as follows. Himavan, king of mountains, and his spouse Manorama had 2 daughters, of whom Ganga was the elder. Himavan sent her to the world of the demigods in response to their request, and so she dwelt with them. Uma, the younger, won the favor of Lord Shiva and became his spouse. Sagara, a former king of Ayodhya, had no son for a long time. With his 2 wives, Keshini and Sumati, he went to the Himalaya mountains and performed penances. Sage Brigu, pleased with the king, blessed him and said, "You will get a number of children and will acquire undying fame. One of your wives will give birth to an only son, and through him your lineage will be continued. The other queen will bear 60,000 strong-armed sons." Sagara's wives bowed low before the sage and asked which one of them would get an only son and which the 60,000. Sage Brigu asked each of them their own desire. Keshini said she would be satisfied with 1 son, who would continue the line. Sumati chose the other alternative. "Be it so," said the sage. Satisfied, the king and his wives took leave of the sage and returned to Ayodhya. In course of time, Asamanjas was born to Keshini. Sumati gave birth to a mass which divided into 60,000 babies. This army of children was well taken care of by the nurses. The years rolled by, and while the 60,000 grew into strong, handsome princes, Asamanjas turned out to be a cruel lunatic. He indulged in the pastime of throwing little children into the river and laughed merrily as they struggled and died. Naturally, people hated this maniac and banished him from the country. To the great relief of all, Asamanjas' son, Amsuman, was just the opposite of his father and was a brave, virtuous, and amiable prince. King Sagara launched a great horse sacrifice, and Prince Amsuman was in charge of the sacrificial horse. But Indra, in the guise of a Rakshasa, managed to steal the animal. The demigods regarded yagyas by mortals as a challenge to their superiority, and lost no opportunity of throwing obstacles in their way. If, however, all obstruction was overcome and the sacrifice was completed, they accepted the offerings made to them. And then he who performed the yajna got due reward. The king was greatly upset when he heard that the sacrificial horse had been stolen. He sent out the 60,000 sons of Sumati to go in search of the animal all over the earth, and to spare no pains to retrieve it. The loss of the horse, he impressed on them, not only means obstruction to the yajna, it casts sin and dishonor on all concerned. You should therefore recover the horse, wherever it may be hidden. Eagerly the sons of Sagara proceeded to search the entire earth, but the horse was nowhere to be found. They even started digging the earth as for buried treasure, and in their anxiety respected neither place nor person, and only succeeded in earning the hatred of all whom they met. The horse was not to be found, and when they reported their failure to the king, he bade them ransack the netherworld also. The princes did as they were told, and in the netherworld, or Patala, they saw the horse grazing in a corner of an ashram not far from the place where sage Kapil, who was an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, sat in meditation. The princes at once jumped to the conclusion that they had not only found the stolen horse, but the thief also, and they rushed on Kapil shouting, "Here is the thief pretending to be a yogi!" Kapil, thus disturbed, opened his fiery eyes, and the 60,000 princes were reduced to a heap of ashes. Indra, king of the gods, the real thief, had artfully left the horse here with this very intent. King Sagara waited in vain for the return of the princes, who had gone in search of the sacrificial horse. After some days he called his grandson Amsuman and said, "I am anxious to know what has happened to the princes who went to Patala. You are brave, so go there well armed and find out what has happened, and come back crowned with success." Amsuman went closely following the path of the princes, and reached the netherworld, where he saw and paid salutations to the mighty elephants standing guard at the four quarters. These guardians of the quarters uttered encouraging words, and said he would succeed in his mission. When in due course Amsuman entered and went round Patala, he was delighted when he found the sacrificial horse grazing contentedly there, but was perplexed and distressed when he saw heaps of ashes all over the place. Could they be all that remained of his valiant uncles? Garuda, the bird king, carrier of Lord Vishnu and brother of Sumati, Sagara's second wife, who chanced to be there, told Amsuman, "Those ash heaps are all that is left of the 60,000 sons of Sagara, who are consumed by the wrathful glance of sage Kapil. Dear child, take the horse and complete the yajna. If these ashes are to be watered according to custom, so that the souls of the princes may rest in peace, Ganga should be brought down here from the heavenly world of the demigods." Amsuman rushed home with the horse and told the king all that he had found and learned. Sagara was immersed in sorrow at the fate that had overtaken his sons. However, the horse, having been brought back, he completed the sacrifice. Grieving over his lost sons and despairing of ever bringing Ganga down to the netherworld, he died disconsolate. Amsuman succeeded Sagara as king of Ayodhya, and was in turn succeeded by Dilip. Bhagirat came after Dilip, Amsuman and Dilip, though happy and blessed in other respects, died grieving that they were unable to bring Ganga to Patala for the salvation of their forefathers. Bhagirat was a valiant king. He was childless. Desiring progeny and hoping to bring Ganga down, he left for Gokarna for performing penance, leaving the kingdom in the hands of his ministers. Bhagirat went through severe austerities, with fire on all sides and head exposed to the hot sun, and taking food but once a month. He continued his tapas. Brahma, pleased with the tapas, appeared before Bhagirat and asked, "What would you have?" Bhagirat told him his two wishes. "If you have pity on me, bless me with a child to continue the line of my forebears. Secondly, cursed by sage Kapil, my ancestors' bodies lie as a heap of ashes in Patala. The ashes should be washed by the waters of the Ganga, so that their souls may ascend to heaven. May you be pleased to order Ganga to go down." Brahma replied, "The demigods are pleased with your penance. Your wishes are granted. But there is one difficulty. The earth cannot withstand the force of Ganga's descent. Lord Shiva alone can stand it. Therefore direct your penance and prayers to him." Bhagirat renewed his austerities and continued long without food or water, and at last won Lord Shiva's grace. Shiva appeared and said to Bhagirat, "I shall fulfill your wish. I shall receive Ganga on my head. May her grace be upon you." When Lord Shiva promised to help Bhagirat, Ganga began her descent as ordered by Lord Brahma. In her arrogance, she thought she would fall on Lord Shiva's head and sweep him away towards Patala. Shiva decided to teach Ganga a lesson, and the moment he willed it, the flood of waters that fell on his head were held by his matted hair, as in an infinite receptacle. Ganga tried her best, but not a drop could emerge from the tangled maze of Lord Shiva's matted locks. This was a lesson to Ganga, to be sure, but a heartbreaking disappointment to Bhagirat. There was nothing for him but to pacify Lord Shiva with more austerity. This he did to such good purpose that Shiva took pity on him and gently let out the waters of the Ganga in a lake called Bindu Saras, from where they flowed down in 7 small separate streams. 3 of them flowed west and 3 east, and the 7th river followed Bhagirat, who was full of joy at the approaching salvation of his ancestors. Ganga followed Bhagirat's triumphal chariot. The waters danced and shone like lightning flashes as the river made its course, and the demigods and celestials assembled above to witness the grand sight. Sometimes slow and sometimes fast, now sliding down and now jumping up, the river went on dancing behind Bhagirat's chariot, and the heavenly beings enjoyed the sight all the way. On her course, Ganga damaged the sacrificial platform of a sage who had mystical powers and whose name was Janu. Angered, the rishi took the entire flood in his palm and drank it off. So Ganga disappeared again, and Bhagirat was sorely perplexed. The demigods and rishis approached Janu and begged him to forgive Ganga and allow Bhagirat to reap the fruit of his great austerities and perseverance. The sage relented and let Ganga out through his right ear. The devas were glad and blessed Ganga thus: "Coming out of the rishi's body, as out of your mother's womb, you are now Janavi, Janu's daughter." There was no further hindrance or mishap, and Ganga reached Patala through the ocean. With the holy waters, Bhagirat performed the funeral rites of his ancestors and secured for them their entry to heaven. Because Bhagirat's efforts brought Ganga down, the Ganges River is also known as Bhagirati. After concluding this narrative, sage Vishvamitra blessed Ram and Lakshman. "The sun is setting," he said. "Let us say our evening prayers in the waters of the Ganges, whom your ancestor brought down to this world." Those who bathe in the holy waters of the Ganges, or read or listen to this divine story with devotion, will be cleansed of sin and endowed with virtue, strength, and unflagging zeal. After a day's stay in the city of Visala, Vishvamitra and his party left for Mithila. On the way, not far from Mithila, they saw a beautiful ashram which seemed vacated. Ram asked Vishvamitra, "Whose is this ashram with ancient trees? Why does such a beautiful abode stand deserted?" Vishvamitra replied, "This ashram is subject to a curse. Sage Gautam lived here with his wife Ahalya, spending his days in peace and holy meditation. One day, during the sage's absence from the ashram, Indra, filled with unholy desire for the beautiful Ahalya, entered it disguised as Gautam and approached the lady with urgent solicitation. She was not deceived by the impersonation, but vain of her beauty and proud that it had won her the love of the Lord of the demigods, she lost her judgment and yielded to his desire. When the sin had been committed, realizing its wickedness and the fierce spiritual energy of her betrayed husband, she warned Indra of his terrible peril and begged him to leave immediately. Indra was fleeing in guilty panic, but unfortunately for him, he almost bumped into the rishi who was just returning from his bath, clad in wet garments and radiating spiritual luster. Pretense was hopeless before that all-seeing wisdom, and Indra bowed in abject worship and threw himself at the mercy of the rishi. The sage looked at him with wrath and loathing and cursed him. "Lustful beast as you are, dead to all truth and righteousness, may your manhood fall away from you." Indra at once became castrated and went back to the demigods in terrible shame. Then the sage turned to his erring wife and prescribed a long penance for her. He said, "Living on air, you shall stay here, unseen by anyone. After a long time, Dasarath's son will pass this way. When he sets foot in this ashram, you will be freed from the curse. Welcome him as a guest. You will then recover your lost virtue and get back your own beauty." The sage then left his violated ashram to engage himself in austerities in the Himalaya mountains. Then Vishvamitra said to Ram, "Let us enter the ashram. You will bring redemption to Ahalya and rekindle the light in her as the sage promised." And they went into the ashram. As Ram set foot in the ashram, the curse was lifted, and Ahalya stood before him in all her beauty. Having lain concealed behind leaves and creepers, and kept her vow for many years, she now shone in Ram's presence like the moon emerging from the clouds. Ram and Lakshman touched the feet of the sage's wife, made pure by penance. She welcomed the divine princes with all the customary rites of hospitality. A shower of flowers descended from the heavens as Ahalya, cleansed from sin, shone like a goddess. Simultaneously, the sage Gautam returned to the ashram and received his repentant and purified wife back to his affection. All arrangements for King Janak's sacrifice had been completed, and to Mithila had come many rishis and Brahmins from various kingdoms. Vishvamitra and the princes were duly welcomed. Janak's preceptor, Sadananda, was the first to pay honor to Vishvamitra. Janak followed him. The king said to the sage, "I am indeed blessed that you should attend my yajna." Pointing to Ram and Lakshman, Janak asked Vishvamitra, "Who are these godlike youths who resemble each other and carry their weapons with the proud ease of seasoned warriors? Who is the happy father of such sons?" Vishvamitra told Janak that they were the sons of King Dasarath. He narrated how they had protected his own sacrifice and destroyed the Rakshasas. "They have come here," the sage went on, "to see if Ram may lift and string the great bow of Lord Shiva, which is resting in your palace." Janak understood the meaning of Vishvamitra's words and rejoiced. He said, "The prince is welcome to see the bow. If he can string it, he will win the hand of my daughter. Many were the princes who saw this bow and went back, unable even to move it. I shall indeed be happy if this prince succeeds, where so many have failed, and I am thereby enabled to give Sita to him." Janak then ordered his men to bring the bow, which was kept safe and sacred in an iron box. It was brought on an 8-wheeled carriage and dragged like a temple chariot during a festival. "Here," said Janak, "is Lord Shiva's bow, worshipped by me and my ancestors." After obtaining permission from Vishvamitra and the king, Ram stepped out to the iron bow case, while all eyes were fixed on him in wishful expectation. Opening the box, he lifted the bow effortlessly, as if it were a garland of flowers, and resting one end of it against his toe, he bent and strung it, and drew the string back with such irresistible force that the mighty bow snapped with a crash like a heap of thunder, and there fell from heaven a shower of flowers. Janak proclaimed, "My beloved daughter shall be wedded to this prince." Vishvamitra said to Janak, "Send your swiftest messengers to Ayodhya to give the news to Dasarath and invite him." Janak's messengers reached Ayodhya in 3 days. They met King Dasarath, who was seated like Indra on his throne, and said to him, "Sage Vishvamitra and King Janak have sent you happy news. Your son, who came to Mithila, has won our Princess Sita by fulfilling the conditions set for her hand. He not only strung Lord Shiva's bow, which none before could so much as lift, but bent its tough pride till it broke. King Janak eagerly awaits your gracious consent for the marriage and your presence and blessings at the festivities. May it please you to start for Mithila with your retinue." Dasarath, who had sent Ram with Vishvamitra with a heart not altogether free from anxiety, even after the sage's assurances, was thrilled with joy on hearing this good news. He told his ministers to prepare for the journey and left the very next day for Janak's capital. Dasarath and his following reached Mithila and were received with enthusiastic welcome. Exchange of courtesies over, Janak said to Dasarath, "My sacrifice will soon be over. I think it best to have the marriage as soon as the yajna is over," and sought his approval. Dasarath replied, "You are the bride's father, and it is for you to order things as you wish." At the appointed day and hour, giving away the bride, King Janak said to Ram, "Here is my daughter Sita, who will ever tread with you the path of righteousness. Take her hand in yours. Blessed and devoted, she will ever walk with you like your own shadow." Thus was Sita given by Janak to Ram. Were they not eternal lovers reunited? And so they rejoiced like lovers who had come together after long separation. Vishvamitra, having thus safely handed back to Dasarath at Mithila the princes entrusted to him in Ayodhya, and after attending the wedding celebrations, took leave of the two kings and went to the Himalaya mountains. King Dasarath returned to Ayodhya, accompanied by his retinue. On the way there were bad omens, and anxious Dasarath asked Vasishta what they foretold. Vasishta replied that there was no need to be alarmed, for though the birds in the air indicated approaching trouble, the animals on the land promised a happy consummation. As Dasarath and Vasishta were thus conversing, there broke out a great storm. Trees were uprooted, the earth quaked, and clouds of dust went up and hid the sun, and there was an all-enveloping darkness. Everyone was terror-struck. Soon they knew the reason for the strange phenomenon. There stood before them the awe-inspiring figure, Parashuram, the sworn enemy of warriors, with a bow on one shoulder and a battle-axe on the other, and with an arrow shining like lightning in his hand. Terrible in appearance, with his matted locks gathered overhead, he looked like Lord Shiva exulting in the destruction of the demon Tripur. His face emitted flame-like radiance. The son of sage Jamadagni struck terror among the Kshatriyas or warriors, many generations of whom he had annihilated. Wherever he went, he was preceded by storm and earthquake, and the Kshatriya race trembled in fear. The Brahmins in Dasarath's retinue said to one another, "Because his father was killed by a king, Parashuram took a vow to destroy the warrior race. We dare to hope that his vengeful wrath had been quenched in the blood of the innumerable kings he has slain. Has he again started his cruel campaign?" However, they honored him with the customary offering of water. After receiving it, Parashuram addressed himself to Ram. "Son of Dasarath, I have heard of your prowess. I was somewhat surprised to learn that you strung the bow in King Janak's court, and that you drew the string till the bow broke. Here is my bow, equal in all respects to the one that you broke. This is the bow of Lord Vishnu, which was entrusted to my father. If you are able to string this bow, you will be worthy of my battle." Dasarath was perturbed at this turn of events, and he begged that his son Ram should be spared the trial. He said to Parashuram, "You are a Brahmin. We have heard that, satiated with your revenge, you have gone back to penance, as becomes your order, in pursuance of your plighted word to Indra, after giving away the earth you had conquered to Kashyap. Is it proper that you should break your vow and seek to injure a prince of tender years, who has done you no wrong and who is dearer to us than life?" Parashuram heard him unmoved, without so much as looking at him, and addressed himself solely to Ram as though the others did not exist. He said, "Vishvakam originally made two exactly similar bows. One of them was given to Lord Shiva, and the other to Lord Vishnu. This is the one given to Vishnu. What you have strung and bent to breaking point was Shiva's bow. See if you can string this bow of Lord Vishnu. And if you do, it will be proof of your skill and strength, and I will then honor you by fighting with you." Parashuram spoke in a loud and arrogant tone. To him Ram replied in courteous manner, yet in firm tones, "Son of Jamadagni, you have been vengeful because your father was killed by a king. I do not blame you for that, but you cannot put me down, as you have humbled others. Please give me your bow." So saying, he took the bow and arrow from Parashuram. He strung the bow, and setting the arrow to it, drew the string. Addressing Parashuram, he said with a smile, "This mighty Vaishnava arrow placed on the string cannot be put back idly. It must destroy something. Tell me, shall it destroy your powers of locomotion, or would you rather that it consume the fruits of your austerities?" As the son of Dasarath strung the bow of Lord Vishnu, the glory on Parashuram's face faded, and he stood no longer the warlike conqueror, but a self-subdued sage. For the purpose of Parashuram, who was an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, was over. Parashuram said mildly to the Prince of Ayodhya, "I realize who you are. I am not sorry that you have quenched my arrogance. Let all my austerities go to you. But because of my promise to Kashyap, I cannot remain in his domains, and have therefore to hurry back to the Mahendra mountains before the sun sets. Let me use my power of locomotion for this single thing. Subject to this, let the arrow which you have set to the bow consume all my power earned through austerities." So saying, Parashuram reverently circumambulated round the prince and departed. Ayodhya's citizens were overjoyed to hear that Dasarath and the royal princes were returning to the capital. The city was festive with flowers and shone like the heavenly planets. Ram and Sita lived happily in Ayodhya for 12 years. Ram had surrendered his heart to Sita. Their hearts communed even without speech. Sita, rejoicing in Ram's love, shone like the goddess Lakshmi, mother of prosperity. Dasarath loved all his 4 sons, and yet he had a special affection for Ram, and the latter deserved it by his royal qualities and adherence to righteousness. Ram's graceful frame and virile beauty, his strength, his courage, the purity of his heart, his perfect life, his compassion, sweetness of speech, his serenity, his deep wisdom, and his statesmanship were admired by the people and made them eagerly look forward to his becoming king. And Dasarath knew and rejoiced in this expectation. Hence, considering his old age, he wished to crown Ram as regent or acting king, and entrust him with the de facto rule of the kingdom. Informing his ministers of his desire, he convened an assembly. Rishis and wise men, leaders of the city, the kings from neighboring lands attended. When all were seated, each in his appropriate place, Dasarath rose and addressed them. His deep manly voice, like the sound of a trumpet or the roar of rain-bearing clouds, filled the great hall. A royal radiance shone from his face. His words were full of meaning and charmed all ears as he said, "Like my ancestors, I have tended this kingdom as a mother cares for her child. I have worked unremittingly for the people. Now my body is old and infirm. I wish therefore to appoint my eldest son as regent and transfer to him the burden of responsibility. Following the holy custom of my forefathers, I hope to spend the rest of my life in austerities in the forest. Ram is fully equal to the task of kingship. He is expert in administration and statecraft, and he is unequaled in valor. I can transfer this trust of sovereignty to him without any anxiety, and I hope that this honored assembly will permit me to do so." Shouts of joyous acclaim rose from the great assembly, and with one voice the gathered princes and notables exclaimed, "So be it!" The king spoke again. "You agree with my proposal, but give no reason. This will not do. Let the wise man explain why they agree." Then several speakers rose and explained Ram's virtues and fitness to rule. The king's heart was filled with joy to hear these praises. At last, the whole assembly rose and said with one voice, "Let there be no delay. Let Ram be anointed regent." The king answered that he was happy and would forthwith carry out their wishes. Then, turning to Vasishta, Vamadeva, and the other holy men and guardians of the sacred rites, he said, "This is the auspicious month of Chaitra, the season when the trees in the forest are covered with flowers. Revered elders, make all preparations for the anointing of Ram." The assembly was glad to hear these prompt orders, As bidden by the king, Sumantra, the minister in charge of the household, went to fetch Ram. Ram, ignorant of all these happenings, came and stood before his father. Hearing of the decision to anoint him regent, he humbly bowed acceptance, saying, "I am in duty bound to carry out your orders, whatever they may be." Dasarath blessed Ram and said, "You are a good prince, beloved of the people. Let not your courtesy and your consideration flag, but increase with your opportunities of doing good, and earn you enduring glory." Then Ram returned to his dwelling. Hardly had Ram returned home when Sumantra called in haste and told him that his father wished to see him. Asked for the reason, Sumantra could not tell. He only knew he had been enjoined to fetch the prince at once. Ram thought, "The king must have taken counsel over the coronation ceremony and perhaps met with some difficulty. But whatever happens is for the best." Ram was not eager to assume authority, but looked on it as only a duty to be done. If the king wanted him to take it up, he was ready to do so. But if the king wanted him to give it up, he was equally willing. In this mood, Ram went to his father. The king embraced Ram, seated him beside himself on the throne, and said, "I am old. I have enjoyed my life as a man and a king. I have discharged all my duties to my ancestors. There is nothing left for me to do. My only desire is to install you on the throne of our fathers. Last night I had bad dreams. Those who read the future advise me that a great sorrow, even death, may overtake me very soon. Hence I wish to have the coronation performed tomorrow. Tomorrow, the readers of the stars say, is auspicious. Something within me says, do this at once. You and Sita should prepare for tomorrow's anointment by fasting tonight. Lie down on a bed of darba grass and have trusty and vigilant friends to look after your safety. It seems to me that the present time, when your brother Bharat is away, is particularly opportune for your installation. Not that I do not know that Bharat is the soul of righteousness in thought and conduct alike, and that he is devoted to you, but the minds of men are changeful and open to unexpected influences. And so the king decided that the coronation should be performed on the very next day, and told Vasishtha of his decision. Bad dreams added to the reasons for fixing the day for the coronation at once. Taking leave of his father, Ram went to Kausalya's apartment to give her the news and seek her blessing. But the queen had heard the news already. Sumitra, Sita, and Lakshman were all there with Kausalya, who, clad in ceremonial white, sat offering prayers for her son. Ram reported to his mother the king's latest command. She answered, "This I have heard. May you live long. Be a good ruler. Conquer your foes and protect your subjects and relatives. You have pleased your father and you have made me happy." Then, bidding farewell to his mother and stepmother, Ram went to his own apartment. As directed by the king, Vasishtha came to Ram's place. He was welcomed by him at the entrance. Vasishtha initiated Ram with due mantras or holy prayers in his pre-coronation fast. As Vasishtha returned to the king, he saw groups of people on the royal road, cheerfully discussing the great festival of the morrow. Houses were being decorated with flowers, festoons, and flags. It was with difficulty that sage Vasishtha could make his way through the crowds to the king's palace. The king was pleased to hear that the fast had begun duly, and all was being readied for the ceremony. But in his heart of hearts, there was a fear that some mishap might come between him and his one wish. The city was in a joyous commotion of expectancy. In every house, in every street, men, women, and children looked on the coronation as a great and auspicious occasion in their own lives, and awaited it with enthusiasm. Ram and Sita in their dwelling meditated long on Lord Vishnu, fed with ghee the sacrificial fire, reverently sipped what remained of the ghee, and slept on grass spread on the floor. Early the following morning they were roused from slumber by music, and held themselves in readiness to proceed to the palace, awaiting the summons. But the summons that came was of an entirely opposite nature. In accordance with the practice in royal households, Queen Kaikeyi had a woman companion and confidential servant. She was a hunchback named Manthara. Being a distant relation of the queen, she claimed great intimacy with her. Now, on the day on which Dasarath had summoned the assembly and decided to anoint Ram as regent, Manthara happened to climb up to the terrace of the women's apartments and stood surveying the town below. She saw the streets were sprinkled with water and gaily decorated. Flags flew from the housetops. Wearing new clothes and bright jewels, smeared with sandal paste and decked with flowers, people moved about in crowds, engrossed in happy talk. Musical instruments played in the temples. Manthara could not understand the reason for all this, for she did not know what the king had decided. Some celebration was on, she guessed. Manthara turned to a servant and asked her, "Why are you wearing this silk dress? What is on in the city? Kausalya seems to be distributing gifts to Brahmins. She is a thrifty lady and would not be doing this for nothing. There are festive sights and sounds everywhere. Do you know what this is all about?" The little servant girl answered, dancing with joy, "Why, do you not know that our Ramchandra is going to be anointed regent tomorrow morning?" This was news. Manthara was overpowered with sudden anger. Quickly she hobbled downstairs. Straightway she entered Kaikeyi's room. Kaikeyi was resting on her bed. "Rise, rise, foolish woman! A flood of misfortune is rising to drown and swallow you. You are betrayed and ruined. Your sun is setting. Foolish girl, is this the time to sleep?" Kaikeyi, fearing that some calamity had overtaken Manthara, asked her gently, "What is troubling you? Why are you thus so upset?" And the clever Manthara began, "Destruction has come upon both you and me, my girl. Dasarath has decided to make Ram regent, the real ruler of this land. What greater cause for sorrow need I have? When grief comes to you, how can I remain unconcerned? I have come running to you. You are born and bred in a royal family. You are married into a royal family. Now, alas, all is over. Like the simple woman you are, you have been deceived. Your husband has cheated you with sweet words. It is a deep plot, as anyone can see. He put Bharat out of the way by sending him to the distant place of his uncle, and is taking advantage of his absence by hurriedly crowning Ram. By tomorrow, it will all be over, and you watch this, lying in bed and doing nothing, while you and all who depend on you are being destroyed." And so Manthara went on talking. Kaikeyi's ears heard the words without quite heeding their drift. Like the rest of the royal household, her mind was overwhelmed now with the joyous expectation of Ram's coronation, for she loved and esteemed Ram like everybody else. "Manthara, you have brought me good news," she said. "Is my son Ram to be crowned tomorrow? What greater joy can come to me? Here, take this. Ask me for anything else." So saying, Kaikeyi took the necklace off her neck and gave it to Manthara. It was a royal custom at once to reward with a rich gift the bringer of any important good news. Kaikeyi thought Mantra, like any other officious personal attendant, was ingratiatingly jealous in her mistress's interest. How could this woman understand the goodness of Ram or affairs of state? And so she thought that her foolish fears would be banished if she saw that her mistress was happy at the event. Kaikeyi's mind was still uncorrupted. She had the culture of her noble lineage and was not easily amenable to low thoughts. This but increased Mantra's grief. She flung away the necklace and said, "Woe to you, stupid woman! All is lost, and stupidly you laugh with joy. How can you be blind to the misfortune that is coming to you? Am I to laugh or cry at this folly? Your rival, Ram's mother, has conspired to making him king, and you jump with joy, insane woman. What would be Bharat's state when Ram reigns? Would not Ram fear and ever look upon Bharat as a dangerous enemy? Ram knows human nature. He knows that Bharat alive would be a constant threat to his power and therefore must be killed. Does not one kill a cobra out of fear? Hereafter there is no security for Bharat's life. Tomorrow morning Kausalya will be a happy woman, and you will bend before her as a well-dressed slave. You will stand before her, hands clasped in obedience. From tomorrow your son too will be a subject and a slave. In these apartments there will be no more honor or joy." And she stopped, unable for grief to continue. Kaikeyi heard all this and wondered, why should Mantra have such fears? Does she not know Ram? Is he not virtue personified in human form? So she said, "Mantra, you have not known and rejoiced in Ram's truthfulness, right conduct, and humility. He is the elder prince, thus he gets the kingdom. Bharat will get it one day after him. What is wrong with all this? Why, dear friend, do you feel such grief? After Ram, Bharat will reign for 100 years. Do not cry. You know how affectionate Ram is to me. Indeed, he cares for me more than for his own mother. Does not Ram hold his brothers as dear as life? It is not right that you should fear any harm from Ram." "Alas, alas," said Mantra, "why are you so foolish? Once Ram is crowned king, what chance has Bharat? Do you not know the rule of succession? When Ram ascends the throne, all prospects of royalty for Bharat and his line are at an end. After Ram, Ram's son will be king, and after him, the son's son will be king, and so the succession will go on. Eldest son succeeds eldest son. Do you not know this? There is no chance for a younger brother, no matter how good or manly he is. My dear, you know not even this. What is one to do? Once Ram is crowned, he will not leave Bharat alone. There will be danger to Bharat's life. If you want Bharat to live, advise him to remain away, an exile from home. For if he returns, he will be coming back to his death. It would be safest for him to leave even his uncle's house and hide his head in obscurity in some more distant land. And Kausalya is no friend of yours. She bears you a grudge because you are the king's favorite and have often slighted her. And now she is sure to wreak vengeance on you. You know the wrath of a rival wife is a raging fire when it finds its chance. You may take it that if Ram is king, Bharat is as good as dead. Therefore think hard, be firm, decide something and stick to it. Somehow Bharat must be crowned. Ram must be banished from the kingdom." Fear now entered the heart of the queen. Mantra had won. Kaikeyi's face was flushed. Her breath became hot. Helpless, she clung to Manthara for comfort and safety. Because his first two wives had borne no children, Dasarath, following the royal custom, married Kaikeyi. At that time, Kaikeyi's father secured from Dasarath the promise that the child of her womb should become king after Dasarath. In such a promise given by a childless king, there was nothing surprising and nothing wrong. At that time, his then queens had long been childless. The king took a third wife for the sake of progeny, but even then his wish for a son to be born was not fulfilled, and many years passed. After the great sacrifice was performed, all three wives bore children. The son of Queen Kausalya, Ram, was the eldest among the four sons. He was also great in virtue, fully equal to the burden of kingship, acceptable to ministers, citizens, and vassal princes. How could Dasarath violate the royal custom and, ignoring Ram's claim, anoint Bharat? Moreover, neither Bharat nor Kaikeyi had ever thought of or wished for the fulfillment of this old and forgotten promise. During all the intervening years, no word had been spoken on this subject. Hence the king thought there could be no difficulty in installing Ram as regent in accordance with the custom of the dynasty and public expectation. And there was no cloud in Kaikeyi's mind. This is clear from Kaikeyi's behavior, and Bharat was too good and noble to raise a question. Fearing that delay might bring some unpredictable obstacles, Dasarath had ordered the coronation to be done without waiting for Bharat's return to the capital. This same fear and hurry were used by Manthara to persuade Kaikeyi to take the wrong path. Think, my queen, why this haste? Why does your husband rush through the ceremony when your son is absent? Is it not to cheat him of his right? Is not the motive plain? The king pretends to be enamored of you, but this is only his hypocritical shrewdness. Thus tempted, Kaikeyi thought over Manthara's advice. Kaikeyi was weak, like many women. She had good feeling and good culture, besides a keen intellect, but she had little knowledge of the world. She was also terribly obstinate. Easily deceived, she did not have the power to foresee the full consequences of her action. Fearing that delay might bring some unpredictable obstacles, Dasarath had ordered the coronation to be done without waiting for Bharat's return to the capital. This same fear and hurry were used by Manthara to persuade Kaikeyi to take the wrong path. Think, my queen, why this haste? Why does your husband rush through the ceremony when your son is absent? Is it not to cheat him of his right? Is not the motive plain? The king pretends to be enamored of you, but this is only his hypocritical shrewdness. Thus tempted, Kaikeyi thought over Manthara's advice. Kaikeyi was weak, like many women. She had good feeling and good culture, besides a keen intellect, but she had little knowledge of the world. She was also terribly obstinate. Easily deceived, she did not have the power to foresee the full consequences of her action. Kaikeyi, who had looked upon Ram as her own son, was enmeshed in Manthara's arguments and became helpless. Indeed, I am afraid, she said. Tell me what we should do. Am I to be a servant to Kausalya? Never. Bharat must be crowned. Yes, you are quite right. And Ram must be sent to the forest. But how shall we get all this done? Tell me, you are clever and know the way. And she clung to Manthara. In Kaikeyi's eyes at that time, Manthara's crooked frame appeared handsome. "This is indeed strange, Kaikeyi," said Manthara. "Is it for me to tell you how this could be brought about? Have you really forgotten? Or are you only pretending? But if you want me to say it, I shall do so. Listen." And then she paused. Kaikeyi, impatient, cried, tell me. Somehow Bharat must be crowned and Ram's coronation must be stopped." "Very well," said Manthara. "I shall tell you. Do not be impatient. You remember how your husband Dasarath long ago fought against Sambara in the south? And you were with him, were you not? Your husband went, did he not, to help Indra? Shambhara of Vaijayanti was too powerful for Indra, who sought Dasarath's help. Did not Dasarath get wounded in battle and lose consciousness? Then you drove his chariot skillfully out of the battlefield, gently removed the arrows from his body, and revived him and saved his life. Have you forgotten all this? And what did he tell you then? He told you in gratitude, 'Ask me for 2 boons. I shall give you anything you want.' Then you answered, 'I shall ask for my boons later. I want nothing now.' Then he promised, did he not? You will have your 2 gifts whenever you want them. You told me all this long ago yourself. You may have forgotten it, but I have not. The time has arrived to get him to redeem his promise. Demand that he should crown Bharat instead of Ram. This will be the first of the 2 gifts he promised. For the second gift, ask that Ram be sent to the forest for 14 years. Do not be frightened. Do not fear to ask. Do not think it sinful to demand this. Do what I tell you. It is only if Ram is sent to the forest that his hold on the people will loosen and disappear in the course of time, and your son's position will be more secure. Go now and lie down in the sulking room. Throw away your fine dress and your jewels. Wear an old sari and stretch yourself on the floor. When the king enters the room, do not speak to him. Do not even look at him. I am sure he cannot endure your sorrow. You will then have your way with him. The king will try to get round you. Do not yield. He will offer many alternatives. Accept none of them. Insist on the 2 boons. You must be firm. Bound by his promise, the king will finally come round. I know how passionately he loves you. He would give up his life for your sake. To please you, he would jump into fire. So do what I tell you. Do not be afraid. Unless Ram is sent to the forest, your wish will not be fulfilled. Ram must be sent away. Only then the position you get for Bharat will be real and lasting. Remember this, and mind you, do not weaken. Listening to this advice, Kaikeyi's face shone with hope. "What a brain you have, Manthara," exclaimed Kaikeyi. "You have been the saving of me." And she jumped about in joy. Manthara repeated again and again that Ram must be sent to the forest. Do not delay. What needs to be done, do at once. Remember what I have told you. Everything depends on your firmness. Victory is yours if you do not yield. Kaikeyi assured Manthara of her firmness, and forthwith entered the sulking room, removed her jewels and scattered them about, changed her clothes and stretched herself on the floor. Then, assuming a broken voice, she said, "Manthara, you yourself will carry the news to my father, and you yourself will tell him one of 2 things, either that Bharat is to be crowned, or that Kaikeyi is dead." Kaikeyi, in her anger, believed that Dasarath had really been treacherous to her. Even then, stretched on the ground, divesting herself of all ornaments, and putting on a face of grief and anger, she looked inexpressibly beautiful. So great was her beauty. The sinful thought had found lodgment in her mind, and her whole nature was transformed. The fear that she would lead a slave's life, and that even Bharat's life was in peril, had got hold of her. For the first time in her life, she cast aside the sense of shame and sin, and hardened her heart. Heaving heavy sighs, perspiring, and with eyes closed, Kaikeyi, beautiful like a goddess, unbraided her hair, lay on the floor with disheveled tresses, and sprawled about like a bird shot down by a hunter. The flowers and shining jewels which once adorned her person lay scattered in the dark room like stars in the midnight sky. Having dismissed the assembly and given orders for the due celebration of the coronation ceremony, Dasarath, relieved of care and wishing to relax, sought the apartments of his favorite consort. He had decided on the coronation of Ram after receiving the approval of all those who had a right to be consulted, and he felt happy and free, as after laying down a heavy burden. He entered Kaikeyi's chamber to tell her the happy news, and spend in pleasant talk the night before the coronation. The junior queen's residence was a beautiful palace, with lovely gardens and tanks, birds playing in the water, peacocks dancing with tails spread out, and trees resplendent with bright flowers. In Dasarath's happy mood, it appeared unusually beautiful that night. Like the full moon rising brightly before an eclipse, without knowing of the eclipse that lies in wait for her, the poor old king entered Kaikeyi's dwelling with a beaming face. The incense pots and drinks were in their usual places, but he did not see the queen, whom he was eager to meet. Of all his consorts, Kaikeyi was the one whose company he sought for joyous relaxation from all cares of state. For she never interfered in public affairs, and always waited for him at the entrance, and welcomed him with a warm embrace. But today, she was nowhere to be found. The king was perplexed. He went round and looked in vain for her in all her favorite haunts, thinking that she was playing a sweet game of hide and seek. He did not find her. This sort of thing had never happened before. He asked a maidservant where the queen was. Folding her hands in reverence, the girl said, "Lord, the queen is angry. She is in the inner chamber." The surprised king entered the room, and he saw a sight which amazed and distressed him. For there she lay on the bare floor, with draggled robes and disheveled hair, like one in mortal pain. She seemed too full of anguish even to look at him as he entered. The poor guileless king, all unconscious of having given any cause for offense, behaved with the doting fondness of an old husband, and seating himself by her side on the floor, stroked her hair and strove to console her with loving words and caresses. "What has come over you? Are you ill? Do you feel any pain? Have I not the best doctors in the land? I shall send for them at once. They can cure any malady. Do not be afraid." Kaikeyi sighed heavily, but would not speak. The king proceeded, "Was anyone in the palace guilty of discourteous behavior? Tell me, and I shall punish them. Did anyone slight you, or was there anything you wanted which I neglected to give you? Tell me." In this way he mentioned faults that might have occurred in the running of a big house, and asked her what the matter was, and why she was upset. Kaikeyi paid no attention to his questions, and was mute, like one possessed. The king begged her more insistently. "State your wish, it shall be done. Do you want anyone punished? I shall punish him. Do you want anyone freed from punishment? I shall free him, even if he is a murderer." You know my absolute authority. I can give and I can take as I please. Anywhere to anyone I can do what I wish. Ask me anything and it shall be done at once. Kaikeyi sat up. The king was pleased, and she began. No one slighted or dishonored me, but there is something which you can do, and you must do it for my sake. Give me your word that you will fulfill my desire. Then I shall tell you what it is. Hearing this, the unsuspecting old man was filled with joy. Possessing absolute powers, he had no doubt that he could fulfill her wishes, whatever they were, and so boldly and joyously he said, "Well, Kaikeyi, tell me your wish. It shall be done. I swear it. I swear it on all I love most, on you, the dearest among women, and on Ram, dearest to me among men. I swear in the name of Ram, whatever you desire I shall do. I promise. I swear." Guileful wickedness and trustful misfortune were reaching the climax in their unequal encounter. The king's swearing in the name of Ram filled Kaikeyi with supreme delight. She was now sure that she had won, for the king would never break a promise coupled with that beloved name. "Do you promise?" "Very well," she exclaimed. "Swear again in the name of Ram that you will do what I wish without fail. Swear it." The king said, "My beloved queen, I promise. I swear it on Ram. Whatever you wish, I shall do. This is my sworn word." At this stage, as she thought of the tremendousness of her intended request, Kaikeyi's heart misgave her, and she feared that on hearing it, her horror-stricken husband would exclaim, "God forbid! No oath or promise is strong enough to justify so heinous a sin," and recoiled from her with abhorrence. She stood erect, and with folded hands, turning in the four directions, invoked in a solemn voice the heavenly powers to witness and confirm the oath. "O ye gods, you have heard and witnessed the promise given to me by my husband. Sun, moon, and planets, you are my holy witnesses. Ye five elements, you have heard the promise. He who has never broken his word, my husband, has sworn to do my wish. Bear witness to this." Dasaratha was looking at her with hungry, joyous eyes. She knew her man, and she began boldly. "Do you remember, King, how, when long ago in the field of battle, you were about to lose your life, I drove your chariot in the dark night, took you out of the battlefield, removed the arrows from your body, and comforted and revived you? When you came out of your faint, you said something, did you not? You said, 'You have restored to me the life which my foes had taken from me. I shall give you any two gifts you ask.' Then I said, 'I want nothing now. It is joy enough now for me that you are alive. I shall ask for my gifts later.' Do you remember this?" The king answered, "Yes, I do remember this. Ask for your two gifts. You shall have them now." Kaikeyi said, "Remember, you have made a vow. You have given a pledge. You have sworn in the name of Ram. The gods and the five elements have witnessed your promise. I shall state my wishes. Your ancestors never broke their word. Prove yourself their worthy descendant by being true to the word you have given. With the preparations now afoot for the coronation, crown my son Bharat. This is my first wish. The second boon that I demand is, send your son Ram to live in the Dundak forest for 14 years. Remember your solemn vow which you cannot break. The good name of your great dynasty is in your hands." Dasaratha was thunderstruck. When his mind resumed its function, he doubted the reality of what had happened and thought, Could it be other than a hideous dream? Or the phantasmagoria of a disordered brain? Or the sudden materialization of the sins of some past birth called up for my chastisement? I am certainly the victim of an illusion. I cannot believe this to be reality. Unable to stand the confused agony of shapeless terrors, he closed his eyes and became unconscious. Opening his eyes a little later, they fell on Kaikeyi, and he trembled like a stag at the sight of a tiger. He sat up on the floor and moaned, swaying helplessly this side and that, like a cobra held by the spell of a potent charm. Again he fainted. After a long interval, he recovered his senses, and with eyes turned to his tormentor, and inflamed with helpless anger, cried out, "O wicked demoness, destroyer of my dynasty! What harm has Ram done to you? Has he not looked upon you as his own mother? I thought you were a woman, but now I see you are a venomous serpent brought from far away and cherished in my bosom only to sting me to death." Kaikeyi was unmoved and spoke not a word. The king went on, "On what pretext can I banish Ram, whom all the people love and praise? I may lose Kausalya and survive. I may lose the pure-minded Sumitra and survive. But if I lose Ram, I cannot live thereafter. Without water, without sunlight, I may live for a while, but never without Ram. Expel from your mind this sinful thought. With my head bowed at your feet, I beg of you, have you not said many a time, 2 dear sons I have, and of them Ram the elder is dearer to me? In deciding to crown Ram, what have I done but carry out in action your unspoken wish? Why then do you demand these cruel boons? No, it cannot be really that you mean this. You are only testing me to find out if I indeed love your son Bharat. Do not through a great sin destroy our famous line of kings." Even then Kaikeyi spoke no word, but her eyes blazed scornful anger. The king continued, "Till this day you have done nothing to cause me sorrow, never spoken an unworthy word. Who has corrupted you now? I cannot believe that this evil thought is your own. How often have you told me, my dear, that noble as Bharat is, Ram is nobler still? Is it the same Ram that you now want to be sent to the forest? How can he dwell in the forest? How can you even entertain the thought of his going away into the wilderness, infested by ferocious beasts? How lovingly has Ram treated you and served you. How can you forget all this and harden your heart and utter the words, 'Send him to the forest'? What fault has he committed? Of the hundreds of women in the palace, has anyone ever uttered a word against his honor or virtue? The whole world loves him for his great and good qualities. How did you alone among so many find cause to dislike him? Is not Ram like Indra himself? Is not his face radiant with goodness and spiritual light, like a rishi's, a sage's? The whole world praises his truthfulness and friendliness, his learning and wisdom, his heroism and humility. No one has heard a harsh word from his lips. So how can I, his father, say to him, 'Son, go to the forest'? This can never be. Have mercy on me, an old man nearing the end of his days. Kaikeyi, ask for anything else in this kingdom. Ask for everything else, and I will give. With folded hands, I beg you, do not send me to my death. Clinging to your feet, I beg you humbly, save Ram. Save me from sin." To the king thus struggling in a sea of grief, pitiless Kaikeyi spoke cruel words. King, if having promised the boons you regret it, you will now break your word, what sort of king would you be? And what right would you have to speak of truth and virtue? How can you face other kings? Will you shamelessly confess to them, yes, Kaikeyi saved me from death and I gave her a promise. Later I was sorry I gave it, and I broke it. What else could you tell them? All monarchs will shun you as a disgrace to their order, and common people will laugh in scorn at their rulers and say, kings break promises even when given to their queens. Do not expect kings to keep their word. Do you not know that Saibia, to redeem the pledge he gave to a bird, cut the very flesh off his bones and gave it away? Have you not heard of Alarka who plucked his eyes out to keep his word? The sea stays within its limits and does not overflow the land because it feels bound by its agreement. Do not violate your solemn pledge. Follow the path of your royal ancestors. Oh, I fear that you, their unworthy descendant, will forsake righteousness. You will crown Ram and you will dally with Kausalya. What do you care what happens to morality? What do you care what happens to truth? If you deny me the gifts you promised on oath, I shall this very night drink poison and end my life. You may anoint and install Ram, but before your eyes, O promise breaker, I shall be dead. This is certain, and I swear it in the name of Bharat. It will be well and good if you fulfill your promise and banish Ram to the forest. Else, I shall end my life. With this firm declaration, Kaikeyi stopped. Dasarath stood speechless, staring at his pitiless wife. Was this lovely creation really Kaikeyi, or a demon? Then, like a huge tree felled by a forester with his axe, the king shook and toppled down, and lay stretched unconscious on the floor in pitiful ruin. Regaining his senses after a while, he spoke in a low voice. Kaikeyi, who has corrupted your mind to see me dead and our race destroyed? What evil spirit has possessed you and makes you dance in this shameless fashion? Do you really think that Bharat will agree to be king after sending Ram to the forest? He never will, and you know it. Can I possibly bear to tell Ram to go to the forest? Will not the kings of the world despise me, saying, this attached old dotard has banished his eldest son, the best of men? Don't you see that they would laugh at me? It is easy enough for you to say, send Ram away to the forest, but can Kausalya or I survive his departure? And have you thought of Janak's daughter? Would it not kill her to hear that Ram is to go away to the Dandak forest? Cheated by your face, I thought you a woman and took you for my wife. Like a deluded man, tempted by the flavor of poisoned wine, I was lured by your beauty into marrying you. Like a deer ensnared by a hunter, I am caught in your net and perish. Like a drunken Brahmin in the streets, I shall be universally despised. What boons have you demanded? Boons that forever will taint the fame of our dynasty with disgrace. If I tell Ram to go to the forest, yes, he will cheerfully obey and go to the forest. Then I, Kausalya, and Sumitra, we will die. How will you enjoy the kingdom thus secured, O sinful, foolish woman? And will Bharat agree to your plans? If he does agree, He shall not perform my funeral ceremonies. O shameless woman, my life's enemy, kill your husband and attain widowhood to enjoy the kingdom with your son. Oh, how sinful are women, and how pitiless. No, no, no. Only this woman is cruel. Why should I insult other women? What a pity that my body should have this monster for a mother. No, I can never do this. Kaikeyi, I fall at your feet and beg you, have some pity on me. The king rolled on the ground and writhed in agony. No matter how humbly he begged, Kaikeyi was obstinate and said firmly, "You have yourself boasted that you are a truth speaker. But now, having sworn before the gods that you have granted a boon, you attempt to retract your promise. If you break your word, I shall surely kill myself, and that will not add greatly to the glory of your dynasty, of which you are so proud." "Very well then," said Drazarath. "Let Ram go to the forest, and let me die. Having destroyed me and my race, a jubilant widow, you will gain your wish and seek joy in your life." Again, after a while, the old king cried, "What good you will gain by sending Ram to the forest I fail to see. The only result will be that the whole world will despise you. After many years of prayer and penance, I obtained Ram by the grace of God, and him I now banish into the forest, I, most wretched of men." Lifting his eyes to the sky, he said, "O night, stay on. When you pass and day dawns, what shall I do? What shall I say to those eager crowds who, full of love for Ram, will be awaiting the coronation festivities? O heavens, stay still for my sake with your stars. No, no, stay not, for then I must keep looking at this sinful woman. Depart at once, O night, so that I may escape this face." Thus delirious and conscious by turns, the poor old man suffered agony, a king who had reigned for 60,000 years. "Pity me, Kaikeyi. Forget the harsh things I uttered in anger. I beg you in the name of the love you bore me. You may take it that I have given the kingdom to you. It is yours, and you can give it with your own hands to Ram and see that the coronation goes through. The royal assembly has decided, and I have announced to the elders and to Ram that his coronation is to take place tomorrow. Let not this announcement become false. Have pity on me. Give the kingdom as your own to Ram. The fame of this magnanimous gift will last as long as the world endures. My wish, the people's wish, the elders' wish, Bada's wish, they are all that Ram should be crowned. Do this, my love, my life." Again the king clung to the feet of Kaikeyi, but she answered, "Have done with this foolery. See that you do not break your word and drive me to keep mine and kill myself. It is useless for you to try to evade." The king replied, "With due rights, and in the presence of fire, I took your hand and called you wife. Here and now I renounce you, and with you the son you bore. Night is gone, the dawn is near, and the morning will see not Ram's coronation, but my funeral." Kaikeyi cut him short. "You are prattling vainly. Send at once for Ram. Let him come here, Tell him the kingdom is bought and he should go to the forest. Keep your promise. Do not waste time." Dasarath groaned. "Very well. Let me at last set eyes on Ram's face. My death is near. Let Ram come. Let me see his face before I die. Tied down by truth, this old fool is helpless." And again he fell unconscious. Poor Dasarath was in extreme agony, pulled by natural affection on one side and by the moral obligation to fulfill a pledge on the other. He had fondly hoped that Kaikeyi would relent and that somehow the conflict of duties would be resolved. But now he saw that this was not to be. But he had still one faint hope and thought, "Ram is in no way bound by my promises and pledges. Strong as he is in people's love and in his peerless prowess, he may disregard my promise and stand on his own rights. But I cannot conceive his doing so, for my slightest wish has always been sacred to him. Yet, if by some chance he did so, it would save the situation." In the confusion and anguish of his heart, the old king consoled himself with such false hopes, forgetting that Ram would never think of disregarding his father's promise, and that filial obedience was a fundamental rule of his life. But the false hopes did not persist long. He felt that his death was near. In this agonizing conflict of duties, death would be a relief and save him from the disruption and sorrows to come. As death drew near, his mind recalled past events. He remembered a great sin committed by him in youth. He felt that he was now reaping what he had then sowed, and thought, "I killed the sage's son and brought grief to his aged parents. How could this sin be wiped off, except by my suffering the anguish of losing a dear son?" Thus Dasarath resigned himself to his fate as a just retribution for the wrong he had once done. He concluded that he had no alternative but to fulfill his word to his cruel wife, and left the ordering of things entirely to Kaikeyi. Day dawned. The hour fixed for the coronation was approaching. The procession of Vasishta and his disciples, carrying the golden vessels containing the waters of holy rivers, was coming towards the palace. The great street was decorated and was crowded with eager men and women. They rejoiced to see Vasishta and his disciples march to the palace with the holy waters and the paraphernalia of installation. As they saw the honey, curds, clarified butter, fried rice, sacred grass, flowers, maidens, elephants, horses, and chariots, the white umbrella, the bull, the horse, and the tiger-skin seat moving to the accompaniment of music from many instruments, the people made loud and jubilant acclamations which filled the air. Vasishta, approaching the palace gate, saw Sumantra and said to him, "Please go in at once and inform the king that the people are waiting, and all preparations are complete." Sumantra approached the king's bedchamber, and chanting the morning hymn, conveyed Vasishta's message. "O king," he said, "arise from slumber to the hymn of your charioteer, as the king of the gods does to Matali's waking songs. May all the gods be gracious unto you. The elders, generals, and chief citizens are waiting for your presence. The goddess of night has withdrawn. The day's work awaits your ordering. O king of kings, be pleased to rise. Holy Vasishta and his men are waiting." At that moment, the king was speechless with agony, but Kaikeyi boldly answered for him and told Sumantra, "The king spent the night talking of Ram's coronation and had no sleep, so now he is in a slumber. Go at once and bring Ram." Thus the clever woman sent Sumantra to fetch Ram to convey the king's command. She knew that Dasarath had agreed, but had not the strength to do what had to be done. Hence Kaikeyi resolved that she herself would do what needed to be done. Sumantra went to Ram's palace. Sita and Ram were getting ready for the coronation. Then Sumantra gave to Ram the message that the king and Queen Kaikeyi wanted his presence. Ram hastened to obey. The unexpected delay and these strange goings and comings roused doubts, but no one dared to talk of them. The men concerned hoped that somehow things would turn out right, and went on with their allotted work. The streets were brightly decorated. The great hour was approaching, as in the Queen's chamber strange and sinister events were developing. Why this long delay, the people wondered. Perhaps the preliminary rites are more elaborate than we had thought. The crowds in the street grew bigger and bigger, and more impatient. Sumantra accompanied Ram to Kaikeyi's palace, threading the way with difficulty through the crowd. Ram entered the queen's apartment. As he stepped over the threshold, he started as if he had set his foot upon a snake, for he saw with awestruck amazement his father lying on the bare floor in anguish. The king evidently had been struck down with some great sorrow. His face was like a blossom wilted in the sun. He touched his father's feet and paid the same filial worship to Kaikeyi. Dasarath uttered in a low voice the name of Ram and stopped. He could speak no more. He could not look straight into the face of Ram. Ram was perplexed and filled with apprehension at the sight of his father lying there, unable to speak, in the grip of some great agony. What it could be, Ram could not even guess. He turned to Kaikeyi and said, "Mother, this is indeed strange. No matter how angry he was, my father would speak sweetly to me. Have I, without knowing it, offended him in any matter? Has some sudden sickness struck him down? Has someone spoken rudely to him? Do tell me what has happened. I can bear the suspense no longer." Bold Kaikeyi seized the chance and said, "The king is angry with no one. There is nothing wrong with his health, but there is something in his mind which he is afraid to tell you. That is all. He is afraid to say it to you, lest you should feel hurt. That is why he is silent. Once upon a time, pleased with me, he offered, and I accepted, the gift of 2 boons. Now, like an uncultured person, the king regrets he did so. Is this worthy of him? Is it not unbecoming of a king to pledge his word and then regret it? You have the power to fulfill his promise, but he fears even to tell you of it and is thinking of violating it. Would it be right if you assure him that he need not be anxious about your attitude and that he should keep his word at all costs? You will give him the needed strength to behave righteously. You must give him the help he needs. Now, I shall tell you what it is, but only after you promise me that you will help the king to fulfill his pledge." Ram, saddened at the thought that he should in any way be the occasion of distress to his father, said to Kaikeyi, "Mother, am I indeed the cause of all this trouble? I do not deserve that you should have any doubts about me. If my father asks me to jump into the fire, I shall not hesitate to do it. If he asks me to drink poison, I shall drink it without hesitation. You know this. You know well enough that at his bidding I would drown myself in the sea. Mother, I give you my solemn promise that I shall fulfill the king's promise to you, and I never break my word." When Ram uttered these words, Kaikeyi rejoiced, for she knew she had conquered. The king, for his part, was in despair, seeing that all escape was now barred. Thereupon the pitiless Kaikeyi uttered these terrible words: "Ram, your words are worthy of you. What higher duty has a son than helping fulfillment of the word his father has given? Now I shall let you know your father's promise to me. When in the battle with Shambhara, your father was wounded, I rescued and revived him. Your father, in gratitude for having been rescued by me when grievously wounded, gave me 2 boons to be claimed and specified when I chose. I have claimed and specified them now. They are that Bharat should be anointed regent king, and that you should be sent away this very day to the Dandak forest to remain in exile for 14 years. Now you have sworn solemnly to carry out your pledged word. If you find right conduct as hard as your father did, that is another matter. Otherwise, listen to what I say. It is for you now to relinquish the installation and to go out into exile with matted hair and hermit dress, leaving the preparations presently ready to serve for Bharat's installation." When she uttered these cruel words, the king writhed in agony, but Ram heard her undisturbed. Kaikeyi beheld a miracle. There was not the slightest sign of disappointment or sorrow in Ram's face. Smiling, the prince said, "Is that all, mother? Surely the king's promise must be fulfilled. My hair shall be twisted, I shall wear the bark, and I shall go this very day to the forest." Kaikeyi spoke prophetic words when she said Ram's dutifulness would bring him glory undying. That glory will continue as long as the Himalaya mountains stand, and the waters of the Ganges flow, and the ocean waves beat on the solid earth. Ram said to Kaikeyi in unperturbed tones, "I am not in the least annoyed. Would I not be happy to give anything to Bharat? Even if no one asked me, I would cheerfully give him my all. And how can I hold back a moment when my father commands it? But what pains me a little is that father should have entertained any doubt about my willingness. Why should he have hesitated to tell me what he wanted and left it to you to say it to me? Am I not his son, bound to do his behest? What glory or what joy can I look for except to make good his word? How did I deserve it that my father should avert his face from me and refrain from speaking loving words to me? My grievance, if at all, is that he did not send for me straight and give me his command. I shall go to the forest this very day with no regret, so send swift messengers at once to bring Bharat home." The prince's face glowed like a sacrificial fire, bursting into flame as the ghee is poured into it. Kaikeyi felt glad at her apparent success. Like a captive elephant hemmed in on all sides, Dasarath lay in anguish. With needless harshness, Kaikeyi hurried Ram, saying, "Do not wait for the king to speak and prolong the affair." At this Ram said, "Mother, you have not, it seems, known me. I value no pleasure higher than to honor my father's pledge. Let Bharat carry the burden of kingship and look after our aged father. It will indeed give me the greatest joy." Dasarath, silent till now, though listening intently, moaned aloud. Ram touched his feet as well as Kaikeyi's and hurried out of the chamber. Lakshman had been standing outside. He knew what had happened, and with eyes red with anger he followed Ram. On the way, Ram saw the vessels holding the consecrated water for the coronation. He walked round them in worship. With calm majesty he left behind the white umbrella and other royal insignia, and advised the crowds to disperse. The prince, in whom desire had been vanquished, went to the house of Queen Kausalya to give her the news and take her blessings before departing for the forest. Ram entered Queen Kausalya's dwelling. Many visitors were assembled there, eagerly awaiting the coronation. In the innermost apartment, the queen, clad in white silk, was before the sacrificial fire, invoking blessings on her son. As soon as Ram entered, she embraced him and showed him, who she thought was to become the regent, to a specially raised seat. "Mother," he said, "this seat is now too high for me. I am a hermit now, and should sit on grass spread on the floor. I have brought you news which may sadden you. Listen, and please give me your blessings." And he told her briefly what had happened. "The king wishes to give the crown to Bharat. His command is that I should spend 14 years in the Dandak forest. I must leave today. Mother, I come for your blessings before I go." When Kausalya heard this, she fell on the ground like a plantain tree suddenly cut down. Lakshman and Ram gently raised her. She clung to Ram and cried, "Is my heart made of stone or iron that I still live?" Lakshman could not bear the sight of the queen's grief. Angrily he spoke, "This old king has pronounced on Ram a doom that is reserved for the most wicked evildoers. What sin or crime has Ram committed? Not even his worst enemy could find any fault in Ram. The doting old man has lost his senses over his young wife and is not fit to be king anymore. How can a king listen to a woman and violate virtue? Even your enemies, O Ram, when they look at you, begin to love you. But this dotard of a father sends you to the forest. Look here, brother, let us together throw out this king and take charge of the kingdom ourselves. Who dare oppose us? I shall make an end of anyone who dares. Only give me your permission and I shall do this single-handed." A younger brother to become king and you to go to the forest. The world will laugh at this absurdity. Don't consent to this. I, at any rate, won't stand this. I shall put down all opposition and see that you rule the kingdom without restraint or hindrance. Never doubt that I have the strength to do it either. Instead of the sun rising, a great darkness has descended upon the land this morning. For when we were expecting your coronation, the king sentences you to banishment. In the face of such injustice, there is no use being nice and polite, because I cannot stand this. I must do my duty. Mother, Ram, now you will see the strength of my arm." Lakshman's words were some solace to Kausalya. But yet this strange talk of ousting the king and seizing the throne frightened her. She said, "Ram, consider well what Lakshman says. Don't go to the forest. If you go away, how can I stay here all alone among enemies? I too shall go with you." Ram had listened in silence to Lakshman's outburst, for it was wise to let the pent-up passion find outlet in words. Then, turning to Kausalya, he said, "Mother, let there be no talk of anyone going with me to the forest. It is your duty to stay here, serving the king and sharing the sorrow that has come to him in his old age. How can the crowned queen of an emperor wander with me like a widow in the forest? This cannot be. I shall return after my term of forest life. It is my duty to fulfill my father's word. It is all the same to me, whether it is just or unjust, spontaneous or extorted by force or fraud. If I fail in this primary duty, I can gain no satisfaction or good name through any amount of wealth or power. Lakshman, your proposals are quite wrong. I know your great strength, and I have no doubt that you can vanquish and destroy all opponents and secure for me the kingdom. I know also your affection for me. But the way in which you propose to use it is not worthy of the dynasty to which we belong. Our highest duty is to fulfill our Father's word. If we fail in that, no other achievement can make up for it. Ram tried to console both his mother and his brother, but Lakshman's anger could not be easily put down. Perhaps it could have been if he himself, and not Ram, were the sufferer. But it was Ram who was the victim of this cruel injustice, and so Lakshman writhed in anger like a wounded cobra. Ram took him aside, made him sit down, and tried to calm him. Lakshman, are you not my other self, my very soul, in another body? Listen to me. You are courageous and you are strong. Control your anger and grief on my account. Don't allow these evil spirits to possess you. Hold fast to morality. Let us convert our present disgrace into a great joy. Let us forget all about the coronation and think in a worthy manner as becomes our race. Consider our father's condition. Our heart should go out to him in sympathy, for he is stricken with a great sorrow. Whatever be the reason, he gave a promise, and if he should break it, he would be committing a shameful sin, which would besmirch and blot out all his great and glorious deeds. He is heartbroken at the wrong he feels he has done me. But I do not feel it a wrong at all, for a king must keep his word, and a son must obey his father. You should show that you too are free from any sense of injury. Only so can we bring him real mental relief. He gave us the life that we hold, and we should give him peace of mind. He is afraid about the other world. We should free him from this fear. So far we have never given him cause for sorrow or dissatisfaction. Now we have become the cause of a great fear in his mind about what is to happen to him in the other world. We can easily relieve him. Instead of doing this, are we to add to his troubles? For this reason my mind has altogether turned away from the coronation and is intent on the journey to the forest. My sole desire now is to go to the forest and see that Bharat is crowned. This would please me the best. If I delay, Kaikeyi will grow suspicious. Hence I should go to the forest this very day and bring peace to her mind. Rid of the fear of the sin of breaking a promise, and assured of my willing and cheerful acceptance of his command, our father will be happy. And we should not be angry with Kaikeyi either. Has she not been kind to us all these years? That she should suddenly conceive this idea, it is surely the working of fate. We should not blame her for it. One proposes something, and fate decides otherwise. In this, Kaikeyi is but a passive instrument in the hand of fate. She will have to bear the grievous burden of the world's blame. But our love for her should remain the same as ever. If before this there had been evil in her thought, her conduct would have shown it. There is no doubt that some higher force has made her say suddenly and harshly, "Ram, go to the forest." Otherwise, how could a high-minded woman, who so far looked upon us as her own children, now behave so brazenly before her husband? Lakshman, who can oppose destiny? Even steadfast sages have swerved suddenly from their penance. How can poor Kaikeyi hope to resist fate? So let us resolve firmly to change this sorrow into joy. That would be a proof of our nobility and courage. With the blessings of my mothers and elders, yes, I shall go to the forest. Brother, be not sad thinking of kingdom or wealth. Life in the forest will be my highest joy. This explanation calmed Lakshman for a while, but soon his anger boiled up again and he said, "Very well then, this is the work of fate. Fate, I grant, is the cause of our stepmother's sudden folly, and I am not angry with her. But are we on that account to sit still and do nothing? It is warrior ethics to overcome evil and establish justice. A hero does not bow down before fate. Having announced Ram's coronation by beat of drum to the town and country, the treacherous king invokes some old forgotten boon and orders you to go to the forest. Is it manly to call this fate and obey it meekly? Only cowards go down under fate. Heroes should oppose and vanquish it. I am no weakling to yield to fate. You will see today the might of a hero matched against fate. I shall tame the mad elephant fate and make it serve me. I shall banish to the forest those who conspire to banish you. If you wish to visit the forest for a change, you can do so later. The proper time for it will be when you have reigned as king for many years and then entrusted the crown to your sons. That was the way of our ancestors, and if anyone questions your kingship now, I stand here to annihilate him. Are these two shoulders merely for beauty? This bow, these arrows, and this sword hanging on my side, are they mere decorations? Or do you think they are theatrical equipment put on for some show? Ram, I await your orders. Give me the word and test my prowess. Ram gently pacified Lakshman's rage, which was flaming up into a conflagration. As long as our parents are alive, said Ram, it is our duty to obey them. I cannot dream of disobeying my father. It is our prime duty to do his bidding and enable him to fulfill his pledge. What joy is there in getting a kingship after insulting our parents and slaying Bharat, the embodiment of righteousness? Then he wiped with his hand the tears from Lakshman's eyes. When Ram did this, Lakshman grew calm, for the affectionate magic of Ram's hand could work wonders. What took place in the inner apartments of the palace was not yet known to the townspeople, but Ram, for his part, lost no time in preparing for forest life. He went to Queen Kausalya to receive her blessings before leaving the city. Kausalya said to him again, "How can I stay in Ayodhya after you are gone? It is best that I go with you to the forest." Of course, she knew that her duty was to serve her husband in his old age and share his sorrow in Ayodhya, and yet her mind was now so confused by grief that she did not see things clearly. But Ram would not hear of it, and reminded her of her duty to be with the heart-stricken old king in his sad solitude. She recognized the justice of this counsel. She gave him her benedictions in sweet words, diluted with the salt of broken tears. "Do as your father has decreed, and return in glory," she said. Ram enlivened her with a smile, saying, "The 14 years will pass quickly, and you will see me back." Ram had left Sita and went to the king in answer to the message brought by Sumantra. Sita was expecting Ram to return in a chariot with the royal umbrella, followed by a great retinue. But now she saw Ram return alone, unattended, with none of the royal insignia, and she noted on his face the glow of some fixed resolve. Ram was thinking as he came how he could break to his beloved the news of what his father had decreed. "Something troubles the mind of my lord," thought Sita, "but what can anything matter so long as there is our love?" And then she asked him, "What is the matter? Why do you look so strangely?" Ram told the story briefly, and then added, "Princess, my love, I can well imagine your sorrow at having to part from me and stay here. But you do not require my guidance to do your duty. Be thoughtful of the comfort of the king and the 3 queens, your mothers. Do not expect any better treatment than that given to the other princesses in the palace. And be respectful to Bharat, who will be the ruler, and guard against any offense to his feelings. Your love for me, I trust, will not grow any less during this absence. I shall return from the forest after these 14 years. Till then, do not neglect customary rites and ceremonies. Mother Kausalya in her sorrow will need your attentive care. Bharat and Satrughan are dear to me. You will look upon them as your brothers. Conduct yourself as befits your royal race and your own nature. Avoid praising me, so as not to give possible offense to other good men. I must go to the forest today. Keep your mind steady and calm. When Sita heard this unexpected speech, her love for Ram manifested itself as anger, that he should for a moment conceive that she could consent to part from him and live in comfort in the palace, while he was a homeless wanderer in pathless forests. A fine speech you have made, O knower of duty. It is to me a strange doctrine, that a wife is diverse from her husband, and that his duty is not hers, and that she has no right to share in it. I can never accept it. I hold that your fortunes are mine, and if Ram has to go to the forest, the command includes Sita also, who is part of him. I shall walk in front of you in the forest ways, and tread the thorns and the hard ground to make them smooth for your feet. Do not think me obstinate. My father and mother have instructed me in my duty. What you tell me is totally opposed to what they have taught me. To go with you, wherever you go, that is my only course. If you must go to the forest today, then today I will go with you. There is no room here for any discussion. Do not think that I cannot bear forest life. With you by my side, it will be a joyous holiday. I shall not be a source of trouble to you either. I shall eat fruits and roots like you, and I shall not lag behind as we walk. I have long wished to go to the woods with you and rejoice in the sight of great mountains and rivers. I shall spend the time most happily among the birds and flowers, bathing in the rivers and doing the daily rites. Away from you, I do not care for a heaven itself. I shall surely die if you leave me behind. I implore you to take me with you. Have pity on me. Do not forsake me now. Beginning in anger, her speech ended in sobs. Ram explained to Sita that life in the forest was not as easy as she thought, emphasizing at great length the difficulties and dangers, and again insisted that she should not think of accompanying him. Sita's eyes filled with tears. Tigers, lions, bears, snakes, none of them will come near me. They will flee from us at the sight of you. The sun, rain, wind, and hunger, and the spikes and thorny shrubs you speak of, I shall endure them all cheerfully. I am not in the least afraid, and on the other hand, you may be certain life will depart from this body if you leave me here and go. When I was in Mithila, the Brahmins and astrologers told my mother that I was destined to live in the forest for a while. Can I fulfill this prediction alone in the forest? Here is the opportunity for me to fulfill it in your company, which will make the forest a garden of delight. For whom is forest life unpleasant? Only to those men and women who have not controlled their senses. You and I can be masters of our senses and miss nothing. I implore you, put me not away from you, for parting from you is more cruel than death. There is a strength in supreme love which defies reason and laughs at death itself. And Ram suffered himself to be persuaded, partly because his love was as great as hers, and every passionate word she spoke found ready lodgment in his heart, and partly because he was confident of his ability to protect her. It was settled that Sita should accompany Ram to the forest. She sent for the poor and gave away all her belongings, and prepared herself for life in the forest. Lakshman also decided to go with his brother and be of service to him in the forest, and Ram had to agree. The three then went to take leave of the aged king. In the streets and on the balconies were crowds of people looking on. Through the windows and from the terraces of mansions, men and women saw Ram, Lakshman, and the princess proceeding on foot, like the poorest in the land. Filled with boundless grief and indignation, the people said to one another, "What kind of a king is this who sends so noble a prince to the forest? And there Sita walks, a princess that should command the service of the royal chariot. Can she bear the heat and the rain of the forest? No, this is monstrous. We shall go then to the forest too. Let us gather up all we have and get away to the forest with these princes. The forest where Ram dwells shall be our Ayodhya. Let these houses here henceforth be deserted, infested with snakes and rats. Let Kaikeyi rule over the ruins of Ayodhya. Wild beasts and vultures of the forest will come to stay here. This will become a forest, and the forest will become Ayodhya." Ram heard people talking thus, but took no notice. At the entrance to Kaikeyi's palace, Ram saw Sumantra seated sorrowfully, aside in a corner. Ram tenderly spoke to him. "The three of us have come to meet the king. Sumantra asked permission for us to enter his presence." Sumantra went in accordingly to announce them to the king. What a sight the monarch was! Like the sun in eclipse, like an oven filled all over with ash, like a well gone dry, the king was stretched flat on the floor, his glory gone and his face shrunken and distorted with anguish. Sumantra, his voice trembling with grief and his hands clasped together, said, "The prince waits at the entrance. He seeks audience to take your blessings before he gives away all he has to the Brahmins and starts for the Dandak forest." The king bade Sumantra let the prince in. Ram came and bowed to the king from a distance. As soon as he saw Ram, the king suddenly rose and rushed with outstretched arms to embrace him, but fainted away before reaching his son. Ram and Lakshman tenderly lifted him up and put him on the couch. "My lord," said Ram, "we have come to seek your leave to go to the forest. Sita and Lakshman are also going with me, in spite of all I could do to make them desist. Please give us your benedictions and permission to depart." Dasarath then said, "Ram, I am bound by the boons that I have given to Kaikeyi, but you are not so bound. Why do you not brush me aside and seize the kingdom by force?" That had long been in the king's mind as the best and only solution of this cruel problem, and came out now clearly in words. But Ram said, "I have no desire for kingdom or power, father. May you reign for 1,000 years more. My heart is now set on going to the forest, and I am even now in readiness to start after receiving your blessing. When the 14 years have passed, I shall return and offer obeisances to you." The king's faint hope, it was now clear, must be abandoned. "My son, bring glory to our line of kings. Go, but come back unscathed. May danger flee from your path. Cling to virtue. You are unshakable in resolution. Firm and unchangeable is your will. But do not go away today. Spend but this night here with me. Let me fill my eyes with the sight of you. You can go away at dawn. Oh, like one handling a live coal deceptively covered with ash,
I gave the promise to Kaikeyi, not knowing what was in her mind. I am now helpless and caught in her net. And you say, I shall fulfill my father's promise. I shall not let dishonor blot the name of my father. I shall give up the kingdom and go to the forest. Where in the world can one find a son like unto you? I swear to you, I did not intend this great wrong.
Thus piteously spoke the king. It was Dasarath's wish to die without losing, even in his last moments, the respect of Ram. Father, send for Bharat at once, and fulfill the promise you have given to Mother Kaikeyi. Do not be troubled by the thought that you are doing me a wrong, for I had no desire for the throne, and do not feel it a deprivation to be denied it. Untroubled by grief or doubt, have Bharat crowned, and give him your blessings. Cast all grief aside, shed no tears. Can the ocean dry up? So may you too not lose your balance ever, great Father. My sole wish is to make good the word you gave. If I get all the wealth of the world, but falsify your word, what joy would that be to me? I shall spend my time happily in the forest. Where but in the forest can one find beauty or joy? Father, you are my God. I take it that it is God that sends me to the forest. When the 14 years are over, you will see me again, so do not grieve. What profits it that I stay here a night longer and go tomorrow? Time is made up of a succession of tomorrows, and one day is just like another. Inevitable sorrows do not become joys by postponement.
Well then, send for the commanders, said the king to Sumantra, and order them to get ready the chariots, elephants, horses, and foot soldiers to go with Ram to the forest. And along with the army, send all the necessary stores for Ram to live with the rishis of the forest. Let there be nothing wanting in men, money, or things.
Poor Dasarath imagined that he could make Ram's exile to the forest something like a royal tour affording a pleasant change from routine. As he spoke, Kaikeyi's face paled with anger. She glowered at the king, and in a voice tremulous with scornful wrath, she said sarcastically, "A good and generous monarch, surely. You will give Bharat this kingdom, after squeezing out of it all the good it holds, as one might offer in mockery an empty well to a man dying of thirst. What pleasure or glory will my son have in ruling a deserted state?" Dasarath groaned in helpless shame, and marveled at a cruelty that could stab a man already crushed under an intolerable burden. Angry words rose from the mouths of those around, for even the courtiers found this open heartlessness more than they could suffer in silence. But Ram put an end to all recriminations by saying he would not agree to take paraphernalia incongruous with what was intended in forest life. "Honored Lord," he said, "what use have I, who am departing to the forest to live on what nature yields, for an army or the glittering train of a royal pageant? After gladly renouncing the throne, what use have I for its shackles? Father, I have cheerfully relinquished my claim to the kingdom in favor of Bharat and his mother, and with it all the incidents of royalty. For my 14 years of forest life, I require nothing but bark garments, such as sages wear, and simple necessities of forest life, such as spades and baskets." Hardly had Ram spoken these words, when the unabashed Kaikeyi hastened to produce the forest dress she had kept ready, and gave it herself, without a blush, to Ram. Then and there Ram dressed himself in bark, and in these garments he shone like a sage. Lakshman also changed into bark dress, while Dasarath watched all this in helpless anguish. Then Kaikeyi brought a bark dress for Sita. She received it and stood bewildered, for she had never worn such garments before and did not know how to change into them. Approaching Ram, who stood there resplendent with divine effulgence, Sita said shyly, "Tell me, how does one put this bark on?" As Ram took up the bark dress and, wrapping it over Sita's silk, made a knot over her shoulder, the ladies in waiting wailed aloud, and Dasarath again fainted. When he regained consciousness, he loudly reviled Kaikeyi, but she only smiled scornfully. She surely was not responsible for Sita going to the forest. The princess sought her own pleasure by going to the forest with her husband, and would not be dissuaded. Lowering his eyes as he was leaving, Ram said, "Father, I leave behind my mother Kausalya, a blameless and tender-hearted lady, bereft of her son in her old age. This sudden fate is as bitter to her as death, but she consents to live only for your sake, to share your sorrow and console you. She is incapable of harboring an unkind thought towards anyone, and she has never before felt the pang of such poignant parting. Please be kind to her when I am no longer here. And when I return, after my long exile in the hope of putting my head on her feet, let me not hear that she has died of sorrow." Thus Ram spoke, unable to bear the thought of his mother's grief. As Ram went out speaking thus, Dasarath could not endure the sight, and covered his face with his hands. After Ram left his father's presence with these words, the stricken king lay prostrated in speechless sorrow, and it was some time before he could muster his faculties sufficiently even to think. When he recovered some strength, he muttered half unconsciously, "Surely I must in a previous birth have inflicted hideous suffering to loving hearts. I must have torn calves from their mothers, children from their parents, husbands from their wives. How else could I suffer thus? And death does not come when we want it, and I have to endure the torture of always having before my mind's eye my godlike son, deprived of his birthright and forced into the bark garments of a hermit. O life, how bitterly you cling to those who would be rid of you. Ram has gone into exile, and yet I do not die. O Ram, 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 have you gone?" A little later, his mind clearer, the king said, "Sumantra, get ready the chariot and take my sons and Sita to the frontier of the kingdom." Lakshman touched the feet of his mother Sumitra and uttered the single word, "Mother." She embraced him, kissed his head, and said, "Your devotion to your brother has filled your mother's heart with pride and joy. It is your duty, child, to guard and serve Ram. Always stand in vigilant watch by Ram's side in the forest.
Your elder brother is to you both preceptor and king. This is the dharma or duty of our race. Go with my blessing, Lakshman. In the forest, regard Ram as your father, and look upon Sita as your mother, and the forest will be to you as Ayodhya. Go cheerfully, my dear son, and God bless you. Sumantra then said, Ascend the chariot, O prince. Tell me where I am to drive, for the 14-year period has begun. Sita mounted the chariot cheerfully. Kausalya had made up for her a packet of personal requirements. The shields, bows and arrows, and other weapons of the two brothers, together with pickaxes and baskets, were placed in the chariot. Ram and Lakshman ascended the chariot, and Sumantra drove it forward. The crowds in the street cried to the charioteer, Go slow, go slow! Let us have a look at Ram's face! Alas, alas, who could send such children to the forest? How could their mothers endure the sorrow and survive? Look at Sita's face. She is indeed blessed, and Lakshman is happy to have such a brother to whom he can give devoted service. He is indeed a hero and a knower of duty. So the people of the city talked among themselves as they followed the chariot, and their grief swelled like a flood. Ram was urging the good charioteer, Faster, faster! But the people were saying, Slow, slow! And the crowd became bigger and bigger. Sumantra managed somehow to take the chariot out of the grieving town. The king stepped out of Kaikeyi's apartment and looked at the departing chariot. He stood there a long time, watching the cloud of dust, as though he saw in it the beloved form of Ram. When this went out of sight, he fell down moaning. Kausalya and Kaikeyi sat on either side. Do not touch me, said Dasarath to Kaikeyi. I hate the sight of you, sinful woman. Everything is at an end between you and me. I renounce you here and now. If Bharat agrees to your arrangements and accepts the kingdom, he need not perform my funeral ceremonies. Even if he did, my departed spirit would reject his offering of waters. How can Ram live in the forest? Will he sleep on the bare ground with a stone or a log for a pillow? Will he eat fruits and berries? Thus the king went on, lamenting helplessly. Sometimes he would turn to Kaikeyi and say, May you be happy in your success. Long may you live, a happy widow. Heartbroken and empty, like one returning home from the cremation ground, he entered Kaikeyi's apartment by force of habit. Then suddenly he said, No, not here. I will go to the dwelling of Kausalya. And so he did, and there he lay, waiting for his end. At midnight he said, Kausalya, are you there? Touch me with your hand. My sight is gone with Ram. Poor Kausalya did her best to comfort the king. But what comfort was there in her wounded heart to give? For as the slow, sorrow-laden hours crawled, the cold night seemed to her a devouring flame, and the gentle moon fierce as the noonday sun. To her thus sorrowing, Sumitra said, Sister, you have heard the scriptures and know your duty. Why should you grieve like this? It is your office to put courage in others, so you should not lose heart yourself. Ram has gone to the forest for guarding the king's honor. You are indeed blessed among women, for you are the mother of a hero who has scorned a kingdom and preferred to uphold his father's honor. Why should you grieve for a son who fulfills a difficult duty to
to perfection. We should not feel sorry for one who walks in the path of his ancestors and wins undying fame. I am proud that Lakshman has accompanied Ram. Sita, though knowing well the hardship she has to face, has also gone with her husband. Ram's glory will shine like an undying lamp. This is no occasion for grief. His purity and his virtue shall be a shield and armor to them. He is so great and holy that the sun's rays falling on him will not burn him, and the wind that blows will caress him with its coolness. His pure frame, as he sleeps at night, will be embraced and protected by the moonbeams, as an infant is by its loving mother. Shed all anxiety over your heroic son. No foe can encounter him and escape with life. Our Ram is endowed with all auspicious qualities. Your hero son will surely return to Ayodhya and ascend the throne. The Lord of the world, and no other, is Ram. Sita is with him, and Sita is no other than the goddess of prosperity, Lakshmi. Ram will return, and ascending the throne, will fill with delight the kingdom, which now laments his exile. You saw the grief of the citizens as they watched his departure. My heroic son, the devoted Lakshman, armed with bow and sword, has gone with him to guard his person. No harm, no danger can approach Ram. You will see with your own eyes Ram returning after fulfillment of his vow. Believe me, Ram will return, beautiful like the full moon, and bow to your feet with joy and devotion. You will then shed tears not of grief, but of joy. Dear Kausalya, give up your grief. You will see the three of them returning. You should console and encourage the other women in the palace, and not stand broken-hearted yourself. Who else in this world stands firm by duty like Ram? Is this a cause for grief? No. Be proud of your son, Kausalya. Listening to Sumitra's words, Kausalya was somewhat consoled. The people of the city followed Ram's chariot in a huge crowd. They tried to stop the chariot, shouting, "Do not go to the forest! Return to the city!" But Ram replied, "I am going to the forest to uphold my father's word. There is no place for sorrow here, and you should not seek to hinder me." But the people would not listen to him, and went in crowds after him, shouting wildly, "Do not go to the forest! Do not go to the forest!" Ram stopped the chariot and addressed them with his eyes full of love for them. "Citizens of Ayodhya, I know the love you bear for me, but you will show it best by transferring it on my behalf and at my behest to my beloved brother Bharat. Nothing else will please me more. Bharat is good and noble, has all royal qualities, and is fully worthy of love. So conduct yourselves as to please him. Young in years, he is old in wisdom, and his heart is at once heroic and tender. He has the strength to protect you. He is your king, and you owe him loyalty and affection." "I am going to the forest to fulfill my father's word, and the king has appointed Bharat as regent. He is in every way fitted for that position. You and I alike should obey the king's words. You should go back and try to mitigate the sorrow of my father at parting from me." Thus Ram spoke to them in kindly tones. But they loved him all the more because of this, and would not be consoled. Some Brahmins, old in years and excellent in virtue, looking at the chariot, wept and cried, "Why, O horses, do you carry our Ram into the forest? We have heard it said that horses are sharp of hearing. Listen to us then, and bring back our Ram." Hearing these words of yearning from old Brahmins, Ram stopped the chariot. The three descended from it and went forward walking. The common people, leading citizens and wise elders, why even the birds on wings tried to prevent Ram from going to the forest. The river Tamasa seemed to conspire with them, for now it flowed across his path. The chariot stopped on the river bank. Sumantra unyoked and watered the horses and let them loose to graze. Ram said, "Lakshman, this is the first night of our forest life. Let us spend it on the bank of this holy river. Life in the forest holds no hardship, as you and I know. Look, the birds, the animals, and even the trees seem to sympathize with us. The only pain is when we think of the grief of our parents in Ayodhya, though I feel reassured as I think of Bharat's nobility and goodness. He will assuredly tend our parents with true affection. Sumantra, go look after the horses." Then Ram offered the evening prayers by the river and said, "Let us fast on this first night of our forest life, Lakshman. Your presence by my side rids me of all care." Lakshman spread some grass on the ground for Ram and Sita to sleep on, but he himself spent the night in vigil, talking with Sumantra. Long before dawn, Ram rose from sleep and told Sumantra, "The citizens who have followed us, fatigued by their long journey, are fast asleep. I am deeply moved by their affection, but I cannot permit their love to force me to go back. Let us therefore move on now, while they are yet asleep." The horses were harnessed, and the chariot slowly crossed the river. Standing on the southern bank, Ram told Sumantra, "If you take the chariot to the other shore, where the people are asleep, and drive it for a little distance towards Ayodhya, and then bring it back to this side, we can proceed on our journey before they wake up. They will then see the track of the chariot going towards the city, and thinking that we have returned home, may themselves go back. Unless you do this, the crowd will go on following us." Sumantra did this, and when the chariot returned, the three got into it again and proceeded southwards. The citizens who had slept on the bank of the Tamasa woke up in the morning and looked round. They were surprised to see that Ram and the chariot had disappeared. They followed the track of the chariot wheels, but were disappointed to find that it was lost in the main road to the capital. They returned home to their own houses and sought satisfaction in reviling Kaikeyi. Without Ram, the city was bereft of beauty and wrapped in gloom. Sumantra and the princes had crossed the Tamasa long before dawn and traveled far into the forest. Crossing several streams, they approached the southern boundary of the Koshala country. Conversing on many matters, they went forward. When they reached the southern boundary of the kingdom, Ram stopped the chariot and, facing north towards Ayodhya, bent his head in a prayer, saying, "O jewel among cities, O ancient capital of the Ikshvakus, shall I, finishing my penance in the forest, live to see my father and mother and you? Oh, please grant me that supreme joy." The chariot reached the bank of the Ganges. They proceeded along the bank, admiring the beauty of the river. Finding a spot of surpassing charm, Ram said, "We shall spend the night here." Untying the horses, they sat under a tree. Guha, the chief of the region, having learned already from his men that Ram would be coming there, came forward with his retinue to greet Ram and Lakshman. He had unbounded love for the royal family and for Ram. Being the chieftain of the tribes who dwelt on the banks of the Ganges, he was a man of great prestige and power. Ram and Lakshman rose to greet Guha, even while the latter was still at some distance from them. Guha welcomed them with a hearty embrace, saying, "Regard this land as your own. This place is as much yours as is Ayodhya. Who can hope to have a guest like you? It is indeed my good fortune." Guha had prepared a lavish entertainment. He said, "Feel perfectly at home and happy in my kingdom. You may spend all the 14 years with us here. You will not lack anything, I assure you. Looking after you will be a pleasure and a privilege to me. Be gracious enough to accept my hospitality." Warmly embracing Guha again, Ram said, "Brother, I know how deep is your love for me. Your wish is itself as good as hospitality rendered. But I am bound by my vows, and must refuse anything more. I have come to dwell in the forest, and not to enjoy life as a chieftain's guest. These horses are my dear father's favorites. Please feed them well. We shall be content with simple food and rest for the night." They lay under the tree for the night. Guha and Lakshman kept awake, conversing with Sumantra. Guha said to Lakshman, "Brother, do go and rest. There is a bed made ready for you. My men will keep careful watch. None dare do anything in the forest unknown to me. Have no anxiety regarding Ram. Please go and sleep." But Lakshman replied, "How can I sleep, Guha? Here, lying on the bare ground, is Sita, daughter of the great Janak and daughter-in-law of the great Dasarath. The great Lord himself, who could subdue the 3 worlds, lies stretched on the grass. How can I, seeing this, sleep? I wonder how Ayodhya is bearing it. The queen's apartments must be loud with wailing. I even doubt if at this moment Kausalya and my mother are alive. My father indeed found strength somehow to say to Ram, 'Go to the forest,' but I doubt if he has strength enough left to survive Ram's actual departure. And if he has passed away, our mothers too will have given up their lives. And here we are, deprived even of the privilege of doing the last rites to the dead. In any case, it is hardly possible that our father and mothers will be alive to greet us when we return to Ayodhya after our term in the forest." Thus spoke Lakshman in sorrow. Guha was in tears. The night was spent in such sad conversation. Early next morning, Ram told Lakshman, "We must now cross the river. Ask Guha to make ready a boat big enough for crossing this broad river." Guha ordered his men to get this done and informed Ram. Sumantra bowed low and stood before Ram, seeking his further commands. Ram understood Sumantra's unspoken grief, and, laying his hand on Sumantra's shoulders, said, "Sumantra, return to Ayodhya with all speed, and be at the side of the king. Your duty is now to look after him." "O Ram, righteousness, learning, and culture seem to be of no value. You and your brother and Sita are going to live in the forest. What is going to be our lot? How are we going to fare under Kaikeyi's rule?" He now wept like a child. Wiping the tears from Sumantra's eyes, Ram said, "Our family has known no nobler friend than you. It will be your task to console my father. His heart is riven by grief. Whatever his commands, carry them out dutifully. Do not ask yourself whether he wants a thing for himself or with a view to pleasing Kaikeyi. Avoid giving him any pain of mind, and have no anxiety about us. You should say this on my behalf to my aged father, who is stricken with a grief he never knew before. Clasp his feet as you have seen me do, and assure him from me that none of us, not I, nor Lakshman, nor Sita, feel injured or sorry at having been sent away from Ayodhya. We look forward to 14 years of forest life, which will speed on happy wings, and then surely we shall return to his feet for blessings. Give our love to my mother Kausalya, and tell her that, protected by her blessings, we are well. And give a similar message to my stepmothers, especially to Kaikeyi, lest she should think we have parted in anger. Tell my father that it is my earnest prayer that he should hasten with the installation of Bharat, so that he may be a comfort to him in our absence. But Sumantra, unable to restrain his grief, burst out, "How am I to return? And with what words can I give comfort?" And when he looked at the empty chariot, he wept and said, "How shall I drive this chariot that stands desolate without you?" Once again Ram spoke words of comfort and courage to Sumantra, and urged on him the duty of patience, and sent him home. "Guha," said Ram, "I could indeed spend 14 years in your kingdom, as you desire. But would that be fulfilling my vow? I have left Ayodhya to fulfill my father's pledge. I must therefore lead the life of an ascetic. I must not touch dishes daintily cooked and served. We have to live only on fruits, roots, seeds, and vegetables." Comforting Guha thus, the brothers got their locks matted with the milk of the banyan tree. They helped Sita into the boat, and then got into it themselves. Guha bade the boatmen to row it across. The boatmen took them quickly across the river. At midstream, Sita offered a prayer to the goddess of the river. "O goddess, help us to fulfill our vow, and return safe to our homeland." They talked as they went on. They reached the farther bank of the Ganges, and there for the first time the three stood alone, unattended by friends. "Lakshman, you are my sole armed guard now," said Ram. "You will go first. Sita will follow, and I shall walk behind you both. We must save Sita as far as possible from the hardship of forest life. Hereafter there will be none to keep us company, and no fun or amusement." Ram's thoughts went to his mother Kausalya. "Lakshman," he said, "should you not go back to Ayodhya and look after Mother Kausalya and Sumitra? I shall manage my forest days somehow." But Lakshman replied, "Forgive me, brother, but I am not going back to Ayodhya." Ram indeed expected no other answer. While Ram was plunged in thinking of the mothers left behind, Lakshman ministered to him with loving words of courage and hope. They spent the night under a banyan tree, and left early next morning for Sage Bharadwaj's ashram, which they reached at sunset. Partaking of the hospitality of the sage, they asked him to tell where they could spend the years quietly in the forest. He advised them to go to the Chitrakoot hill.
Ram spent the night in Bharadwaj's ashram. Getting up in the morning, they paid their respects to the sage and, taking leave of him, set out for the Chitrakoot hill. The holy man treated them affectionately, as if they were his own children, and sent them forth with his blessings, after explaining to them the way they should take through the forest. The three followed his instructions closely, and in due course came upon the river Kalindi. They constructed a raft with logs, bamboos, and creepers of the forest, and on it Lakshman made a seat for Sita with little twigs and leaves, on which she sat. The passage of the river was accomplished in safety. In midstream, Sita offered salutations to the river goddess, and prayed that Ram might fulfill his vow, and the three be enabled to return home safely. After crossing a few more streams, they came to a big banyan tree, which had been described by Bharadwaj. And under this tree, Sita again offered prayers, saying, "Grant, O holy tree, that my husband may complete his vow, and that I may see again the queens Kausalya and Sumitra." Ram asked Lakshman to walk in front, with Sita behind him, while he himself followed in the rear. Whatever flower or fruit she asks for on the way, Ram said, "Get it for her, and keep her spirits up." As Sita went, she showed an eager curiosity, asking about forest trees and creepers, and was lost in admiration at the many-sided beauty of forest life. They greatly enjoyed the journey and rested for the night on the bank of a river. The following morning, Ram woke up Lakshman and said, "Listen, the birds are singing to the morning sun. It is time for us to start." They performed their bathing and worship and resumed their journey in the path indicated by Bharadwaj. The season was summer, and the trees and plants were ablaze with multicolored flowers. The branches bowed under the weight of fruits and blossoms. Ram pointed out the beauty of the forest to Sita from time to time, saying as they walked, "How beautiful is the forest, unspoiled by human interference. Look at the beehives hanging there. Look at the ground entirely covered with the fallen flowers. And listen to the birds. How beautifully they sing to one another and live in joy. Life would indeed be pleasant if we could always enjoy such sights and sounds." Then they saw at a distance the Chitrakoot hill. They were glad and began to walk briskly towards it. "How beautiful this region is," exclaimed Ram. "The forest here has fine edible roots and fruits. The water is clear and sweet. Sages dwell in ashrams in this forest, and we may most certainly live happily here in their holy company." They proceeded to put up an ashram there for themselves. Lakshman was a clever workman. He soon constructed a strong hut, which was weatherproof and made it comfortable and convenient. Single-handed, he completed the mud hut with windows and doors, all made of bamboos and jungle material. Ram, his eyes filled with tears of joy, said, "The flower-soft feet of the Princess of Mithila have traversed the hard forest floor. If her feet have done a wonder, why, Lakshman, your hands too have wrought a miracle of house-building. I have seen today the gain that is in misfortune." Here, beside the lovely Chitrakoot hill, on the bank of the river Malyavati, in that cottage, the three young people lived, free from care, performing their daily devotional routine. They forgot that they were in exile, and spent the time happily, like Indra in heaven, surrounded by the gods. Sumantra and Guha had stood watching the three figures as long as they could. When they disappeared from sight, they were plunged in sorrow and went back to Guha's town. After a while, Sumantra returned to Ayodhya. As the charioteer approached the city, he found it desolate and devoid of the usual cheerful bustle of urban life. As soon as he crossed the fortress gate and entered the city, his chariot was surrounded by a crowd eagerly asking, "Where did you leave Ram? How was he when you left him?" "Dear people of Ayodhya," said Sumantra, "Ram and Lakshman have crossed the Ganges. Ordering me to return home, they entered the forest on foot." A great cry of grief rose from the multitude, and many cursed themselves and attributed the catastrophe to their own sins. On both sides of the streets, women stood as the chariot passed and cried, "Look at the car which departed with the princes and Sita. It has come back empty." Sumantra drove forward, covering his face with the end of his upper garment, ashamed of himself. He stopped the chariot in front of Dasarath's palace and alighted. There, in front of the palace, a great crowd had gathered. Women were saying, "How is Sumantra going to meet Kausalya and tell her that he left her son in the forest? How will she survive the report?" With increasing sorrow and confusion, Sumantra entered the queen's apartment. There he saw the king more dead than alive. In low tones he spoke of Ram's message to the king, who heard it in a heartbroken silence. Then Kausalya, unable to control her wrath, addressed the king. "Here stands your minister, who has returned from the forest after leaving my child to fulfill your command. Why are you silent? It was easy and pleasant to give boons to Kaikeyi. Why are you ashamed of it now? Did you not know that this would be the result of what you did? You have honored your word. You may be happy over that. But who can share my sorrow with me? I have to bear it all. My grief cannot be reduced by your pain. No convention binds you to feel or appear to be grieved for what you have deliberately done. Why are you silent? You need not refrain from giving expression to sorrow for fear of offending Kaikeyi, for she is not here. Surely you should inquire of Sumantra about Ram. Have you no humanity? Why do you try to suppress natural feelings?" Her grief and love for Ram blinded her to the state of her husband's body and mind. Instead of lessening, she aggravated his suffering. Dasarath opened his eyes and Sumantra reported Ram's message in his own words. Sumantra tried his best to console Kausalya, but she went on repeating, "Take me and leave me where Ram is. Young Sita is there with him, facing the hardships of the forest. I cannot bear this agony. Let me go to Dandak and be with Sita." Sumantra answered, "Queen, please be brave. Banish this grief. Ram spends his time even more happily in the forest than he did in Ayodhya. He feels no sorrow. Lakshman finds joy in the supreme job of dutiful service to the brother he loves. He is very happy. As for Sita, there in the forest, as here in the palace, she lives for Ram with every breath and knows neither fear nor sorrow. She spends her time as though she were a woodland goddess, and is as happy there as she was here, playing in the groves and gardens of Ayodhya. The beauty of her face is still like the rising moon's. Like a forest fawn, she lives there with carefree grace, spending the golden hours with Ram by her side. Every sight and sound is a new source of joy to her, and a subject of talk with Ram and Lakshman. Walking barefoot, her feet are red like the lotus, and need no painting with henna. She walks in the forest as if she were dancing. She only lacks the tinkling anklets to make it complete. All that I say is true. There is no need for you to grieve. The three of them are fulfilling their sacred duty and offering an object lesson to the world. They are making the king's word good. Their life will be remembered and praised forever. Why then should we grieve for them? With such talk, Kausalya would be consoled for a while, but soon she would break down again and cry,
Alas, alas, Ram, my child.
Her grief seemed redoubled when she saw Sumantra come back, leaving Ram in the forest. Dasarath had been driven ruthlessly by circumstances to an action which not only broke his heart, but made him hate himself and deprived him even of self-pity. The only way out of the dilemma of either breaking his plighted word or doing a great wrong to Ram would have been for the latter to disobey him and insist on his rights. But Ram placed his duty to his father high above all other things, and Ram was all the world to Sita and Lakshman, so they had all gone together. To Dasarath, agonizing on his bed of pain in desolation and remorse, Kausalya spoke reproachful words. The stinging words in which Kausalya's sorrow found expression caused excruciating pain to Dasarath, but she seemed to find some relief in giving vent to her feelings in this way. She said,
Proud of having kept your word, and happy in young Kaikeyi's approval and gratification, have you any thought for others? You have been my world and my God, my joy in this world and my hope for the next, and you've forsaken me. My son, the light of my life, has been wrenched away from me and banished. I live here alone, an old helpless woman, without the love of my Lord or the sight of my only son. Was ever a woman left more desolate? But you, are you not delighted with what you have done? It is enough for you that Kaikeyi and Bharat are happy. You need not entertain any fear that Ram will mar that happiness, even if he return from the forest after 14 years. He will not touch the kingdom once ruled by Bharat. The tiger does not touch the leavings of another animal's kill. Like a fish eating its offspring, you have killed your own child.
touched to the quick, the king, even in the intensity of his anguish, turned to his wife with a humble prayer for forgiveness with clasped hands.
Have pity on me, Kausalya. You have been kind and forgiving even to strangers. Do have some compassion on your husband, who has always loved and honored you, and whose heart is broken by a sorrow which knows no remedy.
These piteous words, and the sight of her husband in supplication, and the memory of happier hours, pierced the noble queen to the heart, and she fell at his feet, imploring forgiveness for unbecoming words forced out of her by grief. As the heavy hours crept slowly on, Dasarath remembered something that had happened long ago, and it aggravated the anguish of his heart. The king turned to Kausalya and said,
"The fruit of one's action can never be escaped. I now endure the result of a great sin that I committed in bygone days. Men in their ignorance sometimes do great evils for the sake of some slight momentary pleasure. Then, when the time comes, the price has to be paid. When I was young, I had the skill to use my bow against unseen targets, aiming by sound only.
for the pleasure of exercising this skill, I once killed an innocent man and committed a great sin. Listen, I shall relate to you that sad adventure. It was before you came to me. One night I went out in my chariot to hunt on the banks of the Sarayu. It had been raining heavily, and from the mountainsides the streams were running with the rich colors of minerals and fresh soil. The birds were silent. The forest seemed asleep. I could take aim by just hearing without seeing, and shoot a tiger or bear or other wild beast that might come to slake its thirst in the stream. I wanted to test this skill of mine. It was dense darkness. I waited for some wild animal to come. Then I heard a gurgling sound, as of an elephant drinking. At once I aimed an arrow in the direction whence the sound came. Like a venomous serpent, swish went my dart, hitting the object. But I was shocked to hear a human voice exclaim, "Alas, I have been fatally pierced." I heard the man cry again, piteously, "Who can be my enemy? Never have I done any harm to anyone. Who then could want to kill me, as I was filling my pitcher with water? What could he gain by this? Why should anyone bear hate against one living his innocent hermit life in the forest? What is to happen to my old blind parents now, with none to look after them? Oh, misery!" Horror-struck, I stood trembling in every limb. My bow and arrow slipped from my hands. I approached the place from where the voice came, and I found a young hermit lying on the ground, with disheveled hair, covered all over with blood and earth. Beside him lay an upturned pitcher. The look of his eyes was as fire. When he saw me, he cried, "O sinner that has killed me, why did you aim your arrow at me as I was taking water from the stream? My old blind parents are thirsty and are waiting for me in the ashram, thinking that I will return with my pitcher filled. Why did you kill me? Oh God, my penances and my devotions have all gone to naught. My parents do not know that I lie here, stricken and helpless. They will go on waiting for me, and even if they knew it, what could they do, blind and helpless? Are you not the king of Koshala? Yes, you are. You are the king, and you should by right protect me. But you have slain me. Very well. O king, then go yourself and tell them what you have done. Fall at their feet and beg for forgiveness, else their anger will reduce you to ashes. Go straight to the ashram. Take that path there. Go at once and save yourself. But this arrow, it is a torture. Please pull it out and relieve me of the pain before you go." I knew that if I pulled the arrow from his body, his pain would end, but so would his life in a gush of blood. My hand refused to do the deed. For a while I stood, not knowing what to do. Then the young ascetic said, "Do not hesitate. Please end my pain. My mind is now clear, and I have calmed myself. Boldly pull out the arrow. Release my life." Gently, I pulled the arrow out. The young ascetic turned on the ground, heaved a sigh, and with his eyes fixed on me, breathed his last. It is this crime of mine that is now pursuing me. The agony of those blind parents who were deprived by me of their son,
has now come for me to endure. Listen, I shall tell you what followed. Having committed a sin and seeing the young hermit die, I stood wondering what to do next. Finally, I decided that it was my duty and in my interest to do what he advised me. I cleaned the pitcher and, filling it with fresh water, took it and went along the footpath he had pointed out. I reached his cottage, and there I saw the old couple waiting for the return of their son. They sat there like two birds with broken wings, shriveled in body, and unable to move. Both were blind. They were speaking to each other about the long delay their son had taken in fetching water from the stream. I was filled with terror as I slowly approached them. The old man, hearing my footsteps, mumbled, "Why this long delay, my son? Quickly, give me some water to drink. Your mother too is thirsty. Were you having some fun in the stream? Was this the cause of your delay, son? Why are you silent? Even if your mother or I have offended you in any manner, you should not take it to heart. You are a perfect son and our only prop. We have lost our eyesight, and you serve as our eyes. Indeed, you are more than our life to us. Why are you silent? Are you still angry?" I trembled in fear when I heard the toothless old man talking thus. Gathering courage, I began. "O Holy One, I am Dazarath by name, a warrior, bound to obey and serve you, though not your son. Driven by my former karma, I have committed a terrible sin, and stand in abject humility before you. I went to the river bank for sport, hoping to shoot wild beasts. I thought I heard in the darkness an elephant drinking water, so I aimed my arrow, as I am a marksman that can aim by sound as well as by sight. But it was my misfortune and his fate that my arrow struck your son as he was filling his pitcher with a gurgling sound I had mistaken for that of an elephant drinking. Thus, without intending it, I fatally wounded your beloved son. When I went to the spot and saw him rolling in blood with my arrow stuck in his breast, I cursed myself. I was filled with horror and stood, not knowing what to do. At his request, I pulled the arrow out to release him from the mortal pain. He is dead. I have told you the horrible sin I have committed. I throw myself at your mercy, and I await your judgment." The miserable couple were struck dumb by the dreadful tale about their son. Tears poured from their sightless eyes, and the old man said, "King, your sin is indeed great, but it was done in ignorance, and you have come yourself to tell me your crime, so you shall live. Now take us both to the spot. Let us touch our beloved son with our hands, and send him to the Lord of Death's keeping." I carried them to the river bank, where their son lay dead. They felt his body all over, cried, and blessed his soul, and performed the cremation. Then, before ascending the funeral pyre and giving themselves up to the fire, they turned to me and said, "This great grief you have brought about for us, you too will endure in good time. You will die of grief due to separation from your son." Saying this, they burnt themselves, and their souls joined the gods. So you see, my sin has pursued me, and I am now in its grip. My old crime is killing me now. As food which is prohibited by doctors and is foolishly consumed by a sick man kills him, what that old father uttered in unbearable grief has now come true. I have sent my innocent son to the forest, and, unable to bear the grief, I now enter death's abode. How else could these unnatural events occur? How else could I be thus deceived and betrayed? Even if I ordered Ram to go to the forest, why should he obey my unjust command? Why should he insist on being exiled? It is the curse of that old blind couple, nothing else. Kausalya, I do not see you. My sight, it is gone. Death is fast approaching. Please come nearer and let me feel you. All is over. The messengers of death are calling me. Will Ram come? Shall I see him before I die? Oh, the oil is all consumed, and my light, it is going out. Ah, Kausalya, Sumitra. His life slowly ebbed away, and that night, at some time unobserved by any, the king, he breathed his last. Since the king had so often fainted and recovered, his death was not immediately noticed by Kausalya or Sumitra. They were weary too, with grief and watching, and fell into a sleep of fatigue in a corner of the apartment. At dawn, the musicians and singers, whose duty it was to rouse the king from slumber, came to his bedchamber, played on instruments, and sang the usual hymns. But they saw no sign of the king waking. The royal servants who attended to the king's morning needs waited long and wondered why he slept so late. Then they took the liberty to enter the apartment and saw him lying dead. Soon the news spread and filled the palace with grief. The widows of the great Dasarath cried like orphan children, embracing one another in unavailing lamentation. Kausalya clung to the king's body and cried, "I shall go with the king to the heavenly world. How can I live without my son and without my husband?" The elders and officers of the palace managed to separate her from the king's body and take her away. Then they discussed the funeral rites. They could not be performed immediately, for Ram and Lakshman had gone to the forest, and Bharat and Shatrughan were far away in their uncle's place. It was decided to send for Bharat and to keep the body immersed in oil till his arrival.
The great monarch's remains were kept thus, waiting for Bharat's arrival. Ayodhya, the city of splendor, was sunk in darkness and lamentation. Crowds of women met here and there and reviled Kaikeyi. There was anxiety in men's hearts. The crown prince had gone to the forest. Bharat too was far away. Anarchy was feared, for no one in those days could imagine a people going on without a king. After the long night had passed, the ministers, officers, and elders assembled in the hall in the morning. Markandeya, Vamanadev, Kashyap, Katyayan, Gautam, Jabali, and other learned men, with Sumantra and the other ministers, bowed to Vasishtha and said, "Sir, the night we have passed was like a century. The king is no more. Ram and Lakshman are in the forest. Bharat and Satrughan are in far-off Kaikeyi, in their grandfather's house. Someone must forthwith be asked to take up the responsibility of rule. A land without a king cannot survive. Order will disappear. Son will not obey father, nor wife her husband. The reins will hold back. Thieves and robbers will range at will. There will be no mutual trust among people. Neither agriculture nor trade can flourish. Without a king, the land must lose its prosperity. The springs of charity will dry up. Festivals and services will cease to be performed in temples. There will be no expounding of the scriptures or epics, nor any listeners. People will no more sleep with doors open. Culture will decline and soon disappear. Penances, vows, enjoyments, learning, all these depend on the king's protection. The beauty of women will vanish. The sense of security will be lost. Men will eat one another up as fish do. Cruelty and misery will grow simultaneously and lay waste the land. For good to prosper and evil to be restrained, a king is essential." It looks as if a great darkness has enveloped the land. Duty is in danger. Let us forthwith secure a king. Vasishtha sent for tried messengers and said to them, "Start at once. Go straight and swift to Kaikeyi. See that you wear no sign of sorrow on your face or show it in your behavior. Bharat should not know that the king is dead. Tell him simply that the family preceptor and ministers want his presence at once in Ayodhya, and bring him along with you with all the speed you may. Tell him nothing about Ram and Sita going to the forest or the king's death on account of grief. To avoid all suspicion, take with you the usual gifts of jewels and precious garments for presentation to the king of Kaikeyi." Soon the messengers were provisioned and equipped for the long journey, and furnished with gifts of honor. Mounted on swift and sturdy horses, they sped past rivers and forests, up hill and down dale, and reached Kaikeyi, which was somewhere to the west of the modern Punjab, and found themselves in Rajagriha, its capital, where the Ikshvaku princes were residing in the palace of their maternal uncle. They decided to wait on informing the princes till the next morning. The night the messengers arrived, Bharat had evil dreams, and woke up in the morning filled with anxiety as to what they might portend. His face showed the state of his mind. His companions tried to entertain him with dance and mirth, to make him forget his cares, but did not succeed. He said to himself, "It seems to me that death is approaching my brother Ram, or Lakshman, or myself. They say that an early morning dream does not fail to be fulfilled, and mine has been a terrible dream. I'm full of fear. I don't know what to do. Just then the messengers were announced. The king of Kaikeya and his son Yudhajit received the envoys with due courtesy. They paid their respects to the king and the princes, then turned to Bharat and said, "The priests and ministers send you their blessings and request you to return at once to Ayodhya. They want us to convey to you that the need for your presence there is most urgent." Bharat questioned the messengers after the welfare of all at home. They replied, "O tiger among men, all are well whose welfare is dear to you. Lakshmi, the goddess of sovereignty, whose abode is the lotus, calls you. So mount your chariot without loss of time." There was an enigmatic thought in this greeting, for according to them, Bharat was to be installed on the throne. The prince took leave of his uncle and grandfather for returning home, and preparations were made for his departure. The old king and Yudhajit collected rare and valuable things of their country to be sent as gifts to King Dasarath and Prince Ram of Ayodhya. Bharat and Shatrughan mounted their chariots and started with a big retinue toward Ayodhya. They traveled fast, unmindful of fatigue, and by forced marches reached Ayodhya on the morning of the 8th day. As he approached the city, Bharat's mind was filled with misgiving. Nothing seemed to be as it was before, and the air seemed heavy with disaster. He asked the charioteer, "Why does the city wear such a strange look? I do not see the usual crowds of people going in and coming out. In the gardens outside the city, one used to see young men and women with bright, cheerful faces. But now, they all seem so sad." Bharat's chariot entered the city through the victory gate. The streets, houses, and temples were bare and unadorned. The faces of the people looked drawn and famished. "Why are the musical instruments silent?" he asked. "Why are the citizens not decked with flowers and sandal paste? These are all bad signs. I cannot repress my anxiety." Inauspicious omens were seen everywhere. Bharat concluded that some great misfortune had overtaken the city, and that was the reason why he had been so hastily sent for. He entered Dasarath's palace. Not seeing him anywhere, his anxiety increased. He then entered Kaikeyi's palace. When she saw her son, she jumped from her golden couch to embrace him. He bent down and respectfully touched her feet. She kissed his head and welcomed him with maternal blessings. "Did you have a good journey?" she asked. "Are your uncle and grandfather well? Tell me all about them." He answered, "The journey took 7 days. All our people at Kaikeya are happy and well. Grandfather and uncle send you their love. They have sent rich gifts for you, but these will arrive later. I have come in advance. The envoys hurried me, saying there was urgent work demanding my presence here. What is all this about? I went to the king's palace to pay him my respects. He was not to be found there, and here, too, his couch is empty. Perhaps he is with one of my senior mothers. I must go and see him and tender my respects." When Bharat, innocent of heart and unaware of what had happened, said this, the foolish queen, intoxicated with a new sense of power, answered, "My child, your father had his full share of the blessings of this life. His fame was great. He performed all the sacrifices enjoined by tradition. He was a refuge for the good. He has now entered the higher world and joined the gods." On hearing this, Bharat fell down, uttering a cry, his long arms stretched out on the ground. Then, rising, he looked at his father's empty bed and sobbed like a destitute orphan. The mighty hero threw his godlike frame on the earth and wept like a child in uncontrolled grief. Looking at her son, who lay on the ground like a big fallen tree, Kaikeyi said, "Arise, O king, stand up. It is not right for a king thus to mourn and roll on the ground. Honor and glory are waiting for your acceptance. You are to uphold the dharma or duty and perform sacrifice in the way of your royal fathers. Your intelligence shines like the noonday sun. No misfortune dare come near you. O strong, brave-hearted son, stand up." Bharat's mind was immaculate, spotless. He did not see all that Kaikeyi had put in her appeal. After lamenting long, he got up and said, "When I went to my uncle's house, I had hoped that Ram's installation as regent would come off soon, and that on my return I would see the great festive ceremonies. How differently have things turned out. How am I to bear this calamity? No more shall I see my father's face. What did he die of? How did he get the illness? And I was not by his side when he lay sick. It was given to Ram to tend him in his last moments. How affectionate the king was towards me. If some dust settled on my body, he would wipe it with his hand. And how soft and pleasing was his touch. And it was not given to me to serve him in his need. But mother, where is Ram? Hereafter he is both father and preceptor to me. I must see him at once and bow down to his feet. He is now my sole refuge. What was my father's last message to me? I want his very words." Kaikeyi's answer had to be consistent both with truth and her designs. She was pulled in contrary directions by her culture and her ambition. She found words which conveyed that the king did not think of Bharat in his last moments. She also wished to prepare him for the rest of the news. So she said, "Your father breathed his last crying, 'Ram, Lakshman, Sita.' These were his last words. He died saying, 'It is not given me to live to see Ram, Lakshman, and Sita return. They who will shall be happy.'" Listening to this, Bharat gathered that Ram and Lakshman too were absent from the king's side. His grief increased, and he asked Kaikeyi, "Where were they? What business took them away from our father's side during his last moments?" Hoping to pacify him, Kaikeyi said, "My son, Ram put on the garments of an ascetic, and taking Lakshman and Sita with him, went to the Dandak forest." Bharat's amazement knew no bounds. He asked, "I understand nothing of what you are saying. What sin did Ram commit that he should undertake such a penance? Did he rob any Brahmin, or cause bodily hurt to any innocent person, or desire somebody else's wife? Why did he have to go to the forest? Who laid on him this penance?" Kaikeyi replied, "Ram committed no crime. He neither robbed nor harmed anyone. And it was not in Ram's nature to cast eyes of desire at other people's wives. What happened was that, seeing that preparations were afoot for installing him as crown prince and regent, I approached the king for your sake, and secured the fulfillment of 2 boons he had long ago granted to me. I asked that the kingdom should go to you, and that Ram should be exiled to the forest. Bound by his past promise, the king agreed. Ram has therefore gone to the forest with Sita and Lakshman. Unable to bear this separation, your father expired of grief. So do not waste yourself in vain lamentations now. Think now what you should do. You know your duty. Your duty is to accept the burden of kingship. I did all this for your sake, and you should accept the fruit of my action in the spirit in which I acted. The city and kingdom have come into your possession without your wanting or working for it. Following the injunctions of Vasishtha and other learned men, perform duly your father's funeral ceremonies, and then prepare for the coronation.
You are a warrior. You have inherited your father's kingdom. Attend to what has fallen to you as your duty. Now Bharat understood everything and realized the enormity of the harm wrought by his mother. Overwhelmed by grief and anger, he could not control himself. At the thought of what she had done and the eternal infamy she had incurred, his grief grew wild and he hurled cruel words at her. "What have you done? Did you ever hope to make me accept the kingdom? Deprived of such a father and such a brother, am I likely to care for power? And causing the death of the king and the banishment of Ram, you ask me to take their place and rule the land? This is like pouring oil into the fire of my grief. Oh, how unfortunate was my father to have chosen you for a wife. Kausalya and Sumitra will also die of grief. Oh, how could you bring yourself to do this to Ram, who was so devoted to you? Revered mother Kausalya treated you like her own blood sister. How could you think of plotting against her beloved son? And did you not know how much I loved Ram? Greed destroyed your understanding. How else could you so foolishly plan for my happiness? Even the great king relied on Ram and Lakshman. How could you believe that in their absence I could rule the kingdom? And even if I could, would I agree? Never will your wish be fulfilled through my cooperation. I can no longer regard you as my mother. I cut myself off from all relation with you and decline to regard you as my mother. How could you ever think of setting aside rule and custom and getting a younger son crowned? Would not the world revile us for all time? The general law of kings and the tradition of our family cannot be violated. I will not carry out your wish. I shall go to the forest and bring Ram back. I shall set the crown on his head and rejoice in being his loyal servant. Banish Ram indeed. It is you that ought to be banished, cruel woman, who have forsaken the path of morality. So far as you are concerned, you may take it that I am dead. For I would rather be dead than be the son of a murderess. You are not the daughter of the good King Asvapati. You are a demoness. To what hell should you go? You who banished the only child of Mother Kausalya. What punishment would be too great for the grief you have caused her? I shall do the funeral ceremonies. I shall go to the forest, fall at the feet of Ram, and bring him to his kingdom. And then, to cleanse myself of the sin and the shame you have brought on me, I shall lead the life of an ascetic in the Dandak forest. What a flood of sorrow you have caused! By what penitence, by what self-mortification can you redeem yourself? I shall go myself at once to Ram and get rid of my guilt by restoring the kingdom to him. Bharat, finding no relief for his anguish by angry words, sighing like a young elephant newly captured, hot tears falling from his eyes, he felt he could bear no longer the sight of his mother. So he rushed to Kausalya's apartment to find a better place to give vent to his sorrow. Thus did Kaikeyi's castle in the air go up in smoke. She lay down on the floor and wept.
Soon the news of Bharat's arrival spread throughout the palace. Kausalya, still laboring under her grief, heard this and was glad, and told Sumitra, "Come, let us go and meet Bharat." Hardly had they taken a couple of steps when they saw Bharat himself rushing wildly towards them to plead for mercy. Kausalya's first thought when she heard of Bharat's arrival was that he had hastened back to assume the fortune which had come to him. Had not the elders and ministers, led by Vasishtha, decided to send for Bharat so that he might perform his father's funeral rites and be crowned king? Hence, seeing Bharat, Kausalya, her heart desolate with the loss of husband and son, said in a low voice, "Bharat, the kingship is waiting secured for your sake by Kaikeyi. You need not fear any hindrance from us. Take it, and may all happiness be yours. Only one boon I crave of you, to let me join your father on the funeral pyre." These words were like stinging poison in Bharat's ears. He fell at her feet and clung to them, unable to speak. Kausalya said again, "Oh, Bharat, at least take me where Ram is, in the forest." Unable to bear all these piteous words of Kausalya, and unable to speak, Bharat fell unconscious. After a while he sat up and said, "Mother, why do you thus torture me, who am innocent? You know I was far away and knew nothing of the wicked things going on here. Do you not know the love I bear for Ram? Would I ever do such a thing to him? May all the sins of the world descend on me if I had the least notion of the evil brewing here. I had nothing to do with it, and I have no desire to reap its fruit." He raised his hands and recited all the horrible sins that one could commit, and invoked on himself the punishments due to them if he had any part in the plot. His passionate sincerity convinced Kausalya of the injustice of her suspicions, and her heart went out to him. Tenderly she raised him from the ground and took his head on her lap, and caressed him as though he were Ram himself. She said, "My dear son, my grief is doubled by seeing the pain raging in your innocent heart. Oh, what shall we do, child? We are the playthings of fate. May the reward of goodness come to you in this world and the next." Kausalya had not believed Bharat privy to the plot, but she feared that he would condone it and yield to the temptation of its results. But now she was convinced that Bharat's heart was completely free from stain. Though her own son had gone to the forest, she was pleased that such another son had come to her in his place. The funeral ceremonies of the dead king were duly performed. Vasishtha and other learned men and elders offered grave scriptural consolation to Bharat and Satrughan. 14 days after the king's death, the ministers called the assembly and addressed Bharat thus: "The king has gone to the world above. Ram and Lakshman are in the forest. The land is now without a king. It is right that you should assume the rule at our request. The preparations for the coronation are all complete. The citizens and ministers are awaiting your acceptance. This is your kingdom, lawfully descended from your ancestors. It is for you to be anointed and rule righteously over us." Bharat went with folded hands round the materials gathered for the coronation and said in grave tones to the assembled elders, "I do not consider it proper that you should ask me thus to accept the kingdom. According to the custom of our house, the throne belongs to the eldest son. With all respect to you, I have decided to go to the forest and bring Ram back to Ayodhya with Lakshman, and see that Ram is crowned. Please get ready the men and materials for this purpose. Prepare the road for the journey. Let laborers be mobilized for it. It is my final and irrevocable decision not to accept the crown. Listening to the prince's words, the whole assembly was beside itself with joy. They applauded Bharat's suggestion. The army and a big retinue were ready to accompany the prince to the forest. Quickly, an army of workers with their tools went forward to prepare the road. Men who knew the forest, pioneers who could dig wells and canals, builders of rafts and boats, carpenters and engineers worked enthusiastically because they were working toward the goal of getting their beloved Ram back. Culverts were built, trees felled. A broad road for the prince and his retinue was soon laid. Ups and downs were leveled, marshes drained, resting places for the army, facilities for drinking water, and all other conveniences were soon made ready. Though preparations were made for Bharat's journey to the forest, Vasishtha and other ministers formally summoned the assembly again. They did not give up their desire to get Bharat to agree to be crowned. They sent messengers to Bharat's palace and invited him to the hall. They approached him with music playing on many instruments. All this only pained him. He stopped the musicians, sent the messengers back, and told Shatrughan, "Why should they still persist in tormenting me when I have refused the kingdom? This is the result of our mother's intrigue. My father has gone to heaven, leaving me to bear all this alone. The land needs a king. Without one it drifts, like a rudderless and derelict ship. We must soon get Ram back." The assembly sat eagerly, looking for the entrance of the blameless prince. He entered the hall. As the full moon rises in the sky, he bowed to the elders and sat down. Vasishtha said, "This kingdom has been given to you by your father and your brother Ram. Accept it and protect us according to ancient custom." Bharat's heart was far away with Ram. Tears fell from his eyes. The young prince wept aloud in the midst of the royal assembly, and in a voice struggling with tears, he addressed words of respectful reproach to the preceptors. "How can you ask one of my race and my upbringing to usurp what belongs to another who is far nobler and more worthy than I? Can any son of Dasarath possibly dream of such iniquity? This kingdom and I, and all else in it, belong to Ram. He is the eldest son, the noblest among us, a lover of ethics. He is the rightful king. He is fit to be sovereign of the three worlds. Standing here, I pay my homage to Ram there in the forest. He is the king, not I." The assembly burst into tears of joy when they heard Bharat speak thus. And Bharat continued, "If I am unable to persuade King Ram to agree, I shall stay there performing penance. It is your duty, O elders, to use every means to bring Ram back. I shall do all I can to make Ram come back to Ayodhya and make him king." He then ordered Sumantra, who was standing near him, to hasten the preparations for going to the forest. The city rejoiced in anticipation of Ram's return, for all felt that nothing could resist the force of Bharat's dutiful love. Gazing across the river Ganges, Guha, the hunter king, noticed unusual commotion on the bank opposite. A great army had encamped there. He pointed it to his kinsman standing by his side and said, "Who is this? And why has he come here with a large army, apparently to cross the river? The flag suggests that it is Kaikeyi's son, Bharat, and his army. Yes, I see the flag flying on the top of the chariot, and I can recognize the tree painted on it. That is the flag of the king of Ayodhya. Is not Ram's enemy, Bharat, the king of Ayodhya today? Having secured the kingdom unjustly through his mother Kaikeyi, it looks as though he is pursuing Ram here to slay him. Get together our warriors and kinsmen and friends. Let them stand ready on this bank. Gather all the boats and fill them with armed men ready for battle. Let us wait and see. If the newcomers are well disposed towards Ram, we shall help them cross the river and come over to this side. But if their intention is hostile, we shall prevent them. And so, having made all preparations, Guha, in accordance with rules of courtesy, took some presents, got into a boat, and went to meet Bharat. On the other bank, at the same time, Sumantra was telling Bharat, "Look, Guha, the hunter king, devoted friend of Ram, has come with his people to welcome us. He is the ruler of this region. He and his kinsmen are well acquainted with every nook and corner of this forest. They could tell us where Ram is to be found, and lead us safely and swiftly to the place." Meanwhile, Guha crossed the stream and, approaching Bharat, bowed and said, "Though we have been taken by surprise by your unexpected visit, still, all that is mine here you may consider as your own, and command me. I consider it an honor to be able to welcome and entertain you and your army." Bharat answered, "It is very kind of you, O friend of my brother, to offer hospitality to such a large army. I wish to proceed to the hermitage of Bhardwaj. We do not know the way, and we also need to cross this great river." Guha bowed before him with clasped hands and said politely, "My lord, my servants and myself are ready to go with you and act as guides. But you must excuse me for expressing a doubt, which occurs to me on seeing this large army you have brought. Surely you have no intentions hostile to Ram?" Pained by these words, and from a heart clear and pure as the summer sky, Bharat said, "Alas, what greater shame can come to me than this, that men who love Ram should fear and suspect me? Have no misgivings, Guha. Ram is my father now, for he has taken the place of my lost father. I have come here to beg of him to return to Ayodhya. I swear I have no other purpose in my mind." Guha rejoiced to see in Bharat's face his intense love for Ram and his grief at what had happened. He said, "My lord, who in the world can equal you in sacrifice? Who but you would renounce such wealth and power, coming to him unsought? Your glory will shine forever." The hunter kings supplied Bharat's army with all it needed. The hosts and guests retired for the night. The meeting with Guha only increased Bharat's sorrow. Bharat was endowed with a heart of utter innocence. He sighed and said, "Alas, that it should come to this," and rolled sleepless on the ground. His whole body burned with thoughts of the infamy that had come as a cloud over him, his father's death and his parting from Ram. Guha spoke words of comfort and tried to console him. Bharat questioned, "What food did Ram take when he was here? Where did he sit? And where did he sleep? What did he say? And tell me, what did he do?" Guha answered every question lovingly and pointed to the spot where Ram had slept. And when he was asked, "Where did Lakshman sleep?" he replied, "Lakshman said, 'When Ram and Sita lie stretched on the bare earth, how can I sleep?' And he shed tears, and like me stood on guard the whole night, bow in hand." As Bharat pictured this scene, his grief became unendurable. He saw the spot where Ram and Sita had slept that night, and pointed it to the weeping queens. Asked what Ram ate, Guha answered, "My lord, they fasted that night. Lakshman brought some water and Ram drank of it. and then handed it back to Lakshman to drink. The food I brought was returned, untasted. The following morning they matted their locks and walked into the forest. Bharat had found some relief from sorrow in his resolve to seek out Ram and persuade him to return. But his talk with Guha and the sights he saw brought it back in full flood. He lamented, "For my sake, Ram, you slept on the grass. I have seen the spot, and I still live. And they want me to wear a crown on top of all this. Well, I shall somehow take Ram back and seat him on the throne. If he wants his vow fulfilled, I shall replace him in the forest for 14 years. He will agree to this arrangement, as it is only right and proper." Thus he calmed himself. Early next morning, Bharat woke up Satrughan. "What? Are you still sleeping? The day has already dawned. The army has to cross the river. We should send quickly for Guha and arrange for the journey." Satrughan answered, "I am not asleep, brother. Like you, I spent the whole night thinking of Ram." While they were speaking, Guha arrived, and after courteous greetings, announced that he had a fleet of many boats ready. All the baggage and the whole army were put on boats. The loaded vessels crossed the great river. The transport across raised a joyous clamor like some great festival. The people did not see the sorrow in Bharat's heart, for they had concluded, even when Bharat set out, that Ram would surely return. They went forward rejoicing that soon Ram would be in their midst as crowned king, and all their recent sorrows would pass like a bad dream. When the whole army had crossed the river, Bharat followed it in a boat specially fitted up for him. Finally, they reached the ashram of Bharadwaj. Bharat and his retinue went on towards Bharadwaj's ashram. When they reached the Prayag wood, they saw at a distance a beautiful grove with a cottage in its midst. Learning that this was Bharadwaj's ashram, Bharat left his retinue behind and, accompanied only by Vasishtha and a few other elders, walked towards it with due humility. Divesting himself of his silk garments and his weapons, and accompanied only by the ministers, he went on foot behind Vasishtha. A little further on, he left behind even the ministers, and he and Vasishtha went forward alone. When Bharadwaj saw Vasishtha, he rose from his seat and went to meet the illustrious visitor, and bade his disciples to bring the customary water to wash the feet of the guests. Bharat offered humble salutations to Bharadwaj. Learning who he was, the sage received him with the respect due to a king, and made inquiries concerning his welfare. He thoughtfully refrained from making any mention of the sad fate of Dasarath. Bharadwaj asked Bharat, "Why did you leave your kingly duties and come over here? Should you not stay in Ayodhya?" Listening to his young wife, Dasarath ordered Ram to live for 14 years in the forest, and the prince accordingly left the city with his brother and Sita. "Do you feel that even now the way is not clear for your rule? And have you come to complete what Dasarath began and make assurance doubly sure?" Hearing these words, Bharat wept. The tears gushed and he could hardly speak. "Death," he said, "would be better than such a life as this. Do you doubt me, master? Please do not blame me for what was done by my mother in my absence without my knowledge or consent. I have come now to do my utmost
to persuade Ram to go back with me to Ayodhya and there to be crowned king. And it is my purpose to be his humble slave all my life. I have come here to ask you where Ram dwells, to go and beg of him to return home. And me you suspect."
Bharadwaj said, "Bharat, I know your real nature. You are a scion of the race of Raghu. I questioned you because I wish to draw out a revelation of your affection and loyalty, and thereby establish and spread your glory. Do not grieve. The prince is dwelling on Chitrakoot hill. Stay here today. Tomorrow you and your ministers can go there. You will please me by accepting hospitality for a day in my ashram." Bharat said, "My lord, your wishes and words of affection are a feast to me. What more is required?" Bharadwaj smiled, because he could see that Bharat was unwilling to cast the burden of feeding an army on a poor ascetic. He said, "I am bound to entertain you in a manner worthy of your status and goodness. Why have you left behind your army and retinue?" Bharat answered, "I follow the rule that one should not approach a sage's dwelling with a retinue. There is a big crowd following me. It would be a great disturbance to you if they all came here." The rishi replied, "Nothing of the sort. Order them all to come up." And so Bharat ordered. Bharadwaj went to the sacrificial fire, and, uttering holy prayers, sipped water 3 times and called on the demigods Vishvakarma, Maya, Yama, Varun, Kubera, Agni, and other celestial beings, and ordered them to produce a great feast for Bharat and his followers. This they did lavishly. Everyone had ample accommodation. Sandal paste, flowers, food and drink, music, and dance by divine performers were all provided. Bharadwaj's feast was more sumptuous than that given by great kings to one another. Dwellings and vehicles and servants came suddenly into being. The guests forgot themselves in the feast. They ate fully and soon fell fast asleep. The following morning Bharadwaj said to Bharat, "At a distance of 22 miles from here runs the river Mandakini. On its banks is an unpeopled forest, with Chitrakoot hill to its south. On the slope of the hill, in a hut, your brothers and Sita are dwelling." And he explained in detail the way they should follow. The 3 queens were presented to receive the sage's blessings. "This is Queen Kausalya," said Bharat, "the mother of Ram. And here to her right and supporting her stands the mother of Lakshman and Satrughan, sorrow-stricken and limp like a creeper stricken by summer winds. And here is my mother, the cause of all of our sorrow." The queens prostrated before the sage. "Do not judge your mother harshly," said Bharadwaj, casting his gentle eyes on the sorrowing Kaikeyi. "All that has happened for the good of the world." Bharat and his great retinue took the forest path as directed by Bharadwaj. They saw from afar the Chitrakoot hill, and as they proceeded eagerly, a column of smoke indicated the spot where the prince's dwelling was. Shouts of joy then arose from the crowd. Leaving his following behind, Bharat went forward, accompanied only by Sumantra and Vasishta. While Bharat was thus engaged in trying to undo the mischief wrought by others, in the forest hut at Chitrakoot,
life went on fairly cheerfully. With Lakshman and Sita by his side, Ram lacked nothing. The grandeur of the mountain scenery and the forest, and the sweet songs and play of the birds, pleased his heart. He forgot the sorrow of his exile from kinfolk and city. "Look, Sita, at those birds playing," he would say. "Look at that rock on the hill with the blue, yellow, and red veins shining on it. And look at these plants and creepers with their flowers. I am so happy here, and I have in addition to this pleasure the feeling that I am carrying out my father's promise. We have the joy of duty done, besides leading a happy life here. Over and above all this, I am happy that my brother Bharat is ruling the kingdom." Thus Ram, free from sorrow himself, made Sita happy. Descending from the hill, they would sometimes go to the river Mandakini and spend time there. "Look at those sand hillocks," Ram would say, "and look at the swans playing among the lotuses. The stream is as lovely as yourself, beloved. The streams where animals come to drink are beautifully red with new earth. Look at the saints bathing there, standing in supplication and offering hymns to the sun. And look at the flowers falling from the boughs on the water. And see that pearl-scattering waterfall. We are indeed lucky to be far away from the crowded city. There we cannot see sages and pure souls, such as we see here bathing every day. The hill is our city Ayodhya. The birds and beasts are our subjects. The Mandakini is our Sarayu river. With you and Lakshman near me, I am so happy and content. How pleasant it is to see the animals drinking water in the stream without any fear, plunging in the water here, eating fruits and roots, walking about in the forest and climbing the hills. Why should I think of kingdom or power?" Thus, in the company of Sita and Lakshman, Ram was spending happy days. One day, as they were sitting as usual on the slope of the hill, in utter peace, suddenly, at a distance, they saw a cloud of dust rise in the sky, which seemed moving towards them. And soon they heard a great noise as of a big crowd. Ram saw the forest animals stampeding here and there in fear. It looked as if an army had entered the forest. "Do you hear that noise?" Ram said to Lakshman. "The elephants, bison, and deer are running helter and skelter. What could it be? Could it be some king who has come hunting here? Or is it that some tiger or other fierce wild beast has come rummaging? Go take a look and tell me." Lakshman climbed up a tall tree and looked all around. He saw a large army approaching from the north, a complete force of all limbs, chariots, elephants, horses, and foot soldiers. He shouted to Ram in warning, "Listen, brother, a great army is approaching, with flags flying and in complete formation. Let us be careful. Put out the fire. Take Sita into the cave for safety. Let us don our armor and get ready for battle." Ram replied, "Do not be in such a hurry. Look again at the flag on the chariot and tell me which king is leading his army here." Lakshman looked and was filled with anger. "Oh, my brother, it is Bharat. Not satisfied with getting the kingdom, he is pursuing us here. I can see the tree on our flag flying in the breeze. He has come to slay us, but the son of Kaikeyi shall not escape with his life today. There is no sin in killing this destroyer of virtue. The only question now is, shall we wait for them here, or shall we give them battle on the top of the hill? We will make him pay for all the harm he has done us. It is surely no sin to kill one who comes to slay us. With him will be destroyed the greed of his mother. You will soon see the forest paths running with blood. Like a tree uprooted by an elephant, Bharat will be felled to the ground by me. We shall destroy this army. We shall feed him to the beasts of prey in the forest." But Ram said, "I know you can destroy the 7 worlds if you are so minded. Listen, you can easily kill Bharat and his army, but there is one thing to consider before you set to work. Disobeying and disgracing our father, and killing our brother, and earning infinite dishonor, what good shall we gain by battling for and winning the kingdom? What we gain by killing our kinfolk will be like food which is mixed with poison. Why, and for whom do we seek wealth and kingdom? Is it not for the sake of others whose joy is our own? Who would want to acquire a kingdom by wrong means? And what joy is there in a kingdom which you cannot share with those you love? Truly, I tell you, I will never look at wealth and power that you and Bharat and Satrughan cannot enjoy with me. I know why Bharat is coming here now, and I will tell you. He knows the way of duty. He is coming here to give the kingdom to me. If he had been in Ayodhya instead of in the faraway land of his uncle, he would have dissuaded Kaikeyi and saved our father from the great sorrow which has befallen him. I am certain he is coming now to take me back to the city. It is wrong of you to think ill of Bharat and speak such harsh words about him. If it is desire for the kingdom that makes you so cruel in your suspicion, then tell me. I have only to tell Bharat to pass it on to you, and I have no doubt he will do it with pleasure." Ram said this smiling, and Lakshman shrank into himself with shame. "Perhaps our father the king," Lakshman said, "is himself coming to see us." After listening to Ram, he was convinced that his fear was improper. He wondered then why the army was marching, and thought that perhaps Dasarath was coming to visit them in the forest. "Maybe, as you say, thinking that life in the forest was hard for us, the king might have come to take us, and especially Sita, back to the city. But then, we do not see the king's great white umbrella. But whatever be the case, you should stay calm." Lakshman stood humbly, with folded hands, beside Ram. Halting the army at some distance, Bharat sent a few men to observe and report on the place whence the smoke rose. They brought the news that this was the very spot described by Bharadwaj, and that the cottage was very probably Ram's forest abode. Bharat started forward with Satrughan, Vasishtha, and Sumantra. As they advanced, they saw indications that the ashram was habited. There was a path that led to the river, and the trees were blazed on either side of it, as though to make it easy to find it in the dusk. Presently they came to a cottage thatched with leaves, near which were stacks of wood, and the dry dung of deer and wild buffaloes heaped for use in winter. In the cottage on the walls were mighty bows and quivers, full of deadly arrows, swords which seemed to radiate victory, and other weapons, all of superlative excellence. They saw also, spread out to dry on the branches of trees, garments of bark. Bharat beheld all these sure signs of his brother's residence in the hermitage, with a swelling heart. From inside came smoke from the oblations of daily worship. Entering, Bharat saw the altar with its blazing fire, and Ram himself seated by it with matted locks. Though dressed in deerskin and bark, he still looked like a ruler of the world, with his mighty arms, breadth of chest, and a countenance made to command love and obedience. Near him were Sita and Lakshman. He had been thinking all the time of the infamy that had gathered on his head, and wondering what to say and what to do when he met Ram. But now, when he saw Ram, he forgot all this in the great love that surged within him, and submerged all other thoughts and fears. He sprang forward to the spot where Ram was seated. He could utter no word beyond, "Brother," and fell at his feet and sobbed. By this time Sumantra and Guha joined him. Ram saw before him lying on the ground Bharat, with hands clasped in supplication, with matted locks and in garments of bark. With grief and fasting, his body had grown lean, and he was tanned with fatigue and exposure. Ram lifted and embraced him and kissed him on the head and said, "Brother beloved, why did you leave our father's side and come all the way into the forest? And why have you grown so thin?" Bharat was speechless. Ram put to him the formal questions which members of the royal family asked each other when they met after an absence. After an interval, Bharat gathered strength and gave answer. "Why do you question me about the kingdom, brother?
as though I were its ruler. What connection is there between the kingdom and myself? When you are the rightful king, how could I call myself king or rule over the land? My duty is to do you humble service, but it has not been given me to do it. The eldest son should bear the burden of the kingdom. This is the law and custom. Come with me to Ayodhya, wear the crown, and shower your grace on our family and people. The old king's work in the world is over, and he has entered heaven. When you had left Ayodhya for the forest, and before I returned from Kekaya, the king gave up his life, slain by the grief of separation from you. Do not give way to sorrow. Perform the funeral rites of our father. Thinking of you, he gave up his life. The ceremony you perform will alone satisfy his spirit. Thus Bharat steadied himself and spoke. When Ram heard that his father's soul had passed on, he fell down like a tree felled by an axe. Bharat had no need to repeat before Ram all the apologies and explanations which he had to give to Kausalya, Guha, and Bharadwaj. Where was the need for explanations when Ram set his eyes on that grief-stricken body and that ravaged face? Bharat, whose one concern was to take Ram back to Ayodhya, spoke only of this and not at all of himself. The princes with Sita and Sumantra went to the river and offered water for the peace of the departed soul of the king. After other customary ceremonies, the princes returned to the cottage. They held each other's hands and relieved their sorrow by loud lamentation. When it was known that the 4 princes and the 3 queens were reunited and could be seen together in one place, a chorus of joy went up in the army and retinue, and they came surging forward to witness that happy spectacle. They were sure now that Ram would return to Ayodhya, and the people embraced one another for the very joy of it. The sage Vasishta conducted the 3 queens to the hut. On the way they saw the river Mandakini. When he showed them the spot where the princes daily took water for their use, Kausalya and Sumitra broke down and sobbed. Kausalya whimpered, "From this pool in the river, Sumitra, your son takes water to the ashram every day. Lakshman is prepared to do the commonest task cheerfully for his brother. He does not mind the weight of the water pot on his princely shoulder." They saw the spot where Ram and Lakshman poured out libations for their father's spirit. The darva grass lay with the ends facing south beside the oil cake. Then they reached the hut. There they saw the princes, with faces clouded with sorrow, seated under a thatched roof. Unable to bear the sight, the royal mothers sank to the floor. When Ram lifted Kausalya up, she stroked him with her flower-soft hands, and was at once sad and happy. She embraced Sita and said, "My child, Janak's daughter, daughter-in-law to the king of Ayodhya, do you live in this hut? O faded lotus flower, O golden image covered with dust, my heart melts at the sight of you." Ram reverently touched the feet of sage Vasishta, who seemed like another Brihaspati, the preceptor of the gods, come down to earth, and then sat by his mother. Bharat humbly sat apart, facing Ram. The elders surrounded them, eagerly awaiting what Bharat would say, and how Ram would react. Ram asked, "Bharat, why have you left your kingly duties and come here in deerskin with matted hair?" Bharat attempted to speak several times, but at first could not get beyond the word brother. Then he pulled himself together with a great effort and said, "Sending you to the forest, but unable to bear the pain, our father's soul fled to heaven. The only result my mother has got from her evil plan has been that she has become a sinner and a widow and is in deep sorrow. Despised by the world, she experiences hell on earth. Ram, Only you can save us. Undo all the evil that has been done, and wipe off our tears by agreeing to be crowned. It is to implore you for this that we and the citizens and the army and the widowed queens have come, and are all here waiting on your word. Please grant us our prayer. This alone will put an end to our sorrow and re-establish the virtue of our race. Without a rightful king, the land is like a widow, desolate and helpless. You must come back and make it happy and secure. Like the full moon rising, please dispel our darkness. The ministers here and I, we fall at your feet and beg this of you. Do not refuse, O brother. Saying this, the great Bharat, with tear-filled eyes, clung to the feet of Ramchandra. Ram raised him from the ground and embracing him said, "Child, we were born in a noble family and brought up in good ways. Neither you nor I can do anything wrong. I see no fault in you, my blameless brother. Do not feel sad, and do not speak unkind words about your mother. It is not proper that we should blame her. Surely our father had the right to tell us what to do. Yes, even to decree banishment, just as he had the right to order a coronation. Our duty is to honor our father and our mother. How could I disobey or question their command? Was it for me to refuse my father's command that I should go to the forest? He gave you the kingship, and he ordained for me life in the forest. He certainly had the right to settle the manner of our lives. What right have we to alter or reject his plans? Far from being wrong, it is your duty to rule the land, and I too shall do my duty and fulfill our father's last command by living 14 years in the Dundak forest. Failing to fulfill our father's wish, can I find contentment in the possession of the whole world? Bharat repeatedly besought and importuned Ram. Ram realized that Bharat grieved that it was for his sake injustice had been done, and that he endeavored to remove the blot. Do not blame yourself, he said. Do not think that all these things took place for your sake. Destiny rules everything. Give up your grief. Return to Ayodhya and rule the kingdom. Let us each perform the duties assigned to us by the father we love and revere. The people who watched the talk and saw the determination of the prince were filled with joy and sorrow in equal measure. Bharat's affection and purity filled them with pride and joy. Ram told Bharat his unalterable decision. I cannot possibly disobey my father's word. You will please me by not persisting in trying to persuade me. Satrughna is there to help you in ruling, as Lakshman is here to help me in forest life. With Lakshman by my side, I lack nothing. Let us all, brother, do our father's will. The learned Jabali, one of the priests who had accompanied Bharat, here interposed a lesson on worldly wisdom for the benefit of Ram. He said, You talk again and again of your father's command. Dasarath was a physical body, which has now rejoined the 5 elements. You talk as though there is some continuing relationship between that person, who is now no more, and yourself. This is sheer illusion. Why do you like the foolish preaching of duty, and seek to give up the good fortune to which you were born? Like a woman mourning with disheveled hair, the city of Ayodhya is plaintively longing and waiting for your return. So go back, accept the crown, enjoy life's pleasures, listen to Bharat, do not fail in your proper duties. This lecture angered Ram. He said with much sharpness, Sir, you seem to set little value on truth and rectitude. Your materialist talk fills me with such abhorrence that I wonder that an unbeliever like you should have been tolerated in the court. Jabali hastened to explain that, far from being an infidel, he had all his life been a teacher of the scriptures, and that he had only spoken as he had done
out of an earnest wish to persuade Ram to return. Vasishta also intervened on his behalf, and that unlucky interlude came to an end. Vasishta then put the case for Ram's return this way. On the whole, my opinion is that you should return to Ayodhya and accept the throne. Of course, your father's command also has to be considered and reconciled to this step. You have obeyed that command at once and unhesitatingly. But now a new situation has arisen. Bharat, in his helplessness, fearing infamy, has sought shelter at your feet. How can you spurn him? We all know that you love him as your life. You never refuse those who approach you for help. How then can you deny it to Bharat now? Is it not your life principle to help those who seek refuge at your feet? But Ram showed no signs of relenting. Then Bharat turned to Sumantra and said, "My brother has no pity for me. Please spread a bed of darba grass here for me. I shall take the pledge of fasting unto death." Sumantra hesitated and looked at Ram. Then Bharat himself fetched and spread the grass and sat on it. "My child, this is not right," said Ram firmly. "Rise, go to Ayodhya and fulfill your duties. Do not go against the duty of an administrator." Bharat got up, and as a last resort, appealed to the people who had accompanied him, a representative crowd of soldiers and citizens from Ayodhya. "O citizens of Ayodhya, why do you stand mutely looking on? Do you not want Ram to return? Why then are you silent?" The people answered, "Ram will not swerve from the truth. He will stand firm by his father's promise. He will not return to Ayodhya. What is the use of pressing him further?" Ram replied, "Listen to them, brother. They wish well to both of us. Virtue dwells in their hearts." Bharat said, "Here, I am as guiltless as Ram and a fit substitute for him. If the king's word should be fulfilled, let me stay here in the forest in place of Ram. Let him fill my place and rule in Ayodhya." Ram laughed and said, "This procedure of exchange cannot apply here. This is not trade or business for barter and agreement. It is true that sometimes one discharges the duties of another when the latter is too weak and unable to do it. But how does it fit on this occasion? Can any of you say that for life in the forest I have no capacity, but only Bharat has?" Then the wise Vasishta found a solution to the problem, in which righteousness struggled with righteousness as to which should be more right. "O Bharat, rule the kingdom under Ram's authority and as his deputy. No blame would attach to you then, and the pledge would be kept." Ram took Bharat on his lap and told him, "Brother, look on the kingdom as my gift to you. Accept it and rule it as our father wished." A glory descended on Ram and Bharat at that moment, and they shone like two suns in the sky. Bharat said, "Brother, you are my father and my God. Your least wish is my duty. Please, give me your sandals. That token of yours shall reign in Ayodhya till you return. And for 14 years I shall stay outside the city and discharge the king's duty in your place, paying reverent homage to your sandals. At the end of that period, you will return and accept the kingship." "So be it," answered Ram. He placed his feet on the sandals and handed them to Bharat, who prostrated himself on the ground and accepted them and put them on his head. Bharat and his retinue turned back towards Ayodhya. On the way they met the sage Bharadwaj and reported what had happened. He blessed Bharat, saying, "Your virtue will be forever remembered. Are you not a son of the solar race? As water flows downward, the virtue of your family runs its inevitable course in you. Your father Dasarath is indeed happy. He is not dead, but lives again immortally in you." They met Guha again, crossed the Ganges, and finally reached Ayodhya. Bharat and his followers entered Ayodhya. The city, bereft of the king and Ram, appeared desolate to Bharat. It seemed to be enveloped in the darkness of a moonless night. When he had returned in haste from Kaikeya, he had entered the city in fatigue and shapeless fear and suspense. But today he again entered it fully understanding all the tragedy. He remembered the past and thought of the present and grieved afresh. He went to the palace and took the queens to their desolate apartments. He went to the assembly hall and said, "Great is my sorrow, but I shall bear it. I shall stay in Nandagram and carry out my tasks as I have promised Ram. Make all arrangements for this purpose." This was done, and he solemnly announced in the assembly, "This kingdom is Ram's. For the time being he has asked me to be in charge. In my brother's place I have installed his sandals. Deriving my authority from them, I shall do my work as king." Accordingly, Bharat stayed in Nandagram, and with the help of ministers ruled the kingdom as a religious duty until Ram should return after completing his forest life. Not far from Chitrakoot was an outpost of the Rakshasas or demons called Janastan, in the charge of a famous warrior named Kar, who was a brother of Ravan. And from this station fierce Rakshasas ranged the forest round, molesting the sages in their isolated ashrams. They made life so insecure that the ascetics abandoned their hermitages in the Chitrakoot region, in spite of all that Ram could do to dissuade them. After Bharat's departure, Ram was not quite happy in Chitrakoot. The face of his beloved brother, tearful with disappointment, and the sad drooping form of his widowed mother were ever before his mind's eye. And now that the going away of the sages had deprived him of their companionship, the lonely hut was so full of sad memories that he made up his mind to seek some other resting place in the Dandak forest. So they left Chitrakoot and proceeded to the hermitage of sage Atri, who knew the country, to seek his advice as to where they might establish themselves. They were most affectionately received, and Sita won the heart of Atri's wife, the saintly Anasuya, who, delighted at finding in her a perfect embodiment of wifely virtues, blessed her and presented her with beautiful garments and auspicious cosmetics. Anasuya was the embodiment of pure womanhood, and her gifts added beauty and inner strength to Sita. Then they made inquiries concerning the way and resumed their journey. Walking through the great Dandak forest, Ram, Sita, and Lakshman reached a spot where many rishis or sages lived. Even as they approached the place, they saw the sacrificial materials, bark garments, and deerskins spread out to dry, and they knew it was a colony of holy men. The place was beautiful to look at. Birds and animals moved about with the freedom from fear, born of affectionate familiarity with their human neighbors. Ripe fruits hung from the trees. The beautiful sound of Vedic chanting was heard. As they came near, they saw the radiant faces of the rishis who welcomed Ram. "O king, you are our protector," they said. "Whether we are in the town or in the forest, you are our king." And they gave the newcomers all they needed and a place in which to rest. The following morning the three took leave of the sages and re-entered the forest, which was now denser than before, and there were tigers and other wild animals there. So they proceeded slowly and cautiously. Suddenly, a gigantic form, distorted like a broken fragment of a hill, rushed at them, making a blood-curdling noise. It was a man-eating Rakshasa, and his roar was like thunder. He was indescribably ugly, and the tiger skin he wore was covered with blood, while pieces of flesh of the slaughtered beast were still sticking to it. The corpses of 3 lions and the head of an elephant recently slain were impaled and strung in a row on the great spear which he shook menacingly at them. The Rakshasa lifted his weapon, roared horribly, and springing forward lifted Sita. And as he held her, he shouted at the princes, "Who are you, little fellows? How dare you enter this forest? You look young, but wear matted hair and bark garments. You have disguised yourself as ascetics, yet you carry bows and arrows and go about with this woman by your side. Whom are you trying to cheat? Are you not ashamed of yourselves? You are besmirching the good name of the rishis by your conduct, you hypocrites. Know that I am Virad himself. The flesh of rishis is my daily food. I shall have this lovely damsel for my wife, do you understand? I shall now drink your blood, you villain." Held in his grasp, Sita trembled with fear. Lakshman, hissing like an angry snake, said, "Ram, look at what my bow and arrow can do. The earth will presently drink this monster's blood. My wrath, which was denied outlet at Ayodhya, I shall now direct on this monster and shatter him, as Indra did the winged mountains of the past. I shall attack this creature and slay him." The rod roared again, "Who are you? Tell me at once." Ram's face glowed with courage, and calmly he said, "We are princes of the Ikshvaku race. We have come to live in the forest. May we know who you are?" The Rakshasa answered, "And so, you are the sons of Dasarath, are you? My father's name is Jai, and I am known among the Rakshasas as Virad. You puny warriors carrying arms. What can you and your ridiculous weapons do to me? I have secured a boon from Lord Brahma, that no weapon can hurt me. Leave this girl here and run away, if you wish to save your lives." Ram's eyes grew red with anger. "It is time for you to go to the Lord of Death," he said, and bent his bow and shot a sharp arrow at the monster. It pierced his body and emerged red with blood, glistening like fire, and fell on the earth beyond. But the Rakshasa was not killed. Enraged by the pain, he placed Sita on the ground, and lifting his spear and opening his mouth wide, rushed towards Ram and Lakshman. The princes sent a shower of arrows at him. The arrows stuck so thick on his body that he bristled all over like a gigantic porcupine. The Rakshasa, however, laughed and shook his limbs, and down fell all the darts. He straightened himself and lifted his spear again. Ram and Lakshman, with 2 arrows, broke the spear and rushed at him sword in hand. But he lifted them both up with his hands and put them on his shoulders and strode off into the forest. Sita saw them disappear in the darkness of the jungle and wept aloud. Ram and Lakshman, seated one on each shoulder, knowing that weapons could not kill him, wrenched off his arms and threw them down. Then they attacked him with their hands and feet. Still, they could not kill him on account of Lord Brahma's boon. But the agony of his wounds was so great that he howled. Unfortunately for him, he had asked for immunity from slaughter, but not from pain. The brothers threw down the exhausted monster, and Ram planted his in his neck to prevent him from rising. The touch of Ram's feet cleared the mist and curse he had incurred in a previous birth had shrouded his understanding. And in the sudden light of recollection, he joined his hands and said humbly, "Your feet have touched me, Lord, and my eyes are open. I have realized who you are. I am under a curse, but you can save me. I'm not a Rakshasa by birth, but a Gandharva, a celestial musician. The boon I secured prevents my going to heaven. If you could somehow kill me, I shall recover my former celestial form and go there." Accordingly, Ram and Lakshman smashed him without weapons and buried him in a pit they dug in the earth. And the Rakshasa returned to the world of the Gandharvas. Then the princes went back to the place where Sita stood terrified and told her all that happened. They proceeded to the ashram of Shadabanga. Indra was there with the other gods talking to the rishi. Knowing that Ram had arrived, he cut short his talk and went away. Then Ram, with his brother and wife, approached the rishi and humbly saluted him. The old ascetic said, "It is for you I have been waiting. It is time for me to leave this body, but my wish was to see you first. And so I have been waiting. Now that my desire is fulfilled, I pass on to you all the merit of my penances." Ram answered, "My lord, should I not earn my own merit? How can I receive what you have earned? I have renounced everything to live in the forest. Advise me where I can best find an abode in the forest, and send me forth with your blessing." The rishi knew the secret of Ram's divine incarnation and told him, "Learn from the sage Sutikshna where in the forest you should dwell." Then Shadabanga kindled a fire and entered it. The gross body perished in the flames, and a youthful ethereal form rose from the pyre and floated up to the heavens. When the rishis of that forest heard the news of Virat's death, they came to Ram and surrounded him. "It is our good fortune, O king," they said, "that you have come to dwell in this region. Hereafter we shall perform our penance, untroubled by Rakshasas. Look at those bones scattered all around. They are the remains of ascetics, killed and eaten by the Rakshasas. The sages on the banks of the Pampa and Mandakini rivers live in constant fear of their lives from these man-eating monsters. The king's duty, from which he may not fail without sin, is to protect his subjects. Just as householders pay taxes, a share of the merit of our penances goes to the king's benefit. You are radiant like Indra, king of the gods. Protect us from this persecution of the Rakshasas. You are our only refuge." Ram answered, "I am bound, O great ones, to obey your command. I gave up kingship and came to the forest in obedience to my father's wish. If in discharging my duty as a son I can also serve you and do some good, I shall count myself twice blessed. I shall stay in the forest and destroy the Rakshasas and free you from trouble. So shed your fear." Ram's promise of help gave relief and joy to the rishis. Ram, Lakshman, and Sita then proceeded towards the ashram of Sutikshna. They came to a big hill surrounded by a thick forest, which they entered. There they saw bark garments drying in the sun, and a little later came upon the old rishi himself. Saluting him, the prince said, "My name is Ram, O holy sage. I have come to see you, and I pray for your blessing." The sage rose to embrace him. "Welcome, defender of virtue. My ashram is lit up by your presence. It is now yours. When I heard you had left Ayodhya and taken up your abode at Chitrakoot, I knew you would come here and have lived in the hope of seeing you. Else I would have long ago given up this body. The merit I have accumulated I now pass on to you. Take it for yourself, your brother, and the princess." The sage's face was bright with the light of a long holy life. It was the custom of the rishis to offer their acquired merit to those who came as their guests. But Ram replied, "O sage, I must earn merit by my own good deeds. With your blessing, I still hope to do so. I wish to dwell in the forest. The sage, Shadabanga, directed me here to receive your blessing and seek your instructions as to where I could build a home for the rest of my stay in the forest." The rishi's face was bright with joy, and he said meaningfully, "You may live in this ashram. There are many rishis living here. The forest is full of fruit and roots. But evil demons are about, molesting the rishis and obstructing their penance. The sages are unable to bear this trouble, but for this the place is good." The prince understood what the sage meant to convey. He bent and strung his bow and said, "Holy sage, I shall destroy these evildoers. My bow is strong and sharp are my arrows. It is not proper that we should dwell in this ashram. It may interrupt your penance. We shall find a place for ourselves in the neighborhood. Permit us to do so." That night, they stayed in the sage's ashram as his guests. The following morning, the three got up and bathed in the cool water, fragrant with flowers, lit the sacrificial fire, performed their worship, and touched the feet of the sage. "By your grace, we spent a good night. We desire to see the other rishis in the region and receive their blessings too. It is good to set out before the sun grows hot. Please give us leave to go." The sage embraced the princes and blessed them, saying, "Visit the good rishis in the Dandak forest. They have all gone through great austerities and obtained divine powers. The forest is indeed beautiful with deer and birds and lotus-filled tanks, and the hills with cascades and peacocks. Lakshman, go now with your brother and with Sita. Come to this ashram whenever you feel like." The three walked round the sage according to custom and took leave of him. Sita handed to them their swords, bows, and quivers, and the princes set out, more radiant than before, because of the great sage's blessings. One day, while Ram, Sita, and Lakshman were strolling through the forest, Sita asked Ram, "Why should you and Lakshman, who are to be merely ascetics in the forest, take on yourself this task of protection? You have come here to fulfill a promise of the late king. The duty of protecting the rishis belongs to the ruler who is actually reigning. It is not for you engaged in penance to protect rishis. To kill anyone except in self-defense is opposed to the vows of ascetic life. But you have rashly promised protection to the rishis. I wonder where this will lead us." Thus Sita argued in soft and affectionate words while they were going from Sage Sutikshna's ashram towards some other ashram in the Dandak forest. "Bear with me, my lord," she said, "for seeming to counsel you. I speak but as a weak woman out of my infinite love for you. You know what duty is. But men, it is said, are driven by desire into three kinds of sin: falsehood, lust, and violence. Falsehood is unthinkable in one who, for truth's sake, has renounced a kingdom and is here in the forest. And as for lust, do I not know that you will not allow even the thought of another woman to enter your mind? But I am afraid of the third kind of sin. Should we kill one who does not attack us, whether it is a Rakshasa or anyone else, why should we kill anyone who leaves us alone? You are in a hurry, I feel, to give your word to the rishis. To destroy the wicked is no doubt the duty of a warrior. But can that duty still cling to you when you have renounced the privileges that go with it and elected the life of a recluse in the forest? The duties of kingship go with actual status. Dressed in garments of bark and with hair matted, you are now an ascetic, pure and simple. Of course, you know best. I am only asking you to think well before undertaking anything." Ram's love and admiration of Sita rose all the more for her misgivings. "Indeed, my love," he said, "you speak like a true daughter of King Janak. But Sita, did you not once say yourself that the weapons borne by warriors are for protecting others? When helpless people suffer persecution, how could a warrior sit still? When we came here, the sages complained of their sufferings and entreated our protection. They could not endure the cruelties of the Rakshasas, who looked on them as so much meat and made shambles of the hermitages. Did they not show us a great heap of bones to show what had been done? 'You are the king's son,' they said. 'Our troubles will now end as darkness before the rising sun. You are our only refuge.' Could we princes hear their piteous appeal and refrain from helping them? Every warrior has to do his duty, not the king alone. You are, of course, concerned for my safety. Even granting that what you say is right, I have given my word, and I cannot go back on it. They said, "You are our only refuge," and I have given my word to protect them. A pledge thus given cannot be withdrawn. What I have spoken cannot now be unsaid. You and I must tread together the path of virtue. How can we differ? Talking thus, they went along the forest path. For 10 years, Ram, Lakshman, and Sita lived quietly among the rishis. In the great Dandak forest, there were a number of ashrams where the rishis lived, practicing their austerities and living their lives of self-sacrifice. The princes spent a month in one ashram, 3 months in a second, and perhaps a year in a third, as welcome and happy visitors. The forest was indescribably beautiful, with deer and bison, boars and elephants, birds and trees, creepers and blue water lilies. Ram was very happy these 10 years, the joy of association with great and holy men being added to his joy in the quiet companionship of Lakshman and Sita. When after 10 years had thus passed, and the end of their forest life was approaching, Ram wished to have an audience with the sage Agastya, who lived in the south. The sage was, like Vishvamitra, famous through the 3 worlds. It used to be said that if all the wisdom and spiritual merit between the Himalaya mountains and the Vindhya mountains were put on one scale, and Agastya sat on the other, the southern scale would go down by his weight. Once the Vindhya mountain steadily grew towards the heavens and threatened to obstruct the sun's passage between the northern and southern hemispheres. The gods grew frightened and approached Agastya for help. The sage stood before the mountain, which bent low in reverence before him. Then he blessed it, saying, "May you ever remain thus," and so the mountain stretches low and long even now. Two Rakshasas, Vatapi and Ilval, gave much trouble to the rishis. The former had obtained a boon that no matter into how many pieces his body was cut up, they would all reunite, and his body would be whole and strong as before. Ilval, disguised as a Brahmin, would go to the ashram of one rishi after another and say, "O learned one, go over to my humble home and oblige me by accepting the consecrated food prepared for my forefathers." On no account, according to ancient rule, could one refuse such an invitation. The rishis therefore had to accept the invitation. To them Ilval served as food his brother Vatapi, cut up and cooked lusciously. And after the unsuspecting guests had eaten the food, the host would, according to custom, ask the guests, "Are you satisfied?" The answer would be yes, "We are content." Then Ilval would shout, "Vatapi, come out!" And at the call of Ilval, Vatapi, reunited into life, would come out tearing the bowels of the guests. Many rishis had to die in this cruel way. One day Ilval tried to play this trick on Agastya. As usual, Vatapi entered Agastya's entrails as food. Agastya, of course, knew this, but he was a devotee of the demigod Ganapati and had obtained the power to digest the Rakshasa. "Are you satisfied?" asked Ilval. "Yes, I am satisfied," answered Agastya. Ilval shouted, "Vatapi, come out!" Agastya, laughing, said, "Vatapi has been digested, my host." "What?" cried Ilval. "Have you killed my brother?" And he rushed against Agastya. The sage opened his eyes in indignation, and the Rakshasa was reduced to ashes. No Rakshasas would thereafter come near Agastya, and he protected the other sages also. Ram first went to the ashram of Agastya's younger brother and obtained his blessings before visiting Agastya himself. Proceeding south and approaching Agastya's place, Ram noticed the brightness of the whole region, the birds and animals playing about without fear, and Brahmins gathering flowers for worship. He told Lakshman to go in advance and announce him to the sage. Lakshman met one of the disciples of the sage and sent word through him. Ramachandra, son of King Dasarath, has come with his brother and wife to seek the great sage's blessings. Agastya warmly welcomed the princes. He said, "I heard of your having come to dwell in Chitrakoot, and I was looking forward to your visit. The end of your exile is approaching. Stay here during what remains of it in peace. This place is free from the fear of Rakshasas." Ram answered, "I am happy to receive your blessing, and I thank you for your gracious welcome. But I have promised protection to the rishis in Dandak, and now that I have received your blessings, I must return to that forest." And Agastya answered, "What you say is proper." Then the sage gave to Ram the bow made by the demigod Vishvakarma for Lord Vishnu, and an inexhaustible quiver, as well as a sword. He blessed him, saying, "Ram, destroy the demons with these weapons, which in the past Lord Vishnu gave me." Agastya advised the prince to spend the rest of his exile at Panchavati. "May God bless you, O prince," said Agastya. "Take good care of Sita, who, for love of you, cheerfully submits to hardships, to which she was not born or accustomed. Women are by nature fond of comfort and averse to hardship, but no such weakness is found in Sita. Wherever you are, Ramachandra, with Lakshman and Sita by your side, the place will be filled with beauty. But Panchavati is itself a beautiful spot, and Sita will love to live there, secure in the protection of you both. Fruits and roots are there in abundance. Stay there on the bank of the Godavari. The period of your exile is coming to an end. You will soon fulfill your father's plighted word." The princes and Sita, following Agastya's instruction, took the way to Panchavati. On the way, they met a huge vulture perched on a tree. They took it to be a Rakshasa or demon. "Who are you?" asked Ram in an angry tone. The vulture, however, answered in a voice full of mildness and affection, "My child, I am your father's aged friend, named Jatayu." Then he proceeded to tell his story. Jatayu was the brother of Sampati, the son of Arun, the dawn god, who was brother to Garud, the great eagle vehicle of Lord Vishnu. He said, "When you leave Sita alone and go hunting in the forest, I shall be looking after her safety." The prince was pleased and accepted the offer of the bird with gratitude. They then proceeded on their journey. Ram was thrilled by the beauty of Panchavati and gratefully offered praise in his thoughts to Agastya for recommending the spot to them. He told Lakshman, "We can build our ashram and enjoy our stay here for any length of time. Those hills are near and yet not too near. And look at those herds of deer, the trees with their flowers and the sweetly singing birds, the river and the clean sand. Everything is beautiful. Choose for us a good site and build a cottage." Lakshman did as he was told. He constructed an ashram. In the ashram at Panchavati, Ram and Sita lived happily, lovingly served by Lakshman. One morning in early winter, the three went as usual to the Godavari for their bath, to offer their morning prayers, and to fetch water for the day's needs. They walked conversing about the beauty of the season. Lakshman thought of Bharat and how he would then be busy performing the ceremonies appropriate to the month. He said, "Bharat is entitled to live in ease, but he has taken on himself a life of hardship because we live a life of hardship in the forest. My heart is full of sorrow for him. Even in this cold weather, poor Bharat no doubt eats sparingly and sleeps on the bare floor. This cold morning he too is probably walking towards the Sarayu. How fortunate we are to have such a noble brother, pure in mind, speech, and conduct, renouncing all pleasures. He lives a life of austerity for our sake. He is exactly like our dear father, and quite the opposite of his mother. How could so cruel a woman as Kaikeyi bear so good a son?" Ram stopped him, saying, "Talk as much as you like of Bharat and of our father, but stop condemning Kaikeyi. All that you say of Bharat is true, and my thoughts also today go to him in love. How long yet to see him again? When shall we have that pleasure, Lakshman? When shall we four brothers live together again? Bharat's loving words are still sweetly ringing in my ears." Thus thinking longingly of home and Bharat, they bathed in the Godavari on that early winter morning. After offering oblations to their ancestors and prayers to the sun, Ram returned to the ashram with Sita and Lakshman. Their morning duties over, they sat whiling the hours with wistful talks of old days and tales of long ago. While they were thus recapturing the past in sweet companionship, suddenly a Rakshasa woman came there and saw them. She was Supernaka, Ravan's sister, who was roaming the forest full of base, idle thoughts. She was horribly ugly, but had the magic power to assume any lovely form at will. When she saw the godlike beauty of Ram, she was filled with uncontrollable lust and accosted him, saying, "Who are you, dressed ascetic, but accompanied by a woman, and carrying warlike weapons and arrows? Why are you here in the forest that belongs to the Rakshasas?" Ram began, "I am the eldest son of the great King Dasarath. My name is Ram. This is my brother Lakshman, and this is my wife Sita. Obeying the behests of my father and mother, and in fulfillment of duty, I am now in the forest. And now please announce who you are. What is your family? You look like a woman of the Rakshasa race. What is your purpose in coming here?" She answered, "Have you heard of Ravan, the heroic son of Vishravas and the king of the Rakshasas? I am his sister. My name is Shurpanaka. My brothers Kumbhakarn and Vibhishan are also renowned warriors. The lords of this region, Kar and Dushan, are also my brothers. They too are mighty men at arms and wield great authority in these regions. But I am not subject to their control. I am a free person, free to do what I like and please myself. Everybody in this forest is, as a matter of fact, afraid of me. The moment I set eyes on you, I fell in love with you. In fact, I now consider you as my husband. Why do you wander around with this nothing of a woman? I am the mate worthy of you. You come with me. Let us wander at will through the forest. I can take whatever shape I please. Do not consider this girl of yours. In fact, I shall eat her up in a second and dispose of her. Do not hesitate." Under the influence of lust, she thought in the manner of her race and spoke thus. All this amazed and amused Ram. He smiled and said, "Ho, ho, 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 beautiful one! Your desire for me will end in trouble for you. My wife is here with me. I do not care to live the life of a man with 2 wives. But, look here, see my hefty brother. He has no wife here, and is as good-looking as myself. He is the proper husband for you. Offer your hand to him and leave me alone." Ram said this being confident that Lakshman would deal with Shurpanakha suitably. The Rakshasi took Ram's advice seriously and approached Lakshman saying, "Oh, my hero, come with me. Let us together wander at will in joy through this Dandak forest." Lakshman entered into the humor of the situation and said, "Do not be foolish. He is trying to cheat you. What is your status and what is mine? I am here as a slave to my brother, while you are a princess. How could you become my wife and accept the position of a slave's servant? Insist on Ram's taking you as his second wife. Do not mind Sita. Soon Ram will prefer you to her, and you will be happy with him." Impelled by brute passion, the Rakshasi did as she was told by Lakshman and went again to Ram. She thought and acted like a Rakshasi, for she knew no other way of life. The sight of Sita enraged her. "It is this wretched little insect that stands between you and me. How could you love this small-waisted girl? Listen, I shall finish her off this instant. I cannot live without you. Once I have put her out of the way, you and I shall live together happily." Saying this, she sprang on Sita. Ram intervened just in time to save Sita. The farce had gone too far and threatened to become a tragedy. Ram shouted to Lakshman, "Look, I have just been able to save Sita. Attend to this monster and teach her a lesson." Lakshman at once took up his sword, cut off her nose and ears, and drove her away. Disgraced and mutilated, Shurpanakha uttered a loud wail and disappeared into the forest. Bleeding and mad with pain and rage, she flung herself on the ground before Kar as he sat in state with his colleagues. Yelling with anguish, she related the story of her undoing. The scorn and mutilation she had suffered was an insult to the Rakshasa race, which only blood could efface. She said, "Look at me! Ram and Lakshman have done this, and they are still alive and roaming in your domain, and you sit here doing nothing." Kar stood up and said, "My dear sister, what is all this? I understand nothing. Calm yourself and tell me what has happened. Who dared to do this thing to you? And is he in the forest? Who is the man that wants to become food for crows and vultures? Who has stirred up the black cobra? Who is this fool? Where is he? Tell me, and he shall die at once. The earth is thirsty for his blood. Stand up and tell me everything as it happened." Shurpanakha said, "Two handsome young men have come into the forest, dressed like ascetics and accompanied by a girl. They say they are the sons of King Dasarath. These two together, making an excuse of the girl, attacked me and have hurt me shamefully. I am thirsting for the blood of these villains. Slay them now. Everything else can wait." Kar ordered his generals, "Go at once, slay these men and bring me their lifeless bodies. Drag the woman here also. Do not delay. Go!" 14 generals set out to do his bidding. Accompanied by the 14 generals of Kar, Shurpanakha came back to Ram's ashram, determined to avenge herself and drink the blood of the princes. Pointing to the two young men, she told her escort, "Look, there stand the men who insulted and mutilated me. Slay them immediately." Ram understood the situation at once and told Lakshman, "Take care of Sita for now, while I deal with those demons." Saying this, he took up his bow. Following the prevailing rules of war, Ram announced himself to Kar's generals and said, "Tell us the reason that you come here."
Know that we are here in the forest at the bidding of the rishis for the purpose of destroying their enemies. If you wish to escape with life, leave us alone." But the Rakshasas wanted not peace, but war, and the battle began. It did not take long for Ram's arrows to annihilate the Rakshasa generals. Once again, lamenting loudly, Shurpanakha went to Kar. The destruction of the powerful detachment he had sent was inconceivable. He sought to soothe his disturbed sister with soft words.
"I have sent unconquerable warriors, each one like death itself. They must have by now fulfilled their mission. So why do you weep?"
Shurpanakha rose, and wiping the tears from her eyes, said,
"True, you sent your 14 warriors with me, but the 14 now lie stiff and cold in death, slain by Ram, whose skill with weapons baffles description. If you have a spark of pride in you, start at once, fight with Ram and save the Rakshasa race. If you do not, the destruction of our people is certain. But if you are afraid, tell me so and I shall understand. These young men who have entered your territory are determined to destroy our race unless you first meet and destroy them."
These words, spoken by his sister in a loud voice before all his courtiers, pierced Kar's heart.
"Why do you speak thus terrified by a puny human being? Hold yourself in patience for a moment, and you will have his blood to drink."
So saying, Kar rose.
"Do not go alone," she said. "Take your army with you."
Kar gave orders accordingly. A great army, fully armed, of 14,000 troops, went in advance under the leadership of Dushan. Behind the army, Kar proceeded majestically in a chariot. On the way, he met with many bad omens, which affected the spirits of his troops. He laughed and reassured his army, saying,
"Never have I been defeated in battle. Do not mind these portents. We shall soon crush these 2 little men and return in triumph."
The army took heart at these bold words of their leader. Hearing the tumultuous noise of the approaching army, Ram and Lakshman prepared for battle. Ram told Lakshman, "Do you see the signs? It is certain that the Rakshasas of Janistan are coming here to their death. I see in your face the glory of the victory that awaits us. Arm yourself and take Sita with you to a cave in the hill and look after her. I shall encounter the Rakshasa hordes and destroy them. Go at once. I do not require any help." Saying this, Ram put on his armor and strung his bow. Lakshman did as Ram bade and took Sita to a mountain cave. A great battle was to follow, so the demigods and celestials hovered in the sky to watch the fight. They uttered benedictions and prayed for Ram's victory. The sages had misgivings. How was Ram, standing single, to meet and quell this huge army of 14,000? As Ram stood there, bow in hand, the radiance of his face was like that of the god of destruction, Lord Shiva. The Rakshasa force advanced in proud array, with drums and trumpets, and the clanking pageantry of war filling the quarters with clamor and causing the denizens of the forest to stampede in all directions. Ram stood holding his bow with his hand on the string. Like great black clouds disturbing the sun, the Rakshasa hordes surrounded him. The battle began. But while even the demigods wondered how he could withstand the yelling masses which rushed on him, a constant stream of deadly arrows sped from his bow, before which the Rakshasa ranks withered and fell like moths before a blazing fire. Dushan himself now stood in front of Ram. Ram bent his bow and sent his shafts in all directions in an unceasing stream, like rays from the sun, and with the speed of light, arrows shot out from the spot where Ram stood, spread out in all directions, and brought down warriors, chariots, elephants, and horses. The shafts pierced the bodies of the Rakshasas and came out covered with their blood, shining like fire. The army was utterly destroyed, and Ram stood still, like Lord Shiva at the end of time. Dushan came again with another great army. For a while he seemed indomitable, but soon Ram's arrows laid low his chariot, drivers, and horses. He jumped down and sprang towards Ram. Ram's arrows, however, severed his arms from his trunk, and the monster fell dead on the ground like a huge elephant. Other Rakshasas who saw Dushan falling rushed against Ram and were also slain by the arrows that sped from his bow. In this way, the whole army of Kar was destroyed. It had come roaring like an ocean, and now it lay still, a mass of corpses and severed limbs, and derelict weapons and broken chariots. Only Kar and Trishiras remained. As Kar rushed forward to meet Ram, Trishiras stopped him, saying, "I shall go first and kill Ram, or else I shall be killed. After I am dead, you may meet him." The three-headed Rakshasa, mounted on his chariot, attacked Ram with his arrows. Ram met them with arrows that hissed like deadly serpents. At last, Trishiras collapsed and fell spitting blood. His followers fled like deer. Kar, seeing this, cried, "Hold to the fugitives," and directed his chariot against Ram. His confident pride was gone, but he fought manfully. The shafts sent by the two warriors covered the sky. Kar stood like death personified in his chariot, sending his stream of arrows. For an instant, Ram leaned on his bow. In that interval, Ram's armor was pierced by Kar's arrows and showed the prince's body shining like the sun. Ram now took up the bow of Vishnu and laid low Kar's chariot and cut his bow in two. Kar then took his mace and approached Ram. The gods and sages, watching the battle, became anxious and renewed their benedictions. Ram shouted at Kar, "You have been a terror and a plague to mankind. Strength of body is no protection to an evildoer. You have persecuted and killed hermits engaged in penance in the forest. You will now receive the punishment due for these sins of yours. The spirits of the rishis, whose flesh you fed on, are now witnessing your punishment from their aerial chariots. I have come to the Dundak forest to destroy wicked Rakshasas. My arrows will pierce the bodies of all your kinfolk. Your head will soon roll on the ground like a ripe fruit." But Kar exclaimed, "Human worm, son of Dasarath, have done with boasting. You are proud because you have killed a few common Rakshasas. A hero boasts not as you do. Only a warrior banished by his people can talk boasting like this. You have shown you can brag. Let us see now if you can fight. Your words have blazed up like burning straw with little heat or life. Here I stand, mace in hand, like death to take your life. Evening approaches. Be prepared to lose your life. I am here to avenge the death of my followers whom you have killed." So saying, he whirled his mace and hurled it at Ram. The mace was split by Ram's arrows into splinters, which fell harmless on the ground. Ram shouted, "Have you finished speaking, Rakshasa? Now you shall die. The forest will be safe hereafter, and the rishis will live in peace." Even while Ram was speaking, Kar pulled out by its roots a huge tree and, gnashing his teeth, threw it at Ram. But this too Ram split by his arrows. And fearing further delay, he aimed deadly darts at Kar. The wounded Rakshasa sprang on Ram, intending to close in on him. But the latter avoided contact by stepping back and laid him dead with a shaft which tore apart his chest. The gods showered flowers from on high and cried in joy, "Ram has killed the sinful Rakshasa! Men can live in peace in the Dundak forest hereafter. Within an hour, Ram has destroyed Kar, Dushan, Trishiras, and their whole army. Indeed, he is a hero." Sita and Lakshman returned from the cave. Lakshman embraced Ram and rejoiced that, single-handed, he had fulfilled the promise of safety he had given to the sages. Akampan, one of the few Rakshasas who survived the great slaughter at Panchavati, fled to Lanka, and seeking audience of Ravan said, "Almost all of our people who occupied Janastan are dead, and Janastan is now an empty ruin. I alone have managed to escape with life." Ten-headed Ravan was furious with anger. He stared and violently shouted, "Who has destroyed my lovely Janastan? Was it the god of death, fire, or Vishnu? I shall deal death to the god of death. I shall burn up both the god of fire and the sun. I shall strangle and suffocate the god of wind. Tell me, who was it that destroyed Janastan and killed my men, heedless that I am here to avenge? Speak out at once!" It was ever dangerous to carry unpleasant news to tyrants. Akampan was frightened by the king's rage and said, "I shall speak if you give me protection." He then told his tale. Ram, son of King Dasarath, a young warrior, lion-like in fierce valor, a hero who has already acquired fame among men, fought with Kar and Dushan at Panchavati, and he destroyed them. The Rakshasa king hissed like a cobra and said, "What are you talking? How did this happen? Did Indra and the divine hosts come down to earth and fight on Ram's side?" Akampan answered, No such thing happened, great king. Alone did Ram stand against our whole army and its commanders, and destroyed them all. And Kar and Dushan also were slain. The deadly arrows issuing from Ram's bow, like 5-headed serpents, pursued the Rakshasas wherever they went and destroyed them. And he went on to describe at length Ram's skill and speed in the use of his weapons. And so Ravan learnt that Dasarath's son, Ram, with his younger brother Lakshman, was at Panchavati, and that he alone, without even his brother's aid, had done it all, and that no gods had assisted him. "Well," said Ravan, "I do not understand this, but I shall start at once. I shall destroy these little worms of men in return." And he rose. Hear me, great king, before you go. Listen to me. No one can fight with Ram and conquer him. When I say no one, I mean no one. Not even you can do it. Because you have promised me protection, I dare thus to tell you the plain truth. There is only one way of killing him. His wife is with him. No one on earth is her equal in beauty. If you contrive to carry her off, separation from her will kill Ram. So great is his love for her. Consider how you can do this, but
Do not think of battle with him.
When he heard of Sita's beauty, the Rakshasa's desire was kindled. He began to think that the defeat of Kar and his hosts was indeed a fortunate event that brought him an opportunity for gaining one more beautiful queen and wife. He welcomed Akampan's advice and said,
Tomorrow morning I shall go. Ha! I think your plan is good.
Accordingly, Ravan set out in his mule-yoked flying chariot, which gleamed like the moon among the clouds as it sped fast in the air. He went straight to Marich's dwelling. Marich duly welcomed his king and inquired what urgent necessity brought him there. Ravan answered,
Hear me, Marich. You and you alone can help me. Janistan colony has been destroyed, and so too the whole army I had stationed there. All this is the work of Ram, son of King Dasarath. Isn't it amazing? Well, to avenge myself I am resolved to carry off his wife. In this I need your advice and help.
Marich, whose experience of Ram's prowess had seared into his soul, was horrified and tried to dissuade Ravan from his mad enterprise.
What plan is this? Some enemy determined to destroy you, but pretending to be your friend, has given you this plan of carrying off Sita. Whoever gave you this advice wishes the end of the Rakshasa race. It is like advising you to put your hand into the mouth of a sleeping cobra and pull out its fang. Haven't you a happy home and devoted wives? Return to them and enjoy your life and prosperity. To hanker after Ram's wife is the highway to disgrace and destruction and the annihilation of the Rakshasa race.
Ravan must have then remembered the omission in the series of boons he had secured. He had obtained immunity from the attacks of all beings except men. Ram's shafts had conquered and killed the whole army with Kar, Trishiris, Dushan, and other mighty warriors. Thinking of all this, Ravan accepted Marich's advice and returned to Lanka. But fate would not let him be. Ravan was seated on his throne with his counselors around him. Majesty shone on his face like a sacrificial flame fed with ghee, and his mighty body showed the scars of many wounds received in victorious battles. His strength and courage were limitless, but so was his unrighteousness. He had no equal in persecuting demigods, spoiling sacrifices, and carrying away women. The hosts of demigods and demons were mortally afraid of him. He was a terror to all creatures. Enjoying wealth and varied pleasures, freed from the fear of death, the ruler of Lanka knew no master or rival, and feared neither God nor sin. With his 10 heads, large eyes, and huge limbs, his figure was terrible, but it also possessed the marks of royalty. Gorgeously dressed and bejeweled as he sat on his throne, surrounded by his ministers in the midst of splendor, there suddenly appeared before him, like a vision of the doomed to be, his sister Shurpanakha, bleeding and mutilated, a shape of pain and sorrow and shame. While all looked at her with horror-struck eyes, in stunned silence, her anguish broke out in burning words.
What a fool you are, that sunk in sensual pleasures, and arrogantly secure of sovereignty, you are not awake to the deadly danger that threatens your existence at your very doors. Surely that king who is drunk with self-importance and dead to all signs that threaten his state is doomed to shame and destruction. No object is of less account or more contemptible than a ruler who falls through his own negligence. Know you not that your brothers Kar, Dushan, and Trishiris, and your gallant army of 14,000 fierce Rakshasas have been exterminated by Ram, a mere man, and that your outpost at Janistan has been destroyed? One moment, I saw a single warrior stand proud in the glittering pageantry of war, and the next, your men lay dead, slain by that man's arrows, strewing the ground like ripe crops, devastated by a terrible hailstorm. And you see me, your own sister, disgraced, mutilated, and heartbroken. Have you no thoughts of vengeance, you, a hero, a brother king? Stung by her contempt, and heart-struck by her suffering and sorrow, Ravan said, "Be sure you shall have vengeance. But this Ram, who is he? What sort of man is he? What are his weapons? How does he fight? What does he seek in the Dandak forest? And how did it happen that you were so cruelly mutilated?"
She gave a description of the brothers and Sita, dwelling on the virile beauty and powers of the brothers, and growing enthusiastically eloquent about the superlative loveliness of Sita. She gave a description of the brothers and Sita, dwelling on the virile beauty and powers of the brothers, and growing enthusiastically eloquent about the superlative loveliness of Sita. She said, "I have no words to describe her perfections. I have never seen such sublime beauty in any created thing, be it a heavenly damsel or a daughter of man. And now I will tell you why this ghastly outrage was perpetrated on me. On seeing this Sita, I felt that none but you deserved her, and that she was fully worthy to share your bed. And out of my love for you, I tried to carry her off for you. Lakshman, who was standing by, prevented it. Springing on me, he disfigured and disgraced me thus. For your sake, all this I have suffered. If you wish to avenge this insult and protect the honor of the race, rise and go at once. Apart from revenge for the insult I have suffered, secure for yourself a wife worthy of you. If you capture her and disgrace Ram, the spirits of the warriors who were slain in Dandak would be satisfied. I too shall feel that some amends have been made for the dishonor done to me. You do not know your own strength. You can easily secure Sita and make her your own. And can you remain indifferent to the insult to your race? Kar and Dushan lie dead in Janistan because they dared oppose Ram. Think of all this, and then do what is right. Save, oh save the honor of our race. Listening to these words of his sister and her praise of Sita's beauty, Ravan dissolved the council and retired to muse alone. He had to think and think again, because he remembered what Marich had told him. He turned in his mind the pros and cons, and finally coming to a decision, ordered a chariot to be kept ready in secrecy. It was ready, his golden chariot, drawn by mules bearing demon faces. Mounting it, he passed over sea and land and cities. As he looked from his magic chariot at the sights of the summer season down below, his passions grew stronger. He reached Marich's ashram and met Marich, who, with matted hair and bark garments, lived the life of an ascetic. Seeing his king and kinsman, Marich welcomed Ravan duly and said,
Why have you come all this way a second time and unannounced?
Ravan, skillful in speech, began,
I am in great trouble, from which only you can save me, and I beg your help. Do you know how my brothers under my orders ruled Janistan, and how they and their warriors knew no opposition all these years? But now, this man Ram, he has killed them and their whole army. Without a chariot, and standing on the ground, his arrows have pierced to death all our kinsmen. Today, in the Dundak forest, rid of Rakshasas, the sages live fearless lives. This Ram is a worthless prince, banished by his father, no doubt for some crime. He's been wandering in the forest alone with his wife Sita. This fellow, dressed like an ascetic, but enjoying sense pleasures, this renegade from virtue, proud of his strength and for no other reason, has mutilated the face of my sister and insulted our race. My sister, who has suffered this pain and shame, has come and complained to me. If with all this I were to sit still and do nothing, would I still be a king? To avenge myself, I have decided to carry off Ram's wife from the Dundak forest. To disgrace and punish this Ram is a duty I owe to my race, and for this I need your help. With you to help me, I have no fear. In courage, strength, skill, and magic powers, none on earth can equal you. That is why I have come to you, and you cannot refuse me. Now I will tell you how you can help me. You must turn yourself into a golden deer. Yes, a golden deer with silver spots, casting a spell on all eyes. In that shape, you will romp in front of Sita near Ram's ashram. True to the character of women, she will insist on Ram and Lakshman pursuing and capturing you for her. When they are thus engaged, and she is left alone, I shall easily carry her off. Sita is a most beautiful woman. Ram, losing such a wife, is sure to languish in sorrow and lose his manly spirit. It will then be easy to kill him and avenge ourselves.
Marich stared at Ravan. His face became pale, and his mouth grew parched. He was frightened by Ravan's plan. With his experience of Ram's prowess and his own wisdom born of penance, Marich saw what was going to happen. He knew that Ravan's sinful purpose had not the ghost of a chance to succeed. It was clear to him that the noose of fate was round Ravan's neck, dragging him to inevitable ruin. He had spoken, no doubt, of the honor of the Rakshasas, of the duties of kingship, and of the insult to Shurpanakha. But he was really impelled by a lustful desire to possess Sita. All this Marich saw. Marich told Ravan,
I have listened, my king, to all that you have said, and I am filled with boundless sorrow. It is easy to flatter. Flattery is ever pleasant to the ears. Those who utter good, though unpalatable advice, are few, and fewer still are those who welcome it when given. It is my duty to speak to you the harsh truth. Sweet words might please you now, but will surely lead you to danger and ruin. Your informants have not told you the truth about Ram. Do not be deceived by what you have heard from others about this Ram. He is neither a renegade nor a criminal, but a dutiful son who is in the forest to honor his father's word. Far from being a weakling or coward, he is a mighty warrior whose equal in arms does not exist. Do not make him your implacable enemy and bring ruin on your people and your kingdom. From what you are bent upon, it looks as though Sita was born only to compass your ruin. The race of Rakshasas and Lanka itself will soon be destroyed on your account. Who is the enemy that has put this disastrous thought into your head? Who has given you this bad advice to take you, your kingdom, and your race to danger and destruction? Who told you that he was a lover of pleasure and falsehood? Ram is the embodiment of virtue. He employs his strength and courage in the service of duty. As Indra is surely the first among the gods, Ram is first among men. How dare you, how could you cast longing eyes on Sita? Will Sita ever yield to you? Take her from Ram indeed. Can one deceive the sun and steal from him his light? You will be reduced to ashes if you approach the blazing fire of Janak's daughter. Do not fall a prey to Ram's shafts. Do not seek your own death. Do not approach the fire guarded by Ram. One should not launch a course of action without full thought. You can never vanquish Ram in battle. O ruler of the Rakshasas, do not turn a deaf ear to my words. Do you remember how in olden days, proud of my strength, I disturbed the rites and sacrifice of the sage Vishvamitra? In those days, Ram was but a boy, and Vishvamitra had, with Dasarath's permission, taken young Ram to protect his sacrifice. That sage knew Ram's prowess. I approached the place to put out the sacrificial fire with contaminating blood and flesh, and then I came up against the boy Ram. What do you think happened? He let loose an arrow which killed Subahu on the spot, and with another he swept me off my feet and hurled me into the sea. Ram, the boy, is now a man, immeasurably stronger and more skillful in arms. Do not incur his wrath. Do not bring ruin on your people who are now enjoying wealth and pleasure. Do not harbor thoughts about Sita and bring down destruction on your rich and beautiful city and certain death on yourself. If you persist in your foolish project, O Ravan, I see before my eyes the ruin that awaits you. I see Lanka in flames, and her streets littered with death, and her widows and orphans loud in lamentation. Avoid this great sin. If you are angry with Ram, fight him face to face and meet your death like a hero. Do not follow a fraudulent path and drag me into it. Go back and be happy with your numerous wives. Do not invite the Lord of Death to your land and race.
Thus Marich earnestly pleaded for the good of Ravan, who, however, was far from pleased or convinced. How could good advice prevail on a victim of lust? Like a sick man rejecting medicine, Ravan refused to listen to Marich's counsel. Ravan said,
If a king wants to know whether a thing should or should not be done, it is open to his advisor to examine its advantages and disadvantages. But I have not come to you for such advice. I am king, and I have come to tell you that I have decided to do this. I expect and want your help to carry it out. You forget the loyalty I am due from you, and dare tell me that what I contemplate is wrong. On this matter I have considered everything and reached a decision. This insignificant creature whom you praise, he is unworthy of the honor of a formal challenge to battle from me. What more is he than a man driven out of his own country, a fool who has allowed himself to be cheated by a woman and has been deprived of his rights? The proper treatment for such a fellow is to disgrace him by carrying off his wife. This is a matter determined and concluded. Your remarks are therefore irrelevant. You should do what I want you to do, and that is not much. Transform yourself into a strange and beautiful deer, and appear before Sita and attract her attention. Sita will send Ram to pursue and capture you. You should draw Ram away to a distance and simulate Ram's voice and cry, "Ah, Sita! Ah, Lakshman!" Hearing this, Sita will conclude that Ram is in danger, and she will force Lakshman to go to his aid. When thus she is alone, I shall carry her off to Lanka. Once you have rendered me this help, you will be at liberty to do what you like. But if you will not help me now, understand, your life shall be forfeited.
Thought within himself,
The frenzy Ravan, who is already under the shadow of doom, will not listen to advice. So desire is driving him to death. It is better for me to be killed by Ram than by Ravan. At least then I would yield my life to a foe.
and so he agreed to the proposal and said,
I have given you good advice, but you will not listen. If I carry out your wishes, I am sure to die, but not more sure than that you will also perish, not long after, with all that is yours. So will our race. Some enemy of ours wishing our destruction has set you on this course. Someone who envies you. I would rather be killed by an enemy whom I respect than by you. Come, let us go to Dundak Forest.
Ravan was overjoyed and embraced Marich, saying,
Now you are again my dear old Marich.
The two ascended the chariot and proceeded towards the Dundak forest. They flew over cities, mountains, rivers, and kingdoms. Reaching Dundak, they saw Ram's ashram in a banana garden. They alighted at a distance. Ravan took Marich by the hand and, pointing to the ashram, told him to do his part according to their plan. At once, Marich transformed himself into a wonderful deer. Every part of the animal had its own different color and exquisite beauty. Like a rainbow in the sky, it charmed the eye of the beholder. gold, silver, diamonds, gems, and flowers seemed to appear in succession on its beautiful skin. It was like a living stream of jewels flowing on a beautiful golden body. With such surpassing beauty, the magic deer wandered here and there, now resting for a while, and now pursuing its graceful frolickings. It would sometimes bend and nibble the grass on the ground, again lift its head up to eat the tender leaves of plants. It would sometimes walk slowly near the ashram, and again jump away and disappear, and then reappear at a distance. Sometimes it would join a herd of deer. Then it would part from it and walk alone. The other deer would smell him and move away in sudden terror. Sita, who was then gathering flowers in the forest, looked at the stag and stared spellbound at its wondrous beauty. The deer, too, stared back at her and ran here and there in front of her, shedding a new beauty on the landscape. "Do come and look! Do come and look!" cried Sita, eager that Ram and Lakshman too should see that wonderful deer. "Come quickly, quickly!" she cried. Ram and Lakshman came out of the cottage, saw the exquisite creature, and marveled at its beauty. But Lakshman grew suspicious. It seemed to him that it was no ordinary deer, but a Rakshasa or demon in disguise. Both Ram and Lakshman had heard about Marich, and had been told how, assuming the form of a deer, he would often beguile and destroy those who came for hunting deer in the forest. Lakshman said, "This is no ordinary animal. This is a trick of the Rakshasas." But Sita said, "Please catch this deer for me. We shall bring it up as a pet in the ashram. This is the most beautiful creature I have seen so far in this forest. Look at it. Look at its color. What playfulness." And so she went on, talking of the deer and desiring to possess it. And she pleaded, "Please, please somehow catch it for me." She begged Ram, "Soon we shall have to return to the city. Should we not take some rare thing from the forest to Ayodhya? How beautiful it will be, this exquisite creature moving in the inner apartments of our palace. Bharat would be so pleased. I should love to give it to him. Please, my beloved, catch it for me. Somehow catch it for me." Sita saw that Lakshman did not seem to like her insistence. This only made her more determined to persuade Ram to get it for her. Look at it. It's all gold. And look now, it's all silver. Look, it's going away. Please, please go and catch it. Look again, look. All these long years I never saw such a beautiful thing in these forests. It's like a cluster of shining stars. Ram could no longer resist her entreaties. He said to himself, "Even if Lakshman is right, and the creature is a Rakshasa, then I will kill it. What is there to be afraid of? If I cannot catch it alive, I can bring it down with an arrow. When she is so keen on having it, is it not my duty to get it for her?" And he told Lakshman to bring him his bow and arrows. Lakshman's heart was not in it, but he obeyed. And Ram set out saying, "Mind you, Lakshman, remain by Sita's side and guard her vigilantly. I shall come back soon with this stag alive or killed. Do not be anxious. Even if this is a Rakshasa, what does it matter? It will share the fate of Vatapi. If it has come here to cheat me, as Vatapi tried to cheat sage Agastya, it will be the victim of its own deceit. What can this animal do to me? Stag or Rakshasa, it is all the same. But be careful. Mind Sita. Anything might happen at any time. You must be vigilant." In order to give Ravan plenty of time and opportunity, Marich kept within sight of Ram, but beyond his reach, and drew him on and on. The deer would take a few steps, then stop and turn and stare at the pursuer. Then suddenly it would start, as if in fear. Pricking its ears, it would spring, drawing up its hoofs to its breast, and disappear for a while among the trees. Emerging soon on some tall mound, it would display its lovely outline, framed against a passing cloud. Sometimes it allowed a near approach, as though tired and so easy to capture, but then it would spring up and bound far away. This went on until Marich took Ram some distance. Then the Rakshasa realized this game would not go on forever, and that his end was near. Ram, tired of the pursuit, bent his bow and sent forth an arrow. It pierced the stag. Marich then resumed his natural form, and imitating Ram's voice, called out, "Ah, Sita! Ah, Lakshman!" and fell dead. Lakshman was right, said Ram to himself. This deer was a Rakshasa. He thought further. Hearing this last cry, maybe Sita will be deceived. She is likely to be overwhelmed by fear. But then, Lakshman is there by her side. When Marich had cried out, "Ah, Sita, ah, Lakshman," simulating Ram's voice, Sita was deceived. Trembling like a plantain tree in a storm, she cried, "Lakshman, do you not hear your brother's voice? Run! Run at once to his help!" Overwhelmed by fear and seeing Lakshman unwilling to move, she appealed to him again and again in an agony of anxiety. "I hear my lord's voice in distress. Go! Go at once! Do not delay! He is in some great danger. Did you not hear his cry for help? Why do you stand here? Your brother is no doubt surrounded by Rakshasas and cries for help. Instead of rushing to his rescue, you still stand here." Lakshman knew the tricks of the Rakshasas and remembered his brother's command. He would not move. Sita grew furious in her agony of fear and doubt. She beat her breast with both hands and shouted in uncontrollable fury, "Son of Sumitra, have you too turned enemy? Have you been an impostor all these years? Have you been with us waiting only for Ram to die? Pretending to be his friend, were you hoping all the time for his death to secure me thereafter? Why else do you stand here, wicked wretch, and refuse to go to his rescue when he cries for help? You're a traitor, an impostor!" These cruel words pierced Lakshman's heart like poisoned arrows. He closed his ears with his hands. He spoke gently to Sita, who was in tears of wrath. "Sita, Ram can encounter and vanquish any foe in the world. There is no need to fear. Calm yourself. None in the universe is strong enough to touch our Ram or do him harm. What you have uttered is unworthy of you. Oh, Mother, do not fear or grieve. You will surely see Ram return with the body of the deer. The voice we heard, it was not his. It is a Rakshasa's trick. Please do not be deceived and grieve for nothing. My brother has posted me here to watch over you. Do not ask me to leave you alone and go. I cannot disobey my brother. Since we killed the Rakshasas of Janastan, their people are trying to avenge themselves in various ways. We should not be misled by their false forms and voices. It was not Ram's cry for help. You need not be afraid in the least." But Sita's fear grew to a frenzy, and with eyes red with anger she raged,
Taking advantage of what you call your brother's command, you stand unmoved by his cry of anguish and are prepared to let him perish. Oh, how completely have you been deceiving us, Ram and me, all these years. Base, wicked, selfish wretch, calling yourself brother, false friend. Do you rejoice that Ram is in dire peril? I now see why you have followed us into the forest. Have you been set on by Bharat? Have you all become my lord's enemies? Have you all joined together in a wicked conspiracy? I, who have lived with Ram, shall I ever look at you or another? When Ram dies, I die with him. You will never have me. Know this for certain.
Sita burst into a rage which completely overwhelmed Lakshman. Her cruel words pierced and burnt into him like poisoned arrows. His hair stood on end. He clasped his hands in worship and said, "Oh, mother, oh, goddess, how can such words issue from your mouth? Like red-hot iron, they burn my ears. Cruel and unjust are these thoughts of yours. With all the gods for witness, I swear your suspicion is wrong. I see now that after all, you are a woman like other women, quick to think evil of others. I fear a great tragedy is about to befall you. Otherwise, you could not have thought and spoken evil of me." And innocent Lakshman trembled in fear of some dire calamity that was to come over them. But Sita raged on. "Look here. Here is plenty of dry fuel. I shall light a fire and fall into it. Or I shall drown myself in the Godavari River, or I shall hang myself dead unless you run immediately to help Ram. Now once again, I ask, will you not go, or shall I perish?" She beat her breast and cried. Lakshman could bear this no longer. He raised his hands in solemn worship and said, "Very well, sister. I shall obey you and disobey my brother. I shall leave you alone. May you be safe and well. May the gods of the forest protect you. I shall do your bidding, but I see bad omens. I fear greatly. I wonder if I shall ever see you with Ram again. Yet, to pacify you, I shall go." And he went unwillingly, looking back every now and then. As Lakshman walked, his heart was troubled and heavy with anger and sorrow. How could he bear to hear the cruel words of Sita? How could he forget them? Sorely wounded was the heart of the prince who had renounced everything to be with his brother. Lakshman went in the direction that Ram had taken. Ravan, who had been waiting for this, now approached Ram's ashram. He transformed himself into a begging holy man dressed in clean saffron clothes, and his lips uttered beautiful Vedic hymns, while in his heart was ugliest evil. Sita was standing at the entrance of the cottage, her eyes fixed on the forest, eagerly looking for Ram. Ravan beheld Sita. At sight of her, the desire planted in his heart by Surpanaka rooted itself deeply and grew rapidly irresistible. He was more determined than ever to possess Sita. Seeing this wonderful ascetic, clad in saffron clothes, carrying his water pot and staff, Sita greeted him respectfully, according to the courtesy due to holy men. He desired hospitality. As in duty bound, she offered him a seat and placed before him some fruits and roots, as was the custom. The ascetic sat and looked again at Sita. His desire grew stronger. Sinner and Rakshasa though he was, he had an instinct that made him wish to win her heart. He wished not to ravish, but to secure Sita's willing consent and make her his wife. The king of Lanka wanted and hoped to persuade Sita. He thought she would yield to him for his wealth and power, turning her back on poverty-stricken Ram. He thought also that this would be the best way of disgracing and punishing Ram. He expected Sita to behave like other women he had known. Seated in front of the fruits and roots offered by Sita, the ascetic began to praise Sita's beauty in terms too warm for a genuine holy man. He dwelt on the charms of her person and asked,
Who are you? Why are you here alone in the forest, haunted by Rakshasas and wild beasts?
She was astonished, but answered his questions. She hoped the prince would return at once and kept her eyes fixed on the doorway. Little by little, the visitor revealed who he was and described the greatness of his origin and family, his power and wealth. After exalting himself, he proceeded to berate Ram and concluded,
Be my wife and live a glorious life with me in Lanka. Come, let us go.
In this unexpected situation, Sita's purity gave her courage to defy the powerful monster whom she now knew for what he was. She exclaimed, Base and wicked monster, your destruction is near. Leave the ashram if you want to escape with your life. The Rakshasa was furious. He completely discarded all pretense of disguise and gentleness and assumed his real imperious wickedness. With one hand, he caught hold of her hair, and with the other, he lifted her up and carried her to the chariot, which waited for him behind the trees. And forcing her into it, he rose with her into the air. Sita cried aloud,
Oh, my lord, where are you? My Ram! Oh, Lakshman! Most faithful of friends, why did I foolishly drive you away?
The Rakshasa held her firmly down and drove on in the aerial car. Sita addressed the trees and plants down below and begged them to tell Ram of her fate. It happened that old Jatayu, the devotee vulture, half asleep upon a tree, saw the chariot flying past. Startled by a woman's cry of distress, he was wide awake in a moment and recognized Sita by her voice. She also saw him and appealed to him for rescue. Jatayu's blood was fired by the sight of her piteous plight, and he threw himself in the way of the aerial car, crying,
Hold! Hold! What is all this?
Sita shouted,
The king of Lanka is carrying me away by force, but what can you do to prevent it, my poor old friend? Oh, fly to Ram and Lakshman and tell them of my helpless plight.
But Jatayu's fighting blood, the blood of generations of lordly ancestors who ruled the air and knew no fear, was on fire. He cared not for Ravan and his might. He only saw a princess in distress. He thought of his friend Dasarath and his promise to Ram, and he was resolved that this outrage should not occur while he lived. Jatayu now addressed Ravan directly.
O king, I am Jatayu, king of the vultures, a king like you. Listen to me. Forbear from this wicked act. How can you call yourself a king and do this shameful wrong? Is it not the rule of kings to protect the honor of women? And Sita is a princess. I warn you, you shall surely perish unless you leave her and go. Her very glance will reduce you to ashes. You are carrying a venomous cobra in your bosom. The noose of death is round your neck and dragging you to hell. I am old and unarmed, and you are young, fully armed and seated in a chariot. Yet I cannot look on while you carry off Sita. Why do you do this cowardly act behind Ram's back? If you have any grievance against him, meet him face to face. But know for sure, you shall not escape while I am alive. I care not for your chariot or your 10 heads or your glittering arms. Your head shall roll on the ground that you have polluted with your presence. Get down from your car and fight, if you are not a coward as well as a thief.
Ravan flared up in a rage. He attacked Jatayu. It was like a clash between a mighty wind and a massive rain cloud. The battle raged in the sky above the forest. Jatayu fought like a winged mountain. Ravan aimed deadly arrows at him, but the vulture intercepted them all, and with his talons tore Ravan's flesh. The enraged Rakshasa dispatched sharp, serpent-like missiles against the bird. The bird hero was desperately wounded, but kept fighting undauntedly, while Sita watched the unequal combat with beating heart and tearful eyes. The sight of her made Jatayu all the fiercer in his attacks on Ravan. But his years were telling on him, and he felt he must gather all his strength for a supreme attempt to conquer. Regardless of the wounds, he attacked Ravan fiercely, and with his wings broke off and threw down his jeweled crown and deprived him of his bow. He attacked the chariot and killed the demon-faced mules and the charioteer and smashed the vehicle into 1,000 pieces. Ravan fell to the ground, still clutching on to Sita. The gallant old bird swooped down on Ravan's back and tore great chunks of flesh from it, and tried to wrench off the arms which held Sita. But Ravan had 20 arms, and no sooner was one pulled off than another took its place, and Sita was held in writhing helplessness. At last, Ravan let go of Sita, and unsheathing his sword, cut off the bird's wings and talons. The old bird was now helpless and fell on the ground, unable to move. Sita ran and embraced Jatayu, crying, "Oh, Father, Father, you have given away your life for my sake. You are a second father to my lord, and now you are no more. Oh, our devoted, brave friend." Then Ravan turned towards her to take her up again. Helplessly she ran here and there. She clung to the trees and cried, "Oh, my Ram! Where are you? Lakshman, where are you? Won't you come to my rescue?" The Rakshasa at last caught her and by his mystic power rose in the air. As the dark and massive Ravan flew in the sky with her, Sita, struggling in his grasp, looked like a flash of lightning across a great black cloud. The Rakshasa carrying her appeared like a mountain covered by a forest fire. The body of Ravan, lit up by Sita, coursed through the sky like a calamitous comet. Thus was Sita carried away by the Rakshasa. The sun then grew dim, and untimely darkness descended on the earth. All beings lamented. Virtue is destroyed. Righteousness has disappeared. Honor and pity are no more. The dumb creatures of the earth, looking upwards, shed tears. Ravan, cruelly clutching the princess, flew as towards his ruin. As she was carried away, the petals fell down from the flowers she was wearing at that time, and as they were strewn along the path below, they seemed to announce the scattering of Ravan's fortune and affluence.
Sita opened her eyes, red with anger and grief, and facing Ravan cried, "Ignoble monster! You boasted of your fame and your great origin and your warlike qualities. But have you behaved like a brave warrior? Are you not ashamed of yourself? What sort of warrior is he who waits for the husband's absence to steal his wife and carries off a lonely, helpless woman when no one is nearer to prevent it? What heroic deed is it to kill the old vulture that tried to save me? How brave was your talk in the ashram! The world will no doubt remember and praise this great hero who dares not fight but is prepared to steal. If indeed you come of a noble family, what a shame you have brought upon it! And what do you hope for by thus carrying me off? How long do you hope to live? Very soon Ram's arrows will seek you out and end your life. No, the moment Ram sets eyes on you, you are dead. Do not hope to escape. Your death is certain at his hands. What then do you gain by this cheating? I will never be yours. I shall die before I yield to you, and you cannot escape my lord, having incurred his wrath. Very soon you will see hell. The red-hot form is awaiting you there for your embrace. So is the tree with iron spikes. Ram, within an hour, killed your army of 14,000 Rakshasas in Janistan. Do you think he will let you escape? Soon he will send you to your death. While Sita was speaking words of contempt and warning, Ravan, chariotless, sped like an arrow across the sky towards Lanka. They went over many mountains and rivers, and Sita saw some people below, standing on a hilltop. She took off her sash, and tying up her jewels in it, threw the bundle down. She did this, hoping that the ornaments thus dropped might be seen by Ram and give him a clue to the direction in which she was carried away. Crossing Lake Pampa and then the sea, Ravan entered the city of Lanka. He went to his apartments with the grief-stricken Sita. The fool thought that he had secured his prize, but he was taking home his own death in a woman's form. Then, summoning some demon women, he ordered them to keep watch over Sita, commanding them to let no one approach her without his permission.
Give her whatever she wants, clothes or gold or jewels, anything. Serve her and do her honor as you would serve and honor me. And anyone who utters a word which might offend her will be punished with death. No one, knowingly or unknowingly, should cause her anger or grief.
Having thus installed Sita in the inner apartment, he considered what should be done next. He sent for some clever spies and gave them this mandate.
Go at once to Janistan, where Kar lived. Watch carefully and bring me word as to what Ram is doing. So long as that Ram is alive, I cannot sleep. He is my greatest foe. Somehow he should be killed. Go boldly now and do your job, then return.
Imprisoned within a fortress, on an island, Sita did not know where or how far she was from Ram. She expected that her lord would somehow arrive, kill Ravan, and redeem her. Though full of grief, thinking of the strength and prowess of her lord, she was bold and steady in mind. It was also some consolation that the Rakshasa king did not behave like a beast with her. Having dispatched his men to Janastan, Ravan returned to Sita's presence. He saw her overwhelmed by grief and shedding tears. The demon women were watching her with care. He thought that if she saw his wealth and power, she would yield to him. She was therefore taken round in the great palace and shown the wealth and grandeur displayed there. No king on earth had ever possessed such wealth and means of enjoyment. Sita was shown gold and jewels and silk in plenty, curiously wrought platforms, vehicles and towers, thousands of maidservants, and every symbol of wealth and royal power. But her thoughts were elsewhere. Ravan tried to convince her also of the vastness of his army. But then she had already formed her opinion of his prowess, and had described it to him in scathing terms. Yet Ravan argued,
All this you can count and enjoy as your own. You shall be my queen, dearer to me than life itself. I have many wives, but you, you shall be mistress of them all. Hereafter my love shall be for you and you alone. Listen to me. Do my bidding. For hundreds of miles the sea surrounds this island, which is guarded by thousands of mighty soldiers. So no one can enter this city. No one among the gods or demons can match me in might, and they know it. What pleasure or honor is it for you to stick to a poor human creature, banished from his kingdom, destitute, wandering in the forest? To match your beauty, you need my wealth. Do not waste the years of your youth. You are never again going to set eyes on Ram. Be certain of that. Ram cannot approach this city. Treat this whole kingdom as yours. Treat me and all the obedient gods as your slaves. Till now, because of your sins in some previous birth, you have suffered hardship. Hereafter, you will enjoy with me the fruits of your former merits. You will be the queen of Lanka and the wife of the lord of Lanka. Let us take our pleasure floating about the world in my aerial chariot Pushpaka. Let the cloud of sorrow disappear from your face, and let the moon of joy appear.
As Ravan went on speaking, tears flowed from Sita's eyes. She covered her face with the end of her sari, as she did not want her enemies to think that she was afraid. Ravan begged and urged her.
Do not be shy. There is nothing wrong in accepting me, nothing to be ashamed of. It is laid down that one should accept the gifts of God. O beautiful one, I bow my head at your feet and I beg for your grace. I am your slave. Forgetting my greatness and power, I beg for your favor. Never in my life have I bowed in this way before anyone.
He really thought he could persuade her and gain her affection. In spite of her grief, therefore, Sita spoke boldly to the Rakshasa. She placed a little bit of grass between Ravan and herself before answering him. Boastful words were uttered by Ravan in monk's garb, sitting in front of the fruit served by her in Panchavati. Imprisoned Sita now spoke, as if in echo of those words. Know who I am. Dasarath was famed in all the three worlds. He reigned long and stood as a bulwark of duty and defender of truth. His son Ram, of godlike presence and lion-like valor, is my husband. He and his brother Lakshman will surely take your life.
You know how Kar and his army were destroyed in Janistan by my lord? As easily as an eagle carries a venomous serpent, he destroyed your huge army in Janistan. Because you have secured a boon that no god or demon can kill you, you have dared to make Ram your enemy. You think your boon will save you. But I tell you, you cannot escape. You will surely meet your death at his hands. You are like the goat tied to the altar post for sacrifice, doomed to death. The moment Ram sets his angry eyes on you, you will meet your fate. My lord will dry up the sea or bring down the moon if necessary to kill you and redeem me. It is certain. Your evil deed will bring destruction on yourself and your kingdom. My noble lord lived unafraid in the midst of the demons in the forests. Like a hero, he fought and killed the Rakshasas who encountered him. But like a thief, you kidnapped me in his absence. But you cannot escape. Your fate impelled you to the sin because the hour of your ruin and the destruction of your race are near. You ask me to accept you. How foolish! Can the crow approach a swan? Can a heinous sinner be allowed near the sacrificial fire? I do not value life or body. Do you imagine I would wish to live despised by the world? Do not dream that out of fear or of saving my life, I shall yield to you. Having spoken those words, she was silent.
Is that so? Very well then. I shall give you 12 months' time. If you agree to accept me, well and good. But if at the end of that period you refuse, my cooks will make meat of your body for my breakfast.
After warning Sita thus, he gave orders to the attendant Rakshasas.
You should break her pride and obstinacy by some means or other. Put her alone in the Ashok garden and skillfully use fear and temptation to bring her to her senses. As we tame a wild she-elephant, you should train her to submission.
And angrily he went to his palace. The demon women took Sita to the Ashok garden. It was a beautiful park attached to the women's apartments. The trees were full of flowers and fruits, and beautiful birds played among them. Here, surrounded and guarded by terribly ugly Rakshasis, Sita was kept prisoner. Though overwhelmed by grief, she had the faith that Ram and Lakshman would somehow discover where she was and rescue her, and that her lord would destroy Ravan and take her back to a happy life with him. Sustained by this faith, she was neither frightened by threats nor deceived by temptations. Not for 1 day or 2, but for months, Sita suffered as guarded prisoner in the Ashok garden. Meanwhile, when Marich had been struck by Ram's arrow and was about to die, he resumed his own Rakshasa form and cried aloud in a voice which was an exact imitation of Ram's, "Ah, Lakshman! Ah, Sita!"
Ram now realized how the Rakshasa had beguiled them, and how he had been drawn away a long distance by the crafty Marich. Alas, we have been badly deceived. It would be terrible if Lakshman is also deceived by this cry and leaves Sita alone to come to my aid. It looks as though the Rakshasas have planned this trick to carry off Sita and eat her. When Sita hears what she will believe is my cry of distress, she is sure to insist on Lakshman leaving her and rushing to my help. The howling of jackals and the behavior of birds now foretells of disaster. There is some danger close at hand. I can see it. Saying this to himself, Ram hurried back to the ashram. On the way, he saw Lakshman running towards him. Alas, the worst I fear has happened. He held Lakshman's hands and cried, "Why did you leave Sita alone in the forest? You may be sure the Rakshasas have killed and eaten her. It was not right for you to leave her and come away. It is now all over with Sita." Fatigued and thirsty with the futile chase, and now overwhelmed with anger and unbearable anxiety, Ram cried again, "If I do not see Sita in the ashram when I return, I shall surely die, Lakshman. You will return to Ayodhya, the survivor of us three, and tell them what has happened. Oh, how will Kausalya bear her grief? Lakshman, you have more than fulfilled Kaikeyi's wishes. The Rakshasas will by now have expressed to Sita, poor unprotected Sita, all their pent-up hatred against us. They must have killed and eaten her up by now. How could you leave her alone and come away? How could you be deceived by Marich's false cry?" What shall I do now? I shall see Sita no more. The Rakshas's plan has succeeded. My trust in you was misplaced, and I shall never see Sita again. How could you leave her and come away? How could you, Lakshman? Lakshman answered with tears in his eyes, "What else, brother, could I do? When Sita heard the cry, 'Ah, Sita! Ah, Lakshman!' she was frightened. Quivering with fear, she urged me to go to you at once, and she would tolerate no delay. She persisted, whatever I said to the contrary. I told her again and again not to be afraid, and assured her that no foe was strong enough to do you harm, and that the cry of distress was not yours, but she would not listen. She charged me with having turned traitor to you, and with having come to the forest with sinful intentions. Oh, brother, she even found it possible in her anguish to say, 'I would be glad of your death,' out of sinful intentions towards herself." I was half dead with horror on hearing those words of hers. And then she announced that she would kill herself if I did not go then. Mad herself, she maddened me with her words of reproach, and I ran towards you, not knowing what else to do. But Ram was not satisfied. Whatever a foolish woman might have said in her fright, you should have stayed and not left her unprotected. How could you do such a foolish thing? You have brought calamity on me. I shall never see Sita again. The two hurried to the ashram. Many bad omens appeared on their way, and Ram repeated, as he saw them one by one, "Oh, I fear, we shall never see Sita again." Reaching the ashram, they found it as they had feared, empty. Sita was not there. The deerskin, the kusha grass, the mat spread as a seat, all lay scattered on the ground. Ram wept and ran here and there in the grove round the cottage. The leaves and flowers on the trees had faded. Sita was nowhere to be seen. He wandered about like a crazed man. His eyes were bloodshot, and he cried, "Alas! Have they eaten her up? Have they carried her away? Oh, how she must have trembled in terror! I cannot bear the thought of it. Could it be that she has gone to the river? Yes. Could she have gone to the river to fetch water? Could it be that she has gone out maybe to pick flowers? Come, let us see." And he went searching among the trees, hoping that perhaps she was hiding and playing a practical joke on him. Out of a deep sense of separation, he called the trees one by their names and beseeched them for help. "Oh, Ashok tree, be true to your name. Remove my sorrow. You must know the truth. Tell me where Sita is now. Oh, tall palm tree, you must be able to see where Sita is. Tell me, where is she?" He talked to the animals too. "Oh, tiger, the elephant and the deer are afraid to tell me the truth. But you know no fear. You can tell me what has happened. You know everything. Tell me the truth." "Oh, Sita, you are hiding somewhere. Stop this fooling. I can't stand it any longer." After wandering and weeping in vain for a long time, he fell on the ground moaning. "Lakshman, Sita!" He cried like an elephant trapped in a pit. "Lakshman, Sita is nowhere. The Rakshasas have captured her and torn her to pieces and eaten her up. How can I live anymore? My end is near. But when my father sees me in the other world, he will say, 'Why have you come here, my son, before fulfilling my command?' I have failed. In everything I have failed." Lakshman could bear this sight no longer and said, "Brother, it is not right that you should cry like this. Let us search through the forest. You know how fond Sita is of entering caves and thickets. She may be bathing in the river or playing somewhere, or maybe gathering flowers. Let us search more. She's probably only testing us. Come, let us search again, but please do not lament." The two searched again all over the place, on hills, by pools, and on the river bank, but they did not find her. Ra moaned, "Oh, what shall I do now?" Lakshman tried to encourage him with words of hope, but Ram was inconsolable. No, my brother. There is no hope. Sita is nowhere. I have lost her. There is no point in me going on any longer." He lay unconscious for a time. Then he came to himself and lifted his voice and wept. Nothing that Lakshman said could comfort him. Ram said, "Lakshman, how can I go back to Ayodhya? They will laugh at me for returning alone.
after allowing Sita to be killed and eaten by Rakshasas, having brought her to the forest, and having failed to protect her, what shall I tell her father, King Chanak? Better you go back. Go alone to Ayodhya. Go and look after our mothers. Greet Bharat for me, and tell him it was my dying wish that he should continue to rule as king.
All Lakshman's efforts to console Ram were in vain. He was convinced that the Rakshasas had carried away Sita and torn her to pieces and eaten her up. He pictured to himself in detail the horror of her suffering and cried in his grief,
"Oh, Sita! Sita, who accompanied me, thinking I could protect her, has been eaten by the Rakshasas, and I can do nothing about it. Is there a greater sinner than me in the entire world?"
Lakshman said,
"Do not lose heart. You must be bold and energetic. A resolute mind can conquer fate. Let us make a more thorough search of the forest. Instead of yielding to unavailing sorrow, let us be manly and active."
but Ram would not listen. We must now pause briefly here to reflect on this poignant situation and the way in which Lord Ram has reacted to it. From external appearances, it would seem that the Lord is afflicted by the weakness of worldly grief. However, for one to harbor such a thought is an offense against the deity and should be strenuously avoided by the seeker of enlightenment for the following reasons. One must bear in mind that Lord Ram is omnipotent and thus could easily have prevented Sita's abduction. He is also omniscient, so he knows exactly where she is and what is happening to her. Further, it is he who has written this scenario and who has already arranged for and knows its final outcome. Therefore, the idea of Ram being truly grief-stricken becomes preposterous. Rather, he is playing a part in a drama that he himself has set in motion. The Lord, in order to accomplish various purposes, which will be revealed as the story progresses, has allowed the kidnapping to occur. He has also pretended to be afflicted by it like an ordinary man, but this is to enable us, the listener or reader, to more readily identify with him. Such identification and the empathy it brings helps us to become more intimately absorbed in and attached to the Lord and His transcendental activities. This spiritual exercise not only aids us in learning moral lessons by our closely observing Lord Ram's conduct and decisions, but also purifies the heart of its ignorance and illusions and makes it gradually fit for God realization. The two brothers searched every mountain, forest, and riverbank, calling Sita's name aloud, but all in vain, and they did not so much as find a clue anywhere. Baffled and grief-stricken, Ram cried out against the river Godavari, against the gods, and against the 5 elements. The silence of the rivers and the gods and elements was due to their fear of the powerful Rakshasa king. A herd of deer, however, moving southwards, seemed to indicate to Ram and Lakshman that they too should travel in the same direction. They did so and, after a time, found some flowers scattered on the way. Ram at once recognized the flowers and cried excitedly, "These are the very flowers I gave her. They must have fallen from her hair." His grief and anxiety grew greater, and he sobbed aloud, fearing the worst for Sita. They searched the forest all around the spot where they found the flowers. They noticed the marks of a Rakshasa's big feet and little footprints, which they knew were Sita's. They found some gold beads, split from Sita's jewels. Ram cried again, "Look! The Rakshasa has been chasing her like a beast of prey to tear her tender flesh." Then they saw several fragments of a chariot and great clots of blood, as also royal headgear and jewels scattered on the ground. They wondered what these things could mean. Soon they came upon a large bow broken, a flag torn, and armor crushed. A little later they saw the dead bodies of a charioteer and of mules. It was clear that a vehement battle had been fought on that spot. Ram groaned. Two powerful Rakshasas must have struggled here, each claiming the sole right to eat Sita. Conjecturing and lamenting in this way, Ram went on. Virtue could not save Sita. No god came to her rescue. It will be right to destroy this wicked world. Ram was beside himself and talked wildly. Lakshman did his best to calm the distracted Ram and said, "Great sorrow unbalances all minds, even the strongest. Else, why should you thus lose self-control? Why should you hate and curse the whole world for the evil deed of one person? How often have you, my brother, calmed my anger and led me on the right path? But now a great grief has upset your mind, and it is the turn of the younger brother to give courage and counsel and patience to the elder, and restore him to his natural heroism. Let us find out who our enemy is, and then deal with him." With such loving words, Lakshman sought to give courage and consolation, and both of them walked on. They had not proceeded far when they saw Jatayu, bloody and mutilated, unrecognizable, lying on the ground. At first Ram thought it was some Rakshasa disguising himself to deceive them, and wild with anger cried, "Look! There is the Rakshasa who has eaten Sita!" and rushed towards him, bow in hand. Then, raising his ruffled and gory head with great pain, Jatayu spoke in a feeble voice that was struggling against death.
"Do not kill me, dear Ram, for I have but a few moments more to live. The dear princess you are searching for has been carried off by Ravan, and he could do so only by first robbing me of my life. Seeing Sita in his fleeing chariot in the air, I intercepted it. I gave him battle. I down his bow, smashed his chariot, killed his charioteer. The marks of my last great fight you can see all around this place. I did my best. How I wish it were better for your sake. At last, as I was still waging a hopeless combat, age against youth, beak and talons against keen weapons of steel, he cut
my wings and legs. And as I fell, wounded to death, he lifted Sita and flew with her into the sky in a southern direction. Though racked with the pangs of death, I have clung to life for love of you, to tell you what I know. Now that I have done this, O Ram, bless me and let me die.
Tears flowed from Ram's eyes as he listened to Jatayu's tale. He flung aside his bow and embraced the bird. The prince's sorrow knew no bounds. They lamented loudly, rolling on the ground. "I am the most unhappy man alive, Lakshman. Giving up the kingdom, I came to the forest, and here I have lost my Sita. This Jatayu, who is like a second father to us, has laid down his life for my sake. Why, if I fell into a fire, I fear my bad luck would even put the fire out. If I fell into an ocean, I fear it would dry it up. What a terrible sinner I am, Lakshman. Who knows, one day I might lose you too." Embracing Jatayu, he said, "Oh, my father, did you really see Sita?" But Jatayu lay speechless on the ground. After a few moments, Jatayu spoke again in a low voice.
Be not afraid, Ram. You will surely find Sita. No harm will come to her. Regaining the treasure you have lost, you will greatly rejoice.
With these words, he spat out blood and gave up his life. Lakshman, gather some dry wood, and I shall light the fire. We could not perform our father's funeral ceremony, so let us do it for this father, who gave up his life for us. The princes chanted holy invocations as they poured water for the departed spirit. O King of the birds, may you enjoy all the bliss of the devotees who have performed great penance. May you enjoy the bliss of those who have made great gifts of land. May you enjoy the bliss of those who fight heroically in the field of battle. May the bliss of all good people be yours. After the ceremony, Ram appeared steadier and stronger in mind. Passing through the forest, the two princes were suddenly confronted by a tremendously big, ugly Rakshasa who had no head or feet. His mouth was in his great belly, and he had two enormous arms. Without moving from his place, he would stretch out and clutch a tiger, a bear, or any other living thing within reach and swallow them. He had only one eye, which was placed in his chest, but which was terrible to behold. Caught by this monster, the princes were for a while surprised and considered what to do. Then Ram told Lakshman, "Let us not be confused. You will cut off one arm, and I shall cut off the other." And so they did. The name of the monster was Kabanda, which means the barrel-shaped one. Once his arms were severed, he was helpless and began to explain.
On account of my evil deeds, I was cursed by Indra, the king of the gods, to bear this form and this name. I believe you are Ram and Lakshman. Indra promised me freedom from the curse when you two would come and cut off my arms and offer this body of mine to the fire.
The princes thus set fire to his body, as desired by the unfortunate monster, and there arose from the flames a lovely being which entered a heavenly chariot and ascended to the celestial world. Before going, he said to Ram in his real voice, "You will assuredly regain Sita. Go to the beautiful banks of the Pampa River and seek the help of Sugriv, who is living there on the Rishyamukh hill. Driven out of the kingdom by his brother Bali, he lives in constant fear and danger. Gain his friendship, and you will succeed in your attempt." Saying this, Kabanda disappeared. Ram and Lakshman now went forward in the direction of the Pampa. In that lovely region, they visited the ashram of the aged nun Shabari, the disciple of sage Matanga, and accepted her hospitality. Shabari was a woman of a forest tribe and a faithful serving sister in the ashram of the old saint Matanga. When he departed this life, she too wanted to die, but he said that the time was not right, and she should await the arrival of Ram, an incarnation of Vishnu, for the bliss of his sight was in store for her. So the old and wrinkled woman lived her saintly life, looking faithfully after the ashram as of old, and keeping it sweet to receive the promised guest. When the princes came, she produced the fruits she had gathered and kept for them, and described and showed to them the wonders of the Matanga ashram. Then, with their leave, she kindled a fire, and, entering it, ascended to heaven. The princes then thought over what should be done next. Then Ram said, "Lakshman, I am beginning to think that we shall succeed. Let us search the forest for Sugriv to obtain his help." They went all over the Pampa area. The place was lovely, but the loveliness of the spot and the animals, birds, trees, and creepers only increased Ram's grief. Every beautiful object wrung his heart and made him think, how much would Sita have enjoyed this? Lakshman tried to revive his spirit and said, "Ravan cannot escape. It is certain we shall kill him and redeem Sita. But it is not proper that you should thus despair. If we lose a precious thing, we should work for its recovery with perseverance. Sometimes our very affection becomes our enemy. Too much love brings on grief, and grief weakens effort. What need is there for me to tell you all this? You already know it. Let us not lose hope. Let us forget the grief brought on by love and bend our minds and body to exertion. Be hopeful. We shall succeed. Get rid of your sorrow, brother.